The storm formed by the ancient Tao bloodline dissipated. Aside from the rock under Wang Lin, all the other rocks disappeared. After the storm dissipated, everything was quiet. Wang Lin looked toward the east. He felt the All-Seer's aura again in that direction. An illusion seemed to overlap with his body. The illusion slowly separated and his original body walked out. The moment his original body walked out, his avatar's right hand reached toward the void. The ghostly sail appeared and suddenly expanded. It shrouded this area in an illusion. Inside the illusion, Wang Lin looked at his avatar, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The 3-life spell is certainly not something that can be copied. If I destroy my avatar or die once using the 3-life spell, then all of the All-Seer's plans would collapse. However, the price for this is great and somewhat not worth it. All-Seer, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's see who the real winner is. Wang Lin murmured. His avatar raised his right hand and pointed to the spot between the eyebrows of his original body. A howling sound echoed across the star system, and the eyes of Wang Lin's avatar revealed a strange light. His fingertips seemed to land on the original body's soul. In an instant, the ghostly sail suddenly began to move and turned into a giant cloud that shrank toward Wang Lin. From afar, the scene looked quite amazing. As the large cloud condensed, most of it gathered between Wang Lin's eyebrows on his original body, and some split off to cover his avatar. Wang Lin's avatar's face turned slightly pale, and he withdrew his finger from his original body. He turned around and bowed toward the stars. Senior Blue Dream, Senior Qing Lin, and Senior Hong Shang. My original body is here. I hope you seniors can help protect it. The moment Wang Lin spoke, there was a flash of blue light and Tao Master Blue Dream walked out. Behind him, Qing Lin and Master Hong Shan silently followed. The 3 of them had been here all along and had witnessed the confrontations between Wang Lin and the All-Seer. Tao Master Blue Dream sat down before Wang Lin's original body. He looked at Wang Lin's avatar and slowly said, "With me here, you can rest assured. If you can find his original body, then no matter how powerful his original body is, he can't escape." Wang Lin nodded and clasped his hands at the 3 of them. He stepped forward toward the east. That was where the All-Seer's aura was. As he moved forward, that drop of water and that handful of soil appeared in his hand. He put the 2 essences away. The original body will be looking for the All-Seer's original body. I should make some preparations here too. Once the All-Seer gets anxious, he will likely summon all his avatars at once so he can take over before I find his original body. I hope he does this. Wang Lin pondered as he flew through the stars. His right hand formed a seal and pressed it against his chest. At this moment, a change happened to Wang Lin's soul. In the past, his soul became a soul devourer, meaning it could devour everything, including itself. The avatar's soul was where all his essences were gathered, and even his origin soul had a great connection to this soul. Once the soul died, everything would disappear. My original body has all my memories. Since I can comprehend my essences, I can regain them even if I lose them. After all, essences come from comprehension, and that comprehension exists in the soul of my original body. All-Seer, you've lost this game. The seal Wang Lin had made with his right hand disappeared into his chest. He no longer hesitated and his mind completely fused with the All-Seer's avatar's soul, which was getting stronger. He flew toward the east. In the eastern part of the summoned river, among the endless stars, the All-Seer appeared. He no longer had that strange smile and his expression was not calm. Right now it was as gloomy as water. He looked into the distance and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Wang Lin, if you want to kill my original body, you need to find it first. Even I have forgotten where my original body is. So how can you find it? I don't believe you can find it, but this Wang Lin is good at scheming, and what he said before doesn't seem to be false. He was able to come so far from the little cultivator he was before, so he must have some extraordinary methods. I have to guard against it. Forget it. I can't waste any more time with him. I must finish my plan. Even if there are some flaws, it doesn't matter. Once it's complete, I'll fall asleep and wait for the 99th awakening. At that time, I'll achieve what I want. Wang Lin, your cultivation level is high enough for my slumber to complete in an instant and achieve the 99th awakening. The All-Seer's eyes revealed a cold light and he raised his hands. He closed his eyes, and the moment they closed, hundreds of All-Seers appeared all over the summoned river. The moment the All-Seers appeared, they all looked toward one direction, where the moving Wang Lin was. At this moment, in the brilliant void, as the ripples echoed between the stars, All-Seers began to appear. The moment they appeared, they all looked toward the summoned river. At the same time, ripples echoed in all heaven and the cloud sea. All the avatars across the 4 star systems added up to 3,000. These were the All-Seer's 3,000 avatars, and all the bodies he had obtained from his constant devouring during his 98 awakenings. The moment the 3,000 avatars appeared across the 4 star systems, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and his eyes shined. He fell for the trap. The avatar soul inside Wang Lin seemed to boil and awaken and slowly spread across Wang Lin's body. It was calling the 3,000 other parts, and at this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had truly become one of the All-Seer's avatars. In Wang Lin's mind, he could clearly feel every single one of the 3,000 avatars. He could clearly feel their locations and auras. They all belonged to the All-Seer. Originally, Wang Lin couldn't find the All-Seer's original body, but he was a cunning person and had dared to scheme against the All-Seer. Since the All-Seer had dared to scheme against him, then he also dared to scheme against the All-Seer. Those words from before seemed ordinary, but each word contained a hidden meaning. Wang Lin's words had forced the All-Seer to change his plan. He feared Wang Lin and wanted to take over Wang Lin's body as quickly as possible. So he had summoned his 3,000 avatars to make Wang Lin fail as soon as possible. But the All-Seer didn't expect that Wang Lin had no confidence in finding the All-Seer's original body. But now Wang Lin did. The All-Seer had given him this confidence. It was the All-Seer's 3,000 avatars that gave him this confidence. Wang Lin could lock on to every single avatar. He could use their auras to help look for the original body. This was like searching for a route. It may be difficult to search while blind, but now that the All-Seer had revealed all 3,000 avatars, all the roads had appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, looking like the bright moon. He revealed a smile as his hands formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. With these 3,000 souls as guides, with the dream Tao as the path, borrow the illusion of the ghostly sail to dream of the 3,000 avatars and enter reincarnation. Search for the All-Seer's original body. The moment Wang Lin pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, his own original body, which was deep in the summoned river, being guarded by Tao Master Blue Dream, Qing Lin, and Master Hong Shan, opened his eyes. I know the path to find his original body. His eyes revealed a strange light, and this light covered his body. Wang Lin's original body's mind trembled. Borrowing the 3,000 souls, he had used the dream Tao to open the path back into the past. Wang Lin's vision became blurry. Time seemed to reverse, following the All-Seer's 3,000 souls. He seemed to enter a dream illusion. This was an illusion created using Wang Lin's dream Tao with the help of the ghostly sail and using the All-Seer's 3,000 souls as a guide. This allowed Wang Lin to immerse himself in the world of the 3,000 souls, so that he could see their awakenings and find the All-Seer's original body. This was the method Wang Lin had thought of to retaliate against the All-Seer. At this moment, in Wang Lin's mind, he was in a fuzzy world. But soon the fuzziness disappeared and everything before him became clear. What he saw was the stars. He was familiar with the star system. It was the summoned river. He saw a meteor, and inside the meteor was the All-Seer. On the other side sat an old man who was in a coma. That old man was Ling Tianho. The All-Seer had a painful expression. There was still blood residue on his hands. If Wang Lin's speculation wasn't wrong, this was the heavenly Tao blood that had been changed by the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. The painful expression on the All-Seer's face became even more intense, and after an unknown amount of time, He let out a roar. His eyes opened and shadows rapidly flashed across his face. These shadows were his avatars. He looked at Ling Tianhou and suddenly opened his mouth. His mouth expanded endlessly and devoured Ling Tianhou. After he devoured Ling Tianhou, the All-Seer's eyes were filled with confusion. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Time seemed to flow endlessly. One day, after several hundred years, the All-Seer opened his eyes, which were now filled with confusion. I'm awake again. The power for the next slumber and awakening has already been prepared. He is Wang Lin. Although everything Wang Lin saw seemed to have taken a long time, it was just an instant. He devoured Ling Tianhou. Why did he say he was awake again? How many times has the All-Seer awakened? Everything before Wang Lin disappeared after the All-Seer awakened. But soon, a new image appeared. The image that appeared this time was a cultivation planet. Wang Lin was familiar with this planet. It was planet Tianyun. The All-Seer was sitting inside a secret room hidden in the Tianyun sect. Before him sat 9 youths who were all unconscious. The All-Seer's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the 9 of them. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The 9 youth were devoured by him. His body trembled and his expression revealed pain. He slowly closed his eyes and fell into slumber. Years passed. After an unknown amount of time, the All-Seer opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with clarity. This is my 97th awakening. The next candidate for my sleep and awakening is Ling Tianhou. Wang Lin looked at all of this with a calm expression, but a wave was set off in his heart. He didn't expect these awakenings to be a result of the All-Seer devouring others. He should be one of 7 colored celestial sovereigns, 3 souls or 7 fragments. Only this can explain how he's awakening again and again. Wang Lin looked at the All-Seer. His gaze became cold. The image changed once more, showing the All-Seer at different times. Until one time he saw the All-Seer sitting above an abandoned planet. After devouring a cultivator he had selected, he awakened once more. He was leaving the planet, and as he flew he suddenly stopped. He looked down and saw an earthy, yellow, half-abandoned cultivation planet. He softly exclaimed and gradually revealed a smile. He slowly sent out his divine sense. It's rare to see such profound comprehension on a half-abandoned planet like this. However, with your mere nascent soul cultivation, you shouldn't be too greedy with your soul formation comprehension. If you continue to pursue this, I fear you still won't find the source even after millions of years. By then, your body will have completely decayed. Have you considered that? As the All-Seer spoke, he raised his right hand and pushed down on the half-abandoned planet. This old man's name is All-Seer. Today I'll give you my goodwill. If you can leave this abandoned planet and come to find me on planet Tianyun, I'll accept you as a named disciple for 100 years. The smile on the All-Seer's face became even wider. He waved his sleeve and walked into the distance. That child is not bad. I can raise him a bit to be devoured by my avatar. However, his cultivation level is too low, so it's difficult to say if he could be useful or not. However, I have a feeling this child will be extraordinary. When Wang Lin saw this, his mind trembled violently. He stared at the earthy, yellow planet, and it was as if his mind was bombarded. The aura coming from the planet made Wang Lin understand everything. As Wang Lin's original body was immersed in the All-Seer reincarnation in the outside world, all of the All-Seer avatars raised their right hands and pointed to the spot between their eyebrows. The eyes of the first All-Seer that appeared in the eastern part of the summoned river revealed a strange light. He also raised his right hand and pointed to between his eyebrows. This old man will sleep for the last time and awaken for the last time. This time, I'll finish the plan I started countless years ago. He closed his eyes and his finger slowly penetrated his skull. At this instant, the All-Seer's bodies suddenly collapsed and thunderous rumbles echoed across the 4 star systems. All 3,000 All-Seers collapsed and a soul flew out of each one. Every single soul made its way toward Wang Lin's avatar. Let's see if you're faster or if I'm faster. When this old man was scheming against you, you were merely a nascent soul cultivator. If not for this old man, your body would have decayed. Your everything is mine. The 3,000 souls charged forward, sending out waves of soul force that fused together. This formed a heaven-shattering sound that echoed in the mind of Wang Lin's avatar. As the 3,000 souls charged at Wang Lin's avatar, his original body saw even more awakenings from the All-Seer's reincarnation. The person Wang Lin was looking at had become completely different from the All-Seer, as if it was someone else. If not for the aura Wang Lin had locked onto, he wouldn't believe all these random people were the All-Seer. In the ancient cultivation world, before the 4 celestial realms collapsed, there was a middle-aged man in blue floating above a planet. With a smile, he devoured an unconscious young man before him. This young man was his only disciple. This is my 34th awakening. Also in the ancient cultivation world, among the scattered fragments, there was a charming woman floating there. She smiled and devoured an unconscious man beside her. This man's cultivation level was high, and he was filled with celestial energy and was obviously someone from the 4 celestial realms. The repeated devours, sometimes many and sometimes just one, were all seen by Wang Lin. What he saw startled him. What is the All-Seer's identity to rely on devouring to awaken? And what he is awakening? Outside, in the summoned river, the hundreds of All-Seer avatars closed in on Wang Lin and entered his avatar. Wang Lin's avatar's expression was calm as he sat there, as if he didn't care about them entering. The All-Seer's avatar's soul grew stronger and stronger until it occupied almost all of Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the souls from the other 3 star systems quickly arrived. This all happened very quickly, but from Wang Lin's original body's point of view, all of this was very slow. Wang Lin's original body saw the All-Seer's awakenings again and again, until the 3rd awakening. This was no longer in the ancient cultivation times, but in the immemorial cultivation times. The star system during the immemorial times was filled with planets. These were cultivators and not celestials because there were no celestial realms. They cultivated the aura of the world. An old man wearing a beast skin was lying on the ground, surrounded by wood and fire. He had already died and his body was being burnt by his clan. There were hundreds of people dressed in similar clothing. They all knelt there while chanting softly. However, just at this moment, the old man that should have died opened his eyes. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes before it was replaced with indifference. He slowly sat up to the surprise and shock of the surrounding people. The old man revealed a strange smile before he suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. With this, the hundreds of people were devoured along with the fire. The entire planet began to tremble and collapse. A giant mouth appeared and devoured the planet in an unimaginable way. This is my 3rd awakening. I remember that during my 2nd awakening, I devoured the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 7th fragment. In the sky, the old man inside the illusion licked his lips and smiled. When Wang Lin saw this, his already calmed heart roared once more when he heard what the old man said. He devoured the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 7th fragment. If he is not one of the 3 souls or 7 fragments, then who is he? He was able to devour 7-colored celestial sovereign's soul fragment. After personally seeing more than 90 reincarnations, Wang Lin found that the All-Seer's ability to devour seemed to be weakening with each devour. On the 3rd time, the All-Seer could devour a planet, but after 90 times, he could only devour people. Wang Lin stared at the smiling old man and his pupils shrank. The image disappeared, and when they reappeared, it was the All-Seer's 2nd awakening. This time, what appeared before Wang Lin was a foreign star system. Not only was this star system foreign, but there were no signs of life. There were countless cultivation planets around, but there was not a single trace of life. This was a dead star system, or rather it was the earliest phase of the cave world before life was born. In this lifeless star system, Wang Lin gradually formed an unimaginable thought. This thought was the All-Seer's true identity. Just as this thought appeared in his head, a weak soul aura quickly closed in. Wang Lin turned around and saw an illusion inside that aura. The figure was blurry and contained the power of one of 7-colored soul fragments. The moment the soul fragment appeared, a giant rift appeared and devoured it. After devouring the soul, the rift closed and a young man slowly appeared. The young man's body gave off a ghostly light. At first, there was confusion in his eyes, but soon they became clear. The seven-colored celestial sovereign's seventh soul fragment. It was delicious. I helped him a lot, but now that he is dead, no one can control me. Unfortunately, his three souls are too powerful, and after being separated from my body, I wouldn't dare to devour them. However, by borrowing the power of this soul, I can let myself grow. Similarly, perhaps after many, many years, I can use this to recreate the complete seven-colored celestial sovereign. At that time, I'll be seven-colored, but most importantly, my growth. The young man's expression never changed. He raised his right hand to move his mouth to make it look like he was smiling. I must first learn how to become a cultivator. I'm going to make it so no one, including the seven-colored's three souls and seven fragments, can recognize who I am. I'm going to regain control of reincarnation. Wang Lin looked at the youth and revealed great shock. He knew who this person was. He is Heavenly Tao. Wang Lin's mind went blank. What he found inside the All-Seer's reincarnation cycle was difficult to believe. The Heavenly Tao everyone had been searching for was actually the All-Seer. Looking at the young man that had adjusted his own face with his hand, Wang Lin found it difficult to settle down the waves that had been set off in his heart. He was like the lonely boat in the raging sea that was constantly surging. Under his gaze, the young man maintained his smile and disappeared into the distance. The star system gradually disappeared and collapsed before Wang Lin, but Wang Lin was still in shock. Outside, in the summoned river, Wang Lin's avatar's face was pale. Veins would appear and disappear all over his face. Countless of the All-Seer's avatar souls were entering Wang Lin's avatar one by one, trying to take it over. As those souls fused, the All-Seer's gloomy voice echoed inside the mind of Wang Lin's avatar. How can you compete with this old man? This old man can take over your body now. Has your original body found this old man's original body? More than 1,000 All-Seer souls from the summoned river and brilliant void had already fused with Wang Lin's avatar. The ones from the cloud sea and all heaven were closing in. When the image of the All-Seer's second awakening collapsed, Wang Lin saw the scene of the All-Seer's first awakening. The star system went blurry and then collapsed. Eventually, everything disappeared. Then a huge door appeared before Wang Lin. This door was so large that it gave Wang Lin the illusion he was an ant. It was different from the door that appeared inside the heaven-defying bead. This door didn't give off the majestic aura, and it seemed to have integrated with the world. Wang Lin didn't know what was behind the door, but he heard thunderous rumbles come from the other side. It was as if the door had been hit by an incredible force from outside. The door suddenly trembled. As it trembled, Wang Lin saw a crack appear on it, and cracking sounds echoed as the crack spread. It continued to spread as if it was going to split the door in half. The thunderous rumbles became even more intense. In just a moment, the door split apart into several pieces and scattered. This door was so big that even after it cracked, it didn't shatter into dust. It split into several parts and flew off in all directions due to the impact. The parts were too fast and disappeared without a trace. One part of the door was pushed far away into a part of space that would become the brilliant void. This fragment shattered into more and tore apart space itself. The fragments sank into the spatial rifts. The large amount of door fragments fused with the void, causing space itself to become unstable and creating a spatial rift. The fragments from the door existed here, unchanged for countless years. After many years, a group from the Four Divine sect came after using some unknown method and looked for a cultivation planet. They covered up the instability here and covered up that spatial rift. They connected that spatial rift with the planet. That group of cultivators eventually left. The spatial rift would occasionally appear here as time passed. This was found by some of the talented cultivators on the planet, and they borrowed it. It eventually became the foreign battleground. The moment the giant door split, Wang Lin saw a ball of fog smash through the collapsed door. Inside the fog, Wang Lin sat the figure of a person for an instant. He couldn't see that person's appearance, but he could hear the thunderous roar they let out. Heavenly Tao! You actually obtained a heavenly Tao! Damn it! This king doesn't approve. The roar turned into a hiss at the end. A terrifying rumble came from the fog. As the rumble echoed, the endless fog began to move. A powerful force seemed to be tearing the fog, causing it to be split apart. This fog was split into two clusters, one big and one small. The big cluster of fog held the figure whose roars had turned weak. It flew off into the unknown. The smaller cluster flew toward the opposite direction. The smaller cluster continued to move, shrinking as it flew away. Wang Lin could faintly see that the fog wasn't empty but contained a half-circular fragment. This half-circular fragment was blurry, but it was clear it was the core of this small cluster of fog. As it flew, the cloud of fog became smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. It had fully condensed into the half-circular fragment, and it flew until it landed on a cultivation planet. There was no life on that planet, only a low mountain. The fragment smashed down like a meteor and landed on the mountain. The mountain collapsed and the fragment penetrated deep into the heart of the planet before stopping. Wang Lin witnessed all of this. He stared at the half-circular fragment inside the planet. There was still ancient text engraved on it. It looked like half a compass. Or to be more accurate, it was half of a certain compass. Time passed. After an unknown amount of years, there was still no life on this planet. However, the fog that condensed into the compass gradually appeared. This fog came out in strands and gathered together to form a blurry figure. This figure slowly became more clear until a young man appeared. This young man had his eyes closed and floated above the half-compass. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and they were filled with confusion. I gained a spirit. I remember being summoned by Master and devouring that celestial. That celestial blew up to stop my devouring. Then I was split up. Who am I? The young man closed his eyes, seeming to be pondering. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes revealed a strange light. I'm the heavenly Tao. I should not have a spirit, but when that celestial blew up, I absorbed some of his divine sense. I gained intelligence. The young man murmured as if he understood everything. When Wang Lin saw this, he understood a lot. He understood why Lian Daofei had become a madman, why the Lian Daofei he saw in the dream of the seven-colored Taoist was so arrogant and unreasonable. He was like a different person compared to the madman that Wang Lin knew. Right now, Wang Lin's mind became clear. Lian Daofei is indeed someone who did as he wished on the immortal astral continent. Maybe he really did have a brother with very high status. This all caused his personality to become strange and arrogant. According to my understanding, as long as he fancied something, whether it was treasure or people, he would steal it without hesitation. If he can't steal it, then he will do this best and even kill the other party's entire sect to satisfy his greed. It was also his greed and personality that lured him into the cave of the seven-colored celestial sovereign to steal what he wanted. But in the end, he was devoured by the heavenly Tao and exploded his divine sense. Most of his greed and bad personality were absorbed by this part of the heavenly Tao. That's why the madman I met is completely different than before. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he give me the celestial bloodline and teach me spells? He would have done everything he could to achieve his goal. By contrast, I like the current madman more. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man floating above the half-compass. The young man looked at the compass and pondered. This half of the defying compass is my original body. This aura is something no one can detect. Leaving it here would be the safest option. The young man drifted away and disappeared from the inside of the planet to somewhere unknown. Wang Lin ignored the young man's departure and stared at the half-compass. He memorized everything here and the aura of this planet. Then he suddenly closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, everything here silently collapsed. The All-Seer's more than 90 reincarnations ended. When Wang Lin closed his eyes, his dream ended. He opened his eyes and saw Dao Master Blue Dream, Qing Lin, and Master Hong Shan. He saw that this avatar was about to be completely taken over in the summoned river. I found his original body. You three seniors don't need to come with me. I hope you three can help me control my avatar to buy me more time. Wang Lin stood up and clasped his hands at the three of them. He then took a step forward and charged off into the distance. All-seer. The game is about to end. Wang Lin's original body rushed through the stars, moving at a speed much faster than his avatar. He wasn't flying using brute force or integrating with the world. He was ripping the world apart to move forward. Wang Lin's right hand would rip the space before him as he stepped forward. A thunderous rumble echoed as the space before him was torn open. He would then instantly enter the rift, and when he reappeared, he had already left the summoned river. Using this outrageous method, Wang Lin's speed reached the peak of what his body was capable of. In the entire cave world, only Wang Lin could dare to move like this. The inside of the spatial rifts were filled with destructive turbulence, and the cultivators' bodies could not withstand this kind of impact. Even ancient demons and ancient devils would find it difficult to withstand this destructive storm. An ancient god may survive a few times but couldn't do it for long. Only an ancient Dao body, which was countless times stronger than an ancient god body, could do this. Only Wang Lin, who had the ancient Dao bloodline, could calmly enter the spatial rifts and move forward in such an unbelievable way while not caring about the turbulence inside. The destructive storm landed on Wang Lin's body but caused him no damage. Instead, the storm itself let out a whimper and collapsed. In the brilliant void, a giant rift appeared out of nowhere. Wang Lin's powerful body stepped out of the rift. At this moment, Wang Lin's powerful ancient Dao divine sense swept the area. Shortly after, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and charged off into the distance. It had only been several breaths of time since he had awakened from his dream Dao. As Wang Lin rushed through the rifts, in the summoned river, all of the All-Seer's avatar's souls arrived. When the last soul entered Wang Lin's avatar suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with struggle and pain. The All-Seer's soul was taking over his mind and body. Due to the Reincarnation integration spell, it was impossible for anyone to interfere with this possession. Blue light surrounded Wang Lin's avatar. Dao Master Blue Dream calmly stood there and looked at Wang Lin's avatar. Qing Lin and Master Hong Shan were also there looking at Wang Lin. Different from Dao Master Blue Dream, they were not calm and looked nervously at Wang Lin's avatar. Wang Lin, are you faster than this old man? The struggle in Wang Lin's eyes became even more intense and his body trembled, his veins bulging. The ancient words came from his mouth. They were extremely strange and filled with a sense of decay. The moment Wang Lin's avatar spoke, his right eye distorted and was replaced by a shadow. He turned to look at Dao Master Blue Dream and company with his right hand. He revealed a smile of contempt. The three of you are not weak. Since you want to stop me from leaving, I'll let you witness my 99th awakening. Wang Lin's avatar's left eye trembled and then slowly calmed down, giving off a ghostly light. He sat down and closed his eyes. Wang Lin's original body could feel everything his avatar was experiencing. As Wang Lin's avatar was being taken over, a planet appeared before his original body in the brilliant void. It was an abandoned planet that was a complete waste. There was no sign of life on it, and the entire planet was almost completely covered in deserts. The rivers had long dried up and the passages were covered by the desert. The seas were black and the countless rotten bodies in the seas made them very dirty. At a glance, there was a dark fog around the planet. The fog contained a large amount of poison, so much that a mortal would immediately rot and die if they breathed it. Even cultivators would frown upon facing this poison. There wasn't any spiritual energy here. As a result, no cultivator would come here. Not even poison cultivators would come, because the poison here wasn't that strong. The reason it would cause cultivators to frown was not the poison but the stench coming from all the rotting corpses. This abandoned planet was very ugly and also filled with a stench. Although almost everything here was different from the planet Wang Lin saw in the reincarnation cycles, The aura was exactly the same. This aura was the soul of this planet. Back then, the soul had just been born, and now its soul was near death, but Wang Lin could still recognize it. When Wang Lin saw this planet, he rushed forward and broke through the weak atmosphere. He landed on a continent on the planet. The moment Wang Lin arrived, the fog around the planet was pushed away as if a violent wind had swept by. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing everything on the planet. Wang Lin didn't hesitate when he entered the planet. After the wind swept away the fog, Wang Lin appeared above the sea. The Black Sea didn't have any waves, as if it was dead. The foul stench was even stronger, but Wang Lin didn't mind at all. He rushed into the Black Sea below. With a thunderous bang, a giant vortex appeared in the Black Sea as Wang Lin charged in. The vortex extended until it reached the seafloor. The vortex grew larger until the black silt below was revealed. The silt had been condensing for countless years and had never been exposed to the sky. At this moment, the silt was also pushed aside until the real seabed appeared. This seabed was not flat but covered in countless small mountains. This is the place. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and he charged forward. He ignored the foul stench and charged straight down. At the bottom of the sea, there was a cave that had appeared countless years ago. This cave was covered in brown dirt. This dirt was soil that had collapsed into the cave after the countless earthquakes over the years. Buried deep inside the dirt was half a compass. A gentle wind blew through the cave and pushed the dirt that hadn't moved for countless years to the side, revealing a corner of the buried compass. At the same time, a powerful palm grabbed the corner of the compass and pulled it out from the dirt. Wang Lin's eyes landed on the compass in his hand and shined brightly. Which of us is faster? In the summoned river, after Wang Lin's avatar closed his eyes, his face changed rapidly. In an instant, he no longer looked like Wang Lin but the white-haired all-seer. This kind of possession was like devouring, but it was different from the direct devouring he used to do. This devour was crucial, so he had chosen to devour from the inside to make sure there was no chance of a mistake. Although his eyes were closed, his body was rapidly fusing. This fusion was his slumber, and once the fusion was complete, he would awaken. This was his 99th awakening. After he awakened, he could find the other cluster of fog that was separated from him. Once he fused with it, he could take back control of fate itself. At that time, he would become an extraordinary heavenly Tao. He would have his own mind and wisdom that were beyond that of many others. He also knew spells and he could grow without others feeding him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that once he took control of fate, the countless lives that had been born in the cave world would be controlled by him. If life was manipulated by a heavenly Tao without its own consciousness, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. However, if that heavenly Tao had its own consciousness, it would be terrifying. As long as he wanted to, he could even devour everything that came from the heavenly Tao. At that time, whatever was left had to be something that wasn't born here. They had to be the 3 souls and 7 fragments, and the people of the immortal astral continent. In a short period of time, more than half of the fusion was complete. After a few breaths, the fusion was complete and the all-seer opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he revealed a smile. He raised his head and laughed. 99 awakenings. This old man has finally finished his last awakening. Heavenly Tao. This old man is the heavenly Tao. The all-seer stood up and his white hair fluttered. An ancient aura spread out from his body and a fog surrounded him. Wang Lin had seen the fog inside the reincarnation cycles, a form that belonged to the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin, your avatar has been taken. So what if your original body is not dead? This old man doesn't have time to deal with you. The all-seer's expression was fierce. He didn't even look at Tao Master Blue Dream and company. He was about to leave. However, just as he was about to move, a ray of blue light flashed before him. Tao Master Blue Dream appeared before him, preventing him from moving forward. I promised him that I wouldn't let you leave this place. Qing Lin and Master Hongshan also closed in. The all-seer's eyes lit up and he waved his sleeve. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The world trembled as if it were reversing, and endless fog filled the star system, blocking their vision. However, just as the fog appeared and an illusory mouth appeared to devour the three of them, a burst of blue light shined. An extremely powerful aura came from light and collided with the mouth. At the same time, a cold voice filled with killing intent came from the distance. All-Seer, I have brought your original body here. The fog was hit by the blue light and directly collapsed. The illusory mouth disappeared the moment it appeared. The All-Seer's face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked into the distance with eyes filled with shock. Behind Dao Master Blue Dream and company, he saw Wang Lin, who was dressed in white. Closing in, there was half a compass in Wang Lin's right hand. This compass looked very ordinary, without any aura. But when the All-Seer saw it, his heart rumbled and the shock in his eyes turned into unimaginable fear. It's impossible. You can't find my original body. So what if you found my original body? I have awakened 99 times. I'm the heavenly Tao. The All-Seer stared at Wang Lin and pointed at the sky. One body of heaven, all matter in the world, return to me. The All-Seer roared, and the fog around him began to swirl and flew out. Space itself trembled and a giant mouth appeared. This mouth was blurry, but it immediately devoured. However, just as it was about to devour, the large mouth quivered strangely and collapsed. It dissipated from the star system. This caused the All-Seer's expression to change again. Do you really think this is your 99th awakening? Wang Lin stepped closer, his voice cold. The All-Seer silently pondered. Then killing intent appeared in his eyes as he stared at Wang Lin. He charged at Wang Lin without hesitation. My 3,000 avatars have fused. Even if I haven't completely awakened, I have the aura of the heavenly Tao. Before me you are but an ant, you're not seven-colored soul. Even if you have my original body, I can kill you in an instant. The All-Seer turned into a shadow and closed in on Wang Lin. However, at this moment, a flash of blue light appeared before him, and Dao Master Blue Dream walked out. He waved his sleeves and hit the All-Seer. The All-Seer's expression was fierce. The moment Dao Master Blue Dream attacked, he let out a roar. You're also life formed by the heavenly Tao. You dare to block me? The All-Seer didn't care about Dao Master Blue Dream at all. He waved his right hand and collided with Dao Master Blue Dream. A thunderous rumble echoed. Dao Master Blue Dream's expression changed and he retreated a few steps. The All-Seer's expression was gloomy and he didn't retreat at all. He moved even faster toward Wang Lin. Now he was less than 100 feet from him. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He looked at the All-Seer with a hint of contempt. As the All-Seer closed in, Wang Lin spoke softly. My body still belongs to me. Let the Tao dissipate. The All-Seer, who was 90 feet from Wang Lin, trembled and a rune flashed on his chest. Ripples spread out from the rune and soon covered the All-Seer's entire body. Amidst these ripples, all the comprehension of Tao inside the body he had taken from Wang Lin dissipated. Without the comprehension of Tao, there would no longer be any essences. The fire essence in his left eye collapsed and the thunder essence in his right eye shattered. Between his eyebrows, the slaughter, life and death, karma, and true and false essences all dissipated. Even the restriction essence in the blood veins in his eyes dissipated. One short instant later, no trace of any essence remained in the body the All-Seer had taken from Wang Lin. All 7 essences had disappeared into the void. The body could be considered a bucket and the water inside was the essence. Tao comprehension was what made the bucket strong so there would be no leaks. Now all the water had leaked out from the bucket. The All-Seer was startled and horror appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect something like this to happen. Something like this had never happened before in his previous awakenings. Wang Lin calmly looked at the All-Seer and slowly said, Let the origin soul scatter. As Wang Lin spoke, his avatar's origin soul, which had fused with the All-Seer's 3,000 souls, became dim and dissipated. A cultivator without an origin soul was the same as a mortal. How could the body of a mortal withstand the occupation and fusion of the All-Seer's 3,000 souls? After Wang Lin's avatar's origin soul dissipated, popping sounds came from the All-Seer's body. His body trembled and began to show signs of collapse. The horror in the All-Seer's eyes had reached its limit. He had schemed against the heavens, schemed against the earth, and even schemed against time. However, he was wrong for a second time against Wang Lin. He didn't expect Wang Lin to find his original body, and he didn't think Wang Lin could still control his avatar. This was impossible in his mind. He had already completely taken over this body and become an independent existence. Even now, he still didn't understand why this had happened. Why could Wang Lin still control this body? Why could Wang Lin make the Tao dissipate and origin soul scatter? While the All-Seer was filled with fear and confusion, he heard Wang Lin's third sentence. Let the soul die. After this, the All-Seer's body trembled violently. He felt Wang Lin's soul, the one that had fused with this 3,000 souls, suddenly dissipate. The 3,000 souls fusion was perfect and could not be separated. However, when Wang Lin's soul dissipated, the perfection was broken. The All-Seer's body collapsed and the remaining 2,999 souls erupted forth. It's impossible. Impossible. Why is this so? You can still control this body. This doesn't align with the rules of this world. This doesn't follow the law of this world. I'm the heavenly Tao. I set the rules. All the bodies I take over belong to me. I know your memories. Even if you use the 3 life spell, you shouldn't be able to do this. Even if you were to die 1,000 times, I still won't die. You? Who are you? The 2,999 souls that had scattered turned into a fuzzy fog. This contained all the lives the All-Seer devoured in his more than 90 awakenings. They were all roaring the same time. Who the hell are you? You are not 7 colors, 3 souls, or 7 fragments. You are just a mortal created from my cave. You can't do this. I refuse to believe this. You are just part of the heavenly Tao, but I'm the master of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin looked at the 2,999 souls that were roaring at the same time. These souls were filled with madness and confusion along with pain and disbelief. After he said this, Wang Lin lifted his left hand and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. The ancient god stars disappeared and were replaced by a vortex. This vortex gave off an ancient aura, and after moving his hand away from it, a ray of light shot out. The light instantly expanded to become a giant beast. Nether beast. When the nether beast appeared, it looked sluggish. Only a few people were around, so there was less chance of it being afraid. It looked around and then saw the fog created by the All-Seer's 2,999 souls. It seemed attracted to the fog and unknowingly opened its mouth. Saliva seemed to flow out as it pondered. These souls looked very delicious. Heavenly Tao's master? Nether beast. This the nether beast. Could this beast have been formed by the other cluster of fog that separated from me? All of the All-Seer's souls looked at the nether beast in shock. He naturally knew of the nether beast, but his body had been split apart by Lien Daofei, who had detonated his own origin soul. Over the countless years, he had lost connection with his other half. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this method of 99 awakenings to regain control of reincarnation and find the other part of his body. The game is over, All-Seer. Wang Lin spoke slowly. Then he raised his right hand that held the half-compass. He threw the compass directly into the nether beast's mouth. All of the All-Seer's souls trembled and screamed. They desperately scattered and fled in 2,999 different directions. Tao Master Blue Dream and company wanted to pursue but were stopped by Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the nether beast chewing with its giant mouth in a daze. After a long time, the confusion disappeared and was replaced with a ruthless expression. Devour them. From now on, you will be complete. Wang Lin looked tired and sat down on the back of the nether beast. The nether beast suddenly opened its mouth and charged forward. The moment it opened its mouth, the 2,999 souls were shrouded in a suction force. They all screamed as they were sucked into the nether beast's giant mouth. Senior Blue Dream, Qing Lin and Senior Hong Shan, I need to reform my cultivator avatar, so I won't return to the celestial realm with you all. Once I resolve my affair, I'll meet you guys at the celestial realm. Tell senior brother Qing Shui that it's best not to go out during this time, and that I'll need his help once I return. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the three of them, looking even more tired. He sat on the back of the nether beast and slowly disappeared into the distance. The nether beast's eyes were completely ruthless. It was the same gaze it had when it devoured Lien Daofei. It was extremely terrifying. With the nether beast present, Wang Lin no longer feared anyone in the cave world. It wasn't until this moment that he obtained the qualification to vie for supremacy. Wang Lin was very tired on the back of the nether beast. If the entire nether beast was spread out, it would be very large, but right now it had shrunken a lot and was only about 10,000 feet wide. Nevertheless, as it moved forward, it gave off a huge pressure to anyone who saw it. This pressure came from the nether beast's body and from its cold and ruthless gaze. This ruthlessness stemmed from its indifference to life and death, reincarnation, time and all life. It seemed as if no life mattered before the nether beast. It was the heavenly Tao, everything in the cave world came from it. Whether it was cultivators or fierce beasts, they were nothing to it. Similarly, this pressure came from Wang Lin, who was sitting on the back of the nether beast. Although he was only quietly sitting there, the aura he gave off was like that of a celestial god. Wang Lin had the ancient Tao bloodline. This bloodline was noble enough to compete with the madman's bloodline. Even though he was still someone from the cave world, his bloodline allowed him to look down upon most people even on the immortal astral continent. The nether beast moved silently. More accurately, it wasn't moving at all, it was the world that was moving. It could go anywhere it wanted in an instant because everything here belonged to it. As Wang Lin calmly sat there, his right hand calmly tuffed the nether beast. Scenes of his encounter with the All-Seer flashed through his mind. I didn't expect the nether beast I captured to be part of the heavenly Tao. The All-Seer was also part of the heavenly Tao. No wonder he believed in heavenly fate. The heavenly fate he believed in was, in fact, himself. Wang Lin looked at the nether beast below him profoundly and felt emotional. The fragment that came from the immemorial god realm the seven-colored celestial sovereign obtained was used for storage. Inside he found the heavenly Tao. It seems like he found the heaven-defying bead inside as well. That's why that compass exists. Everyone is searching for this heavenly Tao. Seven-colored Taoist, Old Ghost John, and the rest are all looking for the third soul. Aside from fusing with it, they all probably have plans for the heavenly Tao, and to obtain the fragment the seven-colored celestial sovereign obtained. By chance, I became the master of the heavenly Tao. From now on, I'm the master of the heavenly Tao. I don't know about the immortal astral continent, but inside the cave world, no one can steal it from me. This heavenly Tao should be complete. It could even devour Lien Daofei back then. I want to see who will dare to provoke me and become the first of my enemies to be devoured by the heavenly Tao after countless years. A powerful sense of confidence arose within Wang Lin's body. He looked into the distance and his eyes shined brightly. He didn't spread out his divine sense. He just allowed the nether beast to wander among the stars. He closed his eyes and his hands formed a seal. After adjusting himself a bit, he opened his eyes and bit the tip of the tongue to spit out blood. This mouthful of blood was blood red and floated before him, keeping pace with the nether beast below him. The blood moved and gave off a dazzling light. Bursts of fragrance spread out. Since the avatar dissipated, I'll form another one. This avatar will contain my blood as its core and walk the path of the Grand Tao. Wang Lin muttered as he pointed at the blood. With this point of his finger, the blood moved even faster. It rapidly expanded and turned into the shape of a person. However, it still looked like a person made out of blood. My blood contains the ancient Tao power, and in order to make this avatar, I need to extract the ancient Tao power. This matter is not difficult. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the stars between his eyebrows and in his eyes appeared. They began to rotate, creating a suction force. The blood person began to distort as strands of smoke were pulled out and absorbed by Wang Lin's stars. This process was very fast. After only half an incense stick of time, all of the ancient Tao aura was extracted. The blood person now had no ancient Tao aura at all left. As the ancient Tao aura was extracted, the blood person shined brightly. Slowly, the blood color changed and soon an avatar that looked exactly like Wang Lin appeared. This avatar was like a newborn baby. Although it looked like an adult, it had no soul. It was just a body. Soul, form. Wang Lin pointed to between his eyebrows and a part of his soul split off. It came out of his orifices and slowly entered the avatar. Once that sliver of soul entered the avatar, Wang Lin felt like he and the avatar had mixed like water. There was no difference between them. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked even more tired. He slowly closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. The moment his original body closed his eyes, his avatar's eyes opened and shined brightly. He calmly looked at his newly formed avatar and pointed at the sky. The fire essence I comprehended that was dispersed into the void. Return. The moment he spoke, fire seeds began to appear around the nether beast. More and more fire seeds appeared. From a distance, it looked like the star system was burning. A sea of fire ranged across the stars. The sea of fire turned into a ring and swirled around Wang Lin. Endless fire gathered from across the star system, looking like a large wave that was constantly swirling. When all the fire closed in on Wang Lin, his left eye seemed to turn into a black hole that devoured fire. The sea of fire rushed into his left eye. In an instant, the sea of fire disappeared and the mark of the fire essence appeared in Wang Lin's left eye. The thunder essence that entered the void. As the Lord of Thunder, I summon you to return to me. Wang Lin spoke softly and then waved his right hand. With this wave, the star system trembled and countless ripples spread in all directions. A muffled rumble came from the distance and soon grew louder. This rumble came from all directions, and in just a few moments, it replaced all other sounds. The deafening rumble continued as endless thunder appeared over the horizon, all rushing toward Wang Lin. In an instant, all the thunder condensed in Wang Lin's right eye. Bolts of thunder rushed into his eyes and every bolt caused thunder to arc around him. The thunderbolts seemed to be cheering in joy due to returning to their master. Soon, all the thunder dissipated before Wang Lin's right eye. The mark of the eternal thunder suddenly appeared in his right eye. Two essences, fire in his left eye and thunder in his right eye. The ethereal essences I comprehended in my dream Tao. They contain the domains and grand Taos I achieved in my life. Although they all have dissipated, I can still summon them back. The first ethereal essence to return will be life and death. Wang Lin murmured and then opened his hands. My left hand is life and my right hand is death. As time passes, my Tao heart remains unchanged. Wang Lin's left hand gave off strands of white gas that eventually surrounded it. They gave off a soft, white glow. This was life force, Wang Lin's life force and a part of his comprehension of life and death that he had gained over the past 2,000 years. At the same time, black gas surrounded his right hand, forming a ball of black light. This black gas was filled with death and decay. It seemed like it could extract the souls from the underworld. When the white and black auras appeared, they moved up his arms until they gathered between his eyebrows. They fused together and rotated like the yin and yang symbol. The life and death essence had returned. The aura inside Wang Lin's body suddenly erupted. The second to return will be the true and false essence. True and false, false and true, thus is life. Wang Lin silently pondered, feeling emotional about the matter with all-seer. After he spoke, his body immediately turned illusory as if he was unreal. In particular, his eyes were like the stars. If someone looked at his eyes, they would enter a state of confusion. I close my eyes and everything is false. I open my eyes and everything is true. Wang Lin murmured before closing his eyes. The heavens and earth all dissipated. The cave world, the third soul, and even the nether beast no longer existed. At this moment, everything was an illusion to Wang Lin. The moment he opened his eyes, the true and false essence gathered. While Wang Lin was reforming his cultivator avatar's essences, the nether beast below him was slowly drifting. It had left the summoned river and arrived in the cloud sea. At this moment in the cloud sea, there was a group of people moving through the star system. These people were being led by 4 old men, and there were more than 100 of them. As they flew through the star system, ripples echoed. They gave off an extremely powerful aura, with the 4 leading being the strongest. They were using some unknown spell that actually connected their divine senses together. At this moment, there was a giant gourd above their heads. The gourd was completely green and contained marks left by time. There was a cluster of green fog inside the gourd that seemed to be guiding them. The 4 old men would stop moving after flying for a while. They would bow at the gourd and their fused divine senses would fly out as if they were communicating with the gourd. These 4 old men were the 4 generals of the ancient celestial realm. Behind these celestials was old Ghost John in a Taoist robe. He didn't care about the celestials before him, and they don't seem to care about his existence either. After devouring the All-Seer, the nether beast became the heavenly Tao. If it didn't want other to detect its aura, it would be very difficult to find. If it was outside the cave world, the heavenly Tao would have some flaws, but inside the cave world it was absolute. Back then, not even Lien Daofei was able to detect the heavenly Tao before he was devoured. Although the nether beast had been in the cloud sea all along, not even old Ghost John had noticed it. As for the 4 generals, they also didn't notice. Their divine senses were powerful enough to cover the entire cloud sea, but they couldn't see the nether beast. They didn't even notice Wang Lin, who was sitting on the back of the nether beast. This was why the All-Seer was able to stay in the summoned river for hundreds of years while remaining undetected. Wang Lin's original body was sitting on the back of the nether beast and his avatar was condensing his essences on the side. The ripples that were spreading across the cloud sea could not be hidden and were detected by the 4 generals and other celestials. However, no matter how they searched with their divine senses, they could not find anything. In their divine senses, the nether beast didn't exist. It was just calm space. Old Ghost John, who was following them, also frowned as he looked into the distance. He frowned but still found nothing in the end. This is a bit strange. Old Ghost John's eyes lit up and he began to ponder. Wang Lin didn't know all of this. His original body was sleeping to recover and his avatar was reforming his essences. After the true and false essence appeared, Wang Lin raised his right hand and slowly opened his palm. The 3rd ethereal essence is the karma essence. Palm open is karmic cause and palm closed is karmic effect. The karma essence gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. The invisible force condensed in his right palm. After this, the slaughter and restriction essences were summoned back and recondensed by Wang Lin. The 7 essences slowly cycled inside Wang Lin's body. As his essences moved, his original soul slowly appeared from his essences. This allowed Wang Lin to slowly return back to the way he was before his avatar collapsed. The only difference was that there was no All-Seer avatar soul. The moment Wang Lin's avatar recovered completely, his original body opened his eyes and looked at his avatar. After a moment, his avatar and original body overlapped to become one. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he moved his body. After finding no discomfort, he looked into the distance. Since I am qualified to vie for supremacy, then I need to take a trip to planet 5 elements. There are too many secrets there, and the last force in the cave world is hidden there. This force is clearly holding the idea of benefiting at the end, similar to the All-Seer. Since you all like to hide in the dark, then let me force you out to the open and let you know that this cave world does not belong to any of you outsiders. After forcing the last hidden force to come out, the competition for the 3rd soul will officially begin. From Wang Lin's point of view, the All-Seer was a nail that had to be removed. Otherwise, there would be too many unforeseen variables in the future. One of those could be fatal. This was indeed the truth. Now that the All-Seer had been destroyed by Wang Lin, what remained was the 2nd nail. The Celestials from the Guei sect. These outsiders were the 2nd nail. He was going to expose them to the light. This was also a game for supremacy. This was how Wang Lin saw it. It all depended on who could find the third soul first. As Wang Lin pondered, the nether beast below him slowly moved forward and soon arrived in the depths of the cloud sea. Under Wang Lin's command, the nether beast closed its terrifying eyes and was about to move to the brilliant void. However, just at this moment Wang Lin exclaimed softly. He looked into the distance and his eyes lit up. Shortly after, more than 100 rays of light appeared in the distance. They were heading toward Wang Lin. The four people in front had a gourd above their heads. The gourd gave off a green gas that was like a storm. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he sat on the back of the nether beast. He coldly looked at those rays of lights closing in, but he didn't pay them any attention. Wang Lin! The more than 100 rays of light suddenly stopped. A shocked voice came from the four old men leading them. The person that spoke was the Azure Dragon General. He stared at Wang Lin, especially at the nether beast below Wang Lin. The Azure Dragon General's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What kind of beast is this? He didn't know it was the nether beast and didn't know it was the heavenly Tao. After all, aside from the seven-colored celestial sovereign, no one had seen the true body of the heavenly Tao. They only knew it was a mass of fog. Vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger were all shocked. Their gazes locked on to the nether beast below Wang Lin. The reason they were shocked was because their divine senses had been spread out this whole time, but they hadn't noticed Wang Lin at all. If it wasn't for the fact that they could see him with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe Wang Lin was here. Even now, they were only seeing the Comstar system with their divine senses. It was as if Wang Lin and the beast below him didn't exist at all. How could the four of them not be alarmed? The four of them looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Old Ghost John was even more shocked, and his pupils shrank. He didn't notice any danger from Wang Lin, but the beast below Wang Lin gave him a clear sense of danger. What are you calling me for? Wang Lin was very calm as he looked at the more than 100 celestials. None of them were a threat, only the four generals were worth looking at. After his gaze swept by, he noticed the giant gourd that was floating above the four generals. The gourd gave off strands of celestial energy. It was extraordinary. The Azure Dragon General suppressed the shock in his heart. His eyes lit up and he slowly said, "We haven't seen fellow cultivator Wang since we parted. Now that we meet today, I wonder where fellow cultivator is going." The brilliant void. Wang Lin didn't waste time. After he said these two words, the nether beast below him silently floated forward. He didn't have time to bother with these people. Neither the four generals nor old Ghost John were enough to make Wang Lin stop. However, although he wanted to leave, the others won't let him. The four generals looked at each other and all looked at the nether beast below Wang Lin. Their eyes revealed a strange light. The Azure Dragon General moved before Wang Lin and slowly said, "Why is fellow cultivator Wang Lin leaving so anxiously? We had an agreement before, and after we arrived, we didn't cause trouble for your celestial realm or kill anyone in the cave world. Now fellow cultivator is in such a rush to leave. Could there be some urgent matter?" Wang Lin frowned. He coldly stared at the other and after a long time he calmly said two words. "Make way." "Fellow cultivator Wang, please don't be angry. We mean no malice. We just find this beast extremely strange. It can actually avoid all divine sense. I wonder, where did fellow cultivator find this beast?" The white tiger general smiled and stepped forward. He stood on the right of Wang Lin. At the same time, the black tortoise also stepped forward and appeared on Wang Lin's left. The vermilion bird general hesitated for a bit, but still decided to seal Wang Lin's rear path. Shortly after, the more than 100 ancient celestials silently closed in and surrounded Wang Lin and the nether beast. "Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, I have completely abided to our deal, so there is no need to harm our relationship. Otherwise, something might happen to your little celestial realm." The black tortoise general spoke, his words gloomy. Wang Lin looked at the celestials that had surrounded him, but his eyes remained calm. "Fellow cultivator Wang, you have the Li Guang Bao, so we don't want to be enemies with you. You just need to tell me where you obtained that beast. Azure Dragon General stared at the nether beast. Greed was hidden in his eyes. I believe fellow cultivator Jean is interested in the origin of this beast. Black Tortoise General was the most cunning. At this moment, he glanced back at Old Ghost John, who was floating alone in the distance. Old Ghost John slowly revealed a smile. Given his age, he was definitely even more cunning. The reason the four generals had dared to stop Wang Lin was because he was still following them. When he was young, he often borrowed the power of others to put pressure on someone else. He was also interested in this beast, so after pondering for a bit, he nodded. I'm indeed interested in this beast. If you are willing to part with it, I can promise you one thing. Fellow cultivator, for just a fierce beast, you will waste several shots from the Li Guang Bao. It is not worth it. Besides, how many shots do you have left? Can you now tell us where you found this beast? And if you can, lend this beast to this old man. If you lend me this beast, this old man will immediately let you go. Even if you don't let me borrow it, since we are all friends, I naturally won't block you. However, there might be some issue with our cooperation from before. There aren't many cultivators left in the cave world. The Azure Dragon General slowly said, smiling. Instead of looking for the third soul, you come to find trouble with me. It seems the pain from before was not deep enough. Fine. Today I'll let you feel pain. Enough pain that it will be imprinted in your bones. Wang Lin's expression was flat as he stood up. His left hand reached toward the void and the heaven-splitting axe appeared. As he spoke, the expression of the four generals changed. Even Old Ghost John's expression became serious as he stared at Wang Lin. This was the first time Wang Lin had spoken of the third soul everyone was thinking of. The four generals had never mentioned this to Wang Lin before. To them, this was the top secret in the cave world, something that very few people in the cave world knew. However, before they could recover from the shock of Wang Lin's words, the heaven-splitting axe in Wang Lin's hand rapidly expanded. The ancient Tao aura inside Wang Lin erupted. The ancient god's heaven-splitting axe was injected with Wang Lin's ancient Tao power. In this world, there was no one else who was more suited to wield this axe. Wang Lin grabbed the axe and chopped down without hesitation. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the axe descended, the star system rumbled and the ancient Tao shadow appeared. The shadow also held the axe and chopped down with Wang Lin. The Azure Dragon General was the closest. In an instant, his celestial bloodline appeared and the shadow of an azure dragon appeared around him. He charged at the axe. At the same time, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger all roared. Three large shadows appeared around Wang Lin. The giant White Tiger, the fire-like Vermilion Bird, and the huge, earth-like Black Tortoise rushed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He was going to make these ancient celestials feel pain and learn this lesson. He didn't dodge, but his ancient Tao power filled his body to form the immortal ancient body. As his body continued to recover, the axe in Wang Lin's left hand landed, creating a huge rift. The Azure Dragon struggled before it suddenly exploded. The Azure Dragon General appeared and charged at Wang Lin. The four of them joined forces and their spells landed on Wang Lin at the same time. Wang Lin's left hand raised the axe up again. He swept around and a thunderous rumble echoed. The powerful axe energy collided with their spells, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed the over 100 surrounding celestials back. At the same time, the spells of the four generals penetrated the axe energy and landed on Wang Lin. This resulted in thunderous rumble so loud, it was as if the star system was going to collapse. The four generals retreated, their expressions revealing killing intent. Wang Lin was still standing on the nether beast's body, using the immortal ancient body to resist their joint attack by force. Your cultivations haven't recovered completely, only at the late stage of arcane void. With such low cultivation levels, you can't injure my body. Wang Lin stepped forward and moved extremely fast. He arrived behind a celestial and his right hand clawed forward. The power of heaven ripping appeared. Wang Lin's right arm was Yi Mo's arm. The celestial couldn't resist the tearing force at all, and his body directly collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. Even the two celestials behind him couldn't escape the tearing force. Their bodies collapsed and their origin souls were torn apart. Wang Lin's body flickered and entered a rift as the four generals closed in. He appeared inside a group of celestials not far away. Heaven ripping. When Wang Lin appeared, he mercilessly used heaven ripping. As miserable screams echoed, the 7 or 8 celestials collapsed. The four generals all roared and spells filled the star system, rushing toward Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin resisted them with his immortal ancient body and appeared before another group of celestials. The celestials were filled with terror and felt intense pain inside their bodies. They were unable to dodge or resist before being ripped apart. Wang Lin, I'm going to slaughter your celestial realm. The Azure Dragon General roared, his eyes filled with anger. However, even more so, he was filled with disbelief about Wang Lin's methods and powerful physical body. Looks like the lesson in blood isn't enough. Wang Lin stepped back and stood on top of the nether beast. Just as old Ghost John was about to close in, Wang Lin shook the blood off his right hand and patted the nether beast. Devour these people. When Wang Lin said this, old Ghost John suddenly stopped, and at the same time, the nether beast's eyes opened up. The ruthlessness and indifference in those eyes shocked everyone here. It was also at this moment that the Azure Dragon General's mind rumbled. This kind of gaze was very rare, and he had only seen it once in his life. A very long time ago. He saw that the fog that had devoured Lien Daofei had the same gaze. This. Just as all four generals started feeling terror, the nether beast followed Wang Lin's order and opened its mouth to devour. If the stars were the world, then the world changed colors. If the dust were wind, then the dust scattered. Endless fogs suddenly appeared in the star system, giving off an ancient aura that everyone could feel. It was also at this time that a powerful suction force appeared. The remaining 70 or 80 celestials around the four generals turned pale as they were pulled in by the suction force. Screams of fear echoed as all of them were devoured by the nether beast. All of this happened in an instant. It was too fast for people to react. They only felt fog surround the area, and then miserable screams echoed. Once everything was over, the star system was still the same star system and no fog remained, as if it had never been there in the first place. However, aside from Wang Lin, only 5 people remained. Will you remember the pain this time? Wang Lin was still sitting on the back of the nether beast and hadn't moved this entire time. His voice wasn't loud, but when it entered the ears of the 5 remaining people, including old Ghost John, their hearts trembled. Heavenly Tao. This is the Heavenly Tao. The Azure Dragon General trembled and his eyes were filled with fear as if a tide was drowning him. He had never been this afraid before, not even when he saw Wang Lin draw the Li Guang Bao. The Heavenly Tao is actually with you. This. The most cunning black tortoise was also shaken, and the fear in his eyes was no weaker than the Azure Dragon's. He felt that suction force from before was enough to completely drown him. In his mind, what appeared wasn't only fear and terror, but despair. In his eyes, Wang Lin had become a terrifying existence. The White Tiger General and Vermilion Bird General remained startled, as if someone had used the stop spell on them. I actually had my eyes on the Heavenly Tao. No wonder I couldn't detect its aura. No wonder. Old Ghost John's pupils shrank, revealing unimaginable shock. The 7-colored soul inside him raged and took control of his body. His face was distorted and he rushed toward Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin with dread in his eyes. If it wasn't inside the cave world, it would not be afraid of the Heavenly Tao, but inside here it was different. The Heavenly Tao was everything here. Controlling the Heavenly Tao meant controlling everything here. However, even so, the Heavenly Tao's devour had its limit. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been split by Lien Daofei's self-destruction. Old Ghost John had his own method of dealing with it, but he was thinking of another problem. You found the 3rd soul. Old Ghost John's voice was filled with bitterness and desolation. However, it was not his voice that had spoken. These words belonged to the seven-colored soul. I didn't find it. Wang Lin shook his head. The nether beast below him coldly looked at the five of them before closing its eyes and drifting away. After he moved past the four generals, they immediately trembled and fled. They no longer dared to block Wang Lin anymore. They watched Wang Lin and the nether beast disappear into the distance and couldn't calm down for a long time. They may have methods to not be afraid of old Ghost John. After all, his body contained the soul of seven-colored celestial sovereign. However, when facing Wang Lin with the heavenly Tao, they could only remain silent. Wang Lin sat on the back of the nether beast as he floated toward brilliant void. Although he looked calm, he sighed in his heart. Could it be that the heavenly Tao is not complete? The four generals were easy, but the nether beast conveyed that it would be very difficult to devour old Ghost John. Also in the brilliant void, there was a ray of seven-colored light. The seven-colored Taoist, holding 9 fist-sized balls of blood, was flying forward. 9 mysterious blood is finally complete. With this secret blood force, I can enter reincarnation and find where the third soul reincarnated to. He should be in brilliant void. On the immortal astral continent, in an area that belonged to the celestials, there was an intersection of mountains. There were many mountains here, and this area was covered in a dense forest, as if it was a wild land. It was night right now, and the starlight scattered across the land. But it wasn't quiet. Roars of fierce beasts would echo from within the forest. A very long time ago there was a celestial sect here. It was called the Seven Tao sect. Ripples echoed in the sky where the moon hanging. The ripples seemed to distort the moon as a figure slowly appeared. It was a young man with black hair. The young man seemed tired as he looked at the earth below. His tired face revealed a smile and was filled with expectation. It seemed that although he had paid a great price to get there, it was all worth it. Child of my ancient Tao clan, I have come to take you home. The road back will be difficult, but I know you won't be afraid. The young man smiled as he walked forward. The brilliant void had existed for countless years. As for how long it had existed, no one knew. Maybe the original owner of the cave, the seven-colored celestial sovereign, knew. From the moment Wang Lin was born to now, it had been more than 2,000 years, and the brilliant void had experienced 2 wars. The first was the war against all heaven. There were many deaths and it was complete chaos. However, compared to the second war, the first war was nothing. It was the war between the inner and outer realms. The brilliant void had become a desolate ruin. Whether it was cultivators or mortals, they let out howls of despair. Many planets filled with life collapsed into dust. This star system that was once bright was now silent. The star system was dim due to being covered in dust. There weren't many planets left, but some had managed to remain intact. They either didn't participate in the war or weren't destroyed by others. Within the vast star system, there was a planet like this that was slowly rotating. This planet was green. The lush trees gave the planet a layer of shade. This was a planet filled with spiritual energy. Not even planet Tianyun could compare to it. There were no smaller planets around it, only 5 different colored rings. These 5 rings intersected, looking like a blooming flower. The planet looked very beautiful from a distance. There were many mortals on this planet. There were likely 1 billion mortals there. They lived a happy life not affected by war, which was rare in the brilliant void. It seemed that because the spiritual energy here was so rich, the mortals were rarely sick. Most of them had healthy bodies and were very beautiful. Also, as the generations went on, more mortals that had talent for cultivation appeared. This planet was Planet 5 Element. There was only one sect on Planet 5 Elements, and it was called the Guei sect. The meaning of the sect's name was likely fusing all 5 elements into one. In the brilliant void, Planet 5 Elements was very strange. Although it was in the star system, it was difficult to find. If the Cultivation Alliance didn't know its exact coordinates, it would be difficult to locate it. Even if one used their divine sense, they would just see the void, like with the nether beast. It was because of this that this planet had not been caught in both wars. However, accidents still happen. During the war between the inner and outer realms, a group of outer realm cultivators accidentally entered the planet. They never came out. This was Planet 5 Elements, mysterious and unfathomable. Wang Lin had the location of Planet 5 Elements. Na Duo had given it to him back then and invited him to the planet. Wang Lin was holding the jade, carefully determining its location. Na Duo's invitation was more than 1,000 years ago. A lot can change in 1,000 years. Wang Lin's divine sense withdrew from the jade. The nether beast floated forward. On the way to Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin thought about the past. He had met Na Duo due to a bag of holding and was then hunted by Na Duo. The danger was only resolved once he revealed his G realm. Na Duo has a 5-color G realm. Wang Lin murmured as the nether beast wandered into a very unfamiliar star domain. This star domain was impossible to see with divine sense from the outside, no matter how high your cultivation level was. It was as if this place was separated from the brilliant void. Wang Lin saw Planet 5 Elements, which was like a blooming flower, directly before him. The moment he saw the planet, Wang Lin's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of intoxication. The rings around the planet were very beautiful. Wang Lin had seen a lot of planets, but this was the most beautiful. This planet doesn't belong to the cave world. Wang Lin closed his eyes. He was the master of the heavenly Tao, so he could feel the thoughts of the nether beast below him. The reason this planet could not be detected by divine sense and seemed like it was in a space separate from the brilliant void was because this planet did not belong in the cave world. After coming here, these foreign cultivators used some method I don't know about to bring a planet from the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin closed his eyes and integrated with the heavenly Tao. He then slowly opened his eyes, and they were now filled with clarity. Wang Lin stood up and stepped forward, allowing the nether beast to float there, while he walked toward the dazzling planet. The moment he closed in, the 5 rings around the planet shined brightly and expanded outwards. The 5 rings rotated rapidly, creating a howling sound, and prevented Wang Lin from entering. Wang Lin stopped and looked at the planet inside the rings. After pondering a bit, he spoke slowly. Na Duo, today I came to for our appointment from back then. Wang Lin's voice was calm and spread out in all directions. It entered the planet and spread throughout it like thunder. His voice was like the might of heaven itself. The moment his voice echoed, every living thing on the planet stopped, whether it was the mortals or the cultivators. Even the beasts in the jungle all trembled. Wang Lin's voice echoed in their ears. Wang Lin still calmly stood outside the rings, waiting for a reply. After a long time, a hoarse voice came from the planet. This voice revealed shock and horror along with a sense of hidden dread. Elder Na Duo has entered closed-door cultivator and won't come out. We have no way of awakening him. Why are you looking for him? Wang Lin pondered a bit and shook his head. He then softly said, Who are you? This old man is the Guei sect's vice sect master, In Dongshin. When the sect master and elders are in closed-door cultivation, I'm responsible for all matters. I know who you are, but Elder Na Duo can't come out, so please leave. The voice was very cautious, and it had only spoken a long time after Wang Lin spoke. Wang Lin's gaze penetrated the 5 rings and faintly saw the planet. After a long time he spoke calmly. He knows I'm coming. With that, Wang Lin stepped toward the rapidly rotating 5 rings. As Wang Lin stepped forward, the hoarse voice became sharp and was filled with fear. Sir's identity is noble, but my Planet 5 Elements is not something you can enter as you wish. If you try to break through, this old man will activate the 5-element formation. The formation is ruthless. Before the hoarse voice finished, an overbearing divine sense spread out and interrupted him. This divine sense was extremely arrogant. If you can break through the 5-element formation, you can enter my Planet 5 Elements. What's with all this nonsense? If you dare to break through, come in. If you don't dare, then scram. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't care about the voice at all. He kept his pace and continued to walk forward. When he touched the intersecting rings, popping sounds echoed around him. The sound was intense. It sounded as if countless spells were attacking Wang Lin at once. These spells came from the 5 rings and contained the power of the 5 elements. Sometimes it was fire, sometimes it was water, sometimes it was metal, sometimes it was earth, and sometimes it was wood. Wang Lin stepped into the formation. On the eastern part of the planet, there were 9 towering mountains that formed a ring. This was the location of the Guei sect. The 9 peaks pierced through the sky like 9 swords that pierced the heavens. A powerful killing intent spread out for more than 1 million kilometers. Within these 1 million kilometers, there were no mortals or living creatures. The ground was completely black. There was a huge tower being surrounded by the 9 mountains. This tower was higher than the mountains, and it had 99 floors. This tower was the Guei sect. The entire Guei sect existed in this huge tower. This was completely different from all the other sects in the cave world. At this moment, rays of light flew out from floor 30 and below and gathered around. Each ray of light was a cultivator, and their cultivation levels varied. Most of them were first-step cultivators, and not many were second-step cultivators. At this moment, these cultivators all looked up at the sky with disdain in their eyes. Just after they flew out from the lower 30 floors, nearly 100 cultivators flew out from the mid-30 floors. These cultivators were mostly old people, and most of them were at the second step. They looked calm as they occupied 4 of the 9 peaks. They all looked up at the sky. Their eyes were also filled with disdain. They don't believe anyone could easily walk out of the Guei sect's planet guardian formation. At the top 10 floors of the tower sat 4 people. One of them was wearing a black robe and had a mole under his right eye. He looked extremely arrogant and let out a cold snort. So what if he is Wang Lin? Aside from 7-colored soul, there is no one else we need to fear in the cave world. Even if I were to enter the 5-element formation, I would only last for 1 incense stick of time and would be stopped at the fire trial. Even though his cultivation level is higher than mine, it is impossible for him to pass all 5 trials. Beside the old man was a middle-aged woman. Her expression was vicious as she let out a sharp laugh. I hope he can pass through all 5 trials and activate the full formation and trigger the 9-cycle 5 elements. I want to see how many cycles he can last. Among the 4 of them, there was an old man in a Taoist robe. His face had brown spots, and after hesitating for a bit, he spoke with a hoarse voice. This matter, should we tell Elder Na Duo? He was the one that dreaded Wang Lin a lot in Dongshan. The last to speak was the middle-aged man. He frowned and slowly said, I also suggest not to provoke this Wang Lin before informing Elder Na Duo. He is very famous and since came to visit When has our Guei sect ever been afraid of anyone? Even if this Wang Lin is famous, so what? Even if he was a dragon, he would still have to lie down before us. The middle-aged woman shrieked. The black-robed old man waved his sleeve and coldly said, No need to argue, this old man has made up his mind. Also, it doesn't mean Elder Na Duo is unaware of this. Since he didn't come out, let's see what kind of 3-headed, 6-armed demon this Wang Lin is. As he waved his sleeve, the space between the 4 of them distorted and a mirror appeared. The mirror revealed Wang Lin, who was walking toward the intersecting 5 rings. At the same time, 2 people were sitting in the 9th floor. Both of them were middle-aged and one of them wore a 5-colored robe. He calmly looked at the sky outside the tower with a mysterious light in his eyes. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize this person as Na Duo. The years left no trace on Na Duo's body. He still looked the same as before. Looking at the sky, Na Duo revealed a smile. Back then, he was only a mere nascent soul cultivator. After just 1,000 years, he has grown to such heights. Even I'm not his match. I'm also not his match, but so what? We are, after all, just their descendants. Just guarding this place is enough. The middle-aged man sitting opposite of Na Duo was dressed in purple. He was very handsome, and after hearing Na Duo's words, he laughed. If a real enemy came, there would be no need for us to act. Any one of the ancestors above can awaken and resolve everything. However, do you think this Wang Lin can walk out of the 5-element formation? He should be able to walk out from the 5-element formation, But as for the 9 cycles, he should not walk past the 3rd cycle. That formation was set by the 9 ancestors long ago, but even after countless years have passed, it is not something ordinary people can break. I know a bit about this Wang Lin. He is only at the mid-stage of spirit void. Na Duo smiled. The middle-aged man also smiled. He looked outside the tower and slowly said, "Let us watch this like a play." Inside the 5 rings, Wang Lin calmly walked forward. The rings let out thunderous howls. But none of this was able to hurt Wang Lin at all. His ancient Tao body was very strong. Not something these mere spells could injure. The 5 elements continued to appear. Sometimes it was monstrous fire, sometimes it was a sandstorm, sometimes the angry sea covered the sky, sometimes thousands of pieces of metal howled, and sometimes trees came crashing down. Wang Lin didn't stop walking at all. He had come to planet 5 elements fully prepared. Even if this place was the tiger's den, he was still going to try to break through. The second variable aside from the all-seer was hidden here. Wang Lin didn't know how much force was hidden here, and was thus at an extreme disadvantage at finding the 3rd soul. The purpose of him coming here was to unveil the variable here. He wanted to know exactly how powerful the force hiding here was. Only by doing this could Wang Lin rest assured. He wasn't arrogant enough to crush this force himself. But he was confident that if he wanted to leave, no one would dare to stop him. If he didn't have this self-confidence, he wouldn't have come here by himself. As he stepped forward, the 5 element spells continued to collapse around Wang Lin. After taking 14 steps, Wang Lin entered the inner part of where the 5 rings intersected. The light here was bright and dazzling. The 5 elements around Wang Lin suddenly changed. All of the elements around him turned into earth element. Everything he had seen before was just the outer layer. What Wang Lin was facing now was the real first formation of the 5 element formation, the Great Earth Formation. After Wang Lin entered the 5 rings and the Earth Formation was activated, his vision became blurry. It was as if he had entered another world. This world only had an earth and no sky. Below him was endless earth, and above him was an upside-down earth instead of the sky. Soil particles fell from above like rain. Storms appeared, connecting the 2 earths. It wasn't just one storm, but 9. These 9 storms released endless howls. At the same time, the 9 storms moved extremely fast and instantly closed in. They turned into 9 human faces 10,000 feet away from Wang Lin. These 9 faces were made of mud and sand, and they rushed toward Wang Lin. The earth below Wang Lin trembled and moved like a wave as if there were fierce beasts hidden below. Thunderous rumbles echoed in Wang Lin's ears as he coldly and calmly looked at everything. A mere 5-element spirit, not worthy of being acknowledged. Wang Lin stepped forward and closed in on a face. As it roared, Wang Lin threw a punch at it. The face collapsed with a bang and a large amount of dirt flew by Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly moved and closed in on the second face, throwing another punch. Then Wang Lin took 9 steps and threw 9 punches. All 9 faces collapsed, but at this moment, the strange earth that was hanging in the sky began to move and squeeze down. At the same time, the earth below began to raise. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 2 earths closed in and crushed Wang Lin. Inside the tower, the 4 people saw this in the mirror. When this happened, the black-robed old man began to laugh. How can the earth formation be broken so easily? This Wang Lin seems to be too self-confident. Even though he is at the 3rd step, breaking the earth formation would take some effort. That's right, this just the second change in the earth formation, and there are 7 more. I think that even if this Wang Lin passed the first earth formation, he would be seriously injured. The middle-aged woman spoke with a sharp voice. She stared at Wang Lin with hatred and joy. Wang Lin, you know Situnan? So today you can accept punishment in place of that heartless person. The other 2 people were startled and frowned. They looked at each other and felt like something was wrong. Everything seemed to have gone too well. Just at this moment, the world inside the mirror changed drastically. This change was too sudden, and it interrupted the laughter of the black-robed old man and the middle-aged woman. When the 2 of them saw what happened, their expressions changed. Inside the mirror, The two earths had already closed and Wang Lin was sealed in the middle, with no opening at all. However, at this moment, a very rhythmic rumble came from between the two earths, as if someone was casually punching something. Cracks suddenly appeared on the earth. More and more cracks appeared until the earth suddenly shattered. Wang Lin, looking the same as before, walked out of the collapsed earth. If that was all, it wouldn't be enough to shock the black-robed old man and the middle-aged woman. What shocked them was that Wang Lin waved his hand and used some unknown spell. The earth shattered, flew toward Wang Lin, and condensed in his right hand, turned into a pile of dirt. This small pile of dirt gave off a powerful spirit aura. It was the formation spirit of the earth formation. The four of them silently pondered and the black-robed old man gasped. His eyes filled with fear. He blankly watched as Wang Lin held the handful of dirt and pushed it away. He saw Wang Lin look up at him, and he subconsciously let out a cry. He wasn't the only one. The moment Wang Lin's gaze swept by, the middle-aged woman and the other two felt their scalps tingle. They immediately backed up. He couldn't have found us. We are outside the formation. He actually captured the earth spirit. On the 10th floor, Na Duo's gaze was still locked onto the sky outside the tower, and he gradually frowned. The middle-aged man opposite of Na Duo softly said, "If he had just broken the earth formation, it would have been fine. But he took away the earth spirit. Sure enough, he is deserving of his reputation. He is very strong. No problem, there are still 4 more formations. And after them there are the 9 cycles. I want to see how he will take them." Na Duo's eyes revealed a cold gaze. He and Wang Lin couldn't even be considered friends. At most they were acquaintances, and any relation they had dissipated over the past 1,000 years. At this moment, no one in the cave world noticed that a flash of blood-colored light had appeared in the brilliant void. This blood-colored light turned into a black-haired youth. The young man wore a black robe and looked into the distance. He revealed a happy smile. "He is there. That's fine. I don't know this child's personality, so I might as well follow him and take a look." Inside the 5 intersecting rings, the scene was a complete blur. It was very difficult to see inside from the outside. One could only see the distorted ripples coming from the 5 rings. Wang Lin was deep inside these 5 rings, and he was very calm. In his right hand was a small pile of dirt that was moving. It constantly changed to various different shapes. It tried to break out of Wang Lin's hand, but in the end, Wang Lin clenched his fist. The handful of dirt collapsed and was unable to reform. It dissipated from Wang Lin's palm. The dirt was formed by the earth element and contained a trace of earth essence. Now that Wang Lin had put it away, there were 2 piles of dirt in his storage space. The other had been given to him by the All-Seer. They are worthy of being from the immortal astral continent to put an earth spirit inside this formation. After tens of thousands of years, the spirit might have grown into a 3rd-step earth spirit body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at the 5-element formation with passion in his eyes. Wang Lin became very interested in this formation. "I have the fire essence among the 5 elements. If I can obtain the other 4, my cultivation level will increase greatly. If all 5 elements fuse into one, I wonder if it will give birth to a new essence." Wang Lin smiled as he looked around at the 5-element formation. His smile became even brighter. Wang Lin would not talk about morals with enemies, especially with people not from the cave world. Strength was everything. If the other party had the power to keep Wang Lin here, he would give up. If not, then these people were mere robbers to Wang Lin. Wang Lin would be even more ruthless towards robbers. After taking away the earth spirit, Wang Lin stepped forward. After this step, what appeared before Wang Lin was a world of fire. The sea of fire filled the entire world. Wang Lin saw that the sky was red and the earth was red, and all this red was fire. The sky was burning and the earth was also burning. His vision distorted due to the ripples created by the terrifying heat. There were no signs of life in this heat, only fire. The monstrous fire roared and released popping sounds that entered Wang Lin's ears. However, this had no effect on Wang Lin. In fact, Wang Lin felt more comfortable here than outside. In Planet 5 Elements, in the middle floors, the black-robed man and the middle-aged man's group of 4 had just managed to suppress the horror in their hearts. They stared at the mirror and saw Wang Lin within the fire. Although the power of the fire spirit is similar to the earth spirit, fire itself has the power to burn the body and soul. Although this Wang Lin has taken away the earth spirit, he absolutely won't have an easy time with the fire formation. The black-robed old man naturally didn't know about Wang Lin's fire essence. He seemed to be talking to the 3 people around him or muttering to himself. In truth, it wasn't their fault that they didn't know anything. Planet 5 Elements had been closed off from the outside for a long time. Even Wang Lin's identity and cultivation level were only known due to the outer realm cultivators that had accidentally broken in. They didn't know enough and had only sent a few people out after the fact to investigate a bit more. They had learned more, but they didn't know about Wang Lin's essences. That's right, the earth spirit is gentler and not as fierce as the fire spirit. I'm sure he will be injured by the fire spirit. The middle-aged woman's eyes were vicious. She hated Situ Nan and hated anyone that knew Situ Nan. The other 2 people silently pondered. They looked at the mirror with fear in their eyes. These 2 were still rational and no longer dared to speak. Inside the fire formation, the fire raged. The moment Wang Lin entered, the sea of fire roared and a wave of fire rushed toward him. It closed in on him in an instant and 9 fire cheilants appeared. These fire cheilants were thousands of feet tall and were made of fire. There were also several balls of fire under their feet. These 9 cheilants had fierce expressions and rushed at Wang Lin from 9 different directions. This was a shocking scene. There was also a monstrous wave of fire behind the 9 cheilants, making them look even more fierce. Every cultivator on Planet 5 Elements revealed a cruel smile. Aside from the mirror that the black-robed old man was using to watch, there was also a vortex in the sky. The vortex revealed everything that was happening inside the formation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wang Lin was being viewed by tens of thousands. All the cultivators that had come out of the tower were looking at him. The black-robed old man clenched his fist as he looked at the mirror before him and said, "I want to see how he will resist. This time he will definitely be injured." However, just at this moment, the old man's expression changed greatly. At the same time, the middle-aged woman let out a sharp cry. "It's impossible. He." Shortly after, all the Guei sect cultivators watching the vortex in the sky exclaimed loudly. Inside the fire formation, Wang Lin calmly looked at the 9 fire cheilants charging at him. The cheilants stopped 100 feet away from Wang Lin with doubt in their eyes, and they soon began to shake. They knelt down on the ground and began to whimper. They no longer looked like cheilants but like kittens. They even looked happy, as if they had met their master. Even the fire behind it happily rotated around Wang Lin. The entire fire formation let out a thunderous roar as Wang Lin waved his right hand. Rumbles echoed and all the fire in the world gathered like crazy. In an instant, aside from the 9 cheilants and Wang Lin, all the fire gathered to form a giant tens of thousands of feet tall before Wang Lin. This giant wore a suit of armor made of fire and had a cape of fire. His body gave off a powerful feeling. It was made completely out of fire, even its hair. After the fire giant appeared, it knelt down toward Wang Lin with one knee and its hands on its chest. Its expressionless face revealed a feverish amount of respect. What is the hell is going on? The fire spirit, the first spirit, is actually kneeling before him. The black-robed old man in the tower turned pale as he looked at all of this, and his mind turned blank. There was also the middle-aged woman. Her face directly turned pale. She opened her mouth but ended up saying nothing. As she looked at Wang Lin through the mirror, her eyes were already filled with lingering fear. The 2 of them weren't the only ones in a daze. All the cultivators from the Guei sect looked at the scene before them and were dead silent. They were shocked when Wang Lin captured the earth spirit, but now they were seeing the fire spirit actually worshipping him. Wang Lin hadn't even said a word since he entered. He had just stood there. He stood there like a king that had just returned to his own kingdom, and with just a gaze, all of the people of the land knelt before him. This was beyond their imagination and was outside of their understanding, causing a powerful sense of fear and uneasiness. Na Duo and the middle-aged man silently pondered in the 10th floor. Na Duo's eyelids twitched and his expression gradually became gloomy. They looked at each other and saw the dread in each other's eyes. Others may not see the problem, but the two of them could. Na Duo slowly said, "Fire essence. Also, it has already reached its peak, allowing him to become the Lord of Fire. Otherwise, the fire spirit wouldn't worship him and reveal such a degree of reverence. The 5-element formation can't hold him. However, it doesn't seem like he will come out himself. I see that his intention is to take away the 5 spirits." Na Duo's gaze became cold. "We should lure him out. We can't afford to lose the other 3 spirits." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up. He looked outside the tower. "I summon the ancestors' battle armor," the middle-aged man roared. Then a ray of blue light shot out from the top of the 10th floor. The light condensed around him and formed a water-blue armor around him. "The next formation is the water formation. I'll see if I can force him out from the formation into the 9 cycles." The middle-aged man raised his right hand and reached at the void. Water appeared and formed a lance in his hand. "Help me suppress the formation. I'll go first." The middle-aged man armed with the lance moved and disappeared into a mist of water vapor in the 10th floor. Inside the fire formation, as the fire giant bowed, Wang Lin calmly stepped forward. The giant allowed Wang Lin to step onto its hand and raised Wang Lin up to its head. Wang Lin walked off the hand and stood on the fire giant's head. Wang Lin raised his hand and pointed ahead. The giant suddenly stood up and let out a roar toward where Wang Lin pointed. As it roared, the 9 fire Qilins stood up and trembled. Their expression became fierce and they also roared. The people on planet 5 Elements felt their scalps go numb and their hearts started beating violently when they saw where Wang Lin had pointed. Because in their eyes, Wang Lin was pointing toward the vortex at them. As a result, the giant and the 9 Qilins were roaring at the hundreds of cultivators around the tower and the 4 people watching from the mirror inside the tower. Under this sudden roar, many of the cultivators around the tower subconsciously retreated, their faces turning pale. Blood flowed out of the mouths of the low-level cultivators. They retreated back far and sat down. Before their panicked gazes, Wang Lin was standing on the giant's head with the 9 Qilins following him. The giant stepped forward and waved its arm. With this wave, the world of the fire formation suddenly collapsed. Just as it collapsed, the image inside the vortex suddenly changed. What appeared before everyone was the sea. The sea was endless and its end could not be seen. The waves roared as if the heavens were roaring. The sky in this world was dim and filled with clouds. There was no lightning or thunder, but heavy rain was falling. This was a shocking image. Above the sea, there were monstrous waves roaring. A handsome middle-aged man with black hair holding a blue lance appeared from the waves. He slowly raised up with the waves. 5-element celestial water general. It is our Guei Sect's Lord Water General. Lord Water General is in closed-door cultivation most of the time. Now that he has appeared, the invader won't be able to survive the water formation. Lord Water General has a complete water spirit body, and when he is inside the formation, his power increases greatly. That despicable invader will die for sure. When the middle-aged man appeared, the surrounding Guei sect cultivators felt new strength injected into them and became excited. An old man who was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser let out a roar. Fellow sect members of the Guei sect, someone has now provoked us. We treated him with respect, but he was arrogant to the extreme. He broke into our formation and even stole 2 of the 5 spirits. He is an invader. How can we let him in? The old man's voice was hoarse and his eyes were filled with hatred. That's right, this person is named Wang Lin and I know a bit about him. He is infamous outside Planet 5 Elements and is extremely cruel. Wherever he goes, all life is extinguished, and he leaves no one alive. Another person walked out and roared, "Not long ago, I heard about a family named Tang on a cultivation planet. He caught the fancy of a treasure from their family and actually massacred the entire family, including the mortals. Not even the old or young were spared, and flood flowed like a river. I also know that our kind elder Na Duo met this Wang Lin while he was massacring mortals and taking advantage of female cultivators. He acted to intervene but didn't kill him because it was difficult to cultivate. However, rather than being thankful after his cultivation level increased greatly, he is slaughtering his way to planet 5 elements. He says he is here to see Elder Na Duo but is in fact here to destroy our Guei sect. How can we let a shameless and despicable person like him enter planet 5 elements? This demonic cultivator should be killed by everyone. Killing him means saving countless people. Everyone, although our cultivation levels are low, we have more people and he is only one. Words like these became more and more common. Soon, people who didn't know about Wang Lin at all began to believe these words. They looked at Wang Lin inside the vortex with anger and hatred. Wang Lin couldn't hear these words, but even if he could, he wouldn't care at all. At this moment, as he stood on the head of the fire giant, it walked out from the fire formation. Before him was the vast sea and rain falling from the sky. The rain fell on the fire giant and the 9 Qilins, creating sizzling sounds. Among the 5 elements, water and fire could never coexist. Inside the water formation, the 9 Qilins growled. Directly before Wang Lin, the black-haired middle-aged man stood on top of the rolling waves. He held the blue lance and wore armor as he coldly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin! The moment Wang Lin looked over, the middle-aged man suddenly let out a roar. He jumped into the air and waves appeared under his feet. The wave came crashing in toward Wang Lin. Roars came from the sea around Wang Lin. Then tall walls of water appeared, completely sealing Wang Lin inside. At the same time, the black-haired middle-aged man let out a roar and jumped into the air with his lance. He thrust this lance down at Wang Lin, who was trapped by the walls of water. His body moved with the lance and turned into a ray of blue light. As the man moved forward, the clouds in the sky became even more dense and rain began to fall. The rain formed a lance of water that followed after him. All of this happened too fast. The 9 Qilins behind Wang Lin roared and rushed out toward the lance, but they were immediately drowned by the monstrous waves. Even Wang Lin's body and the giant fire giant were drowned by the sea when the wall of water collapsed and the water lance swept by. As Wang Lin was completely submerged by the sea, the lance formed by the rain also stabbed into the water. The sea roared and thunderous rumbles echoed, setting off monstrous waves. Wang Lin and the fire giant disappeared from the world. The only thing that remained was the handsome black-haired middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked cold and proud as he slowly said, "Just this mere cultivation level. I'm the water spirit, so inside the formation, I'm God. Your fire essence has no use here." As his words echoed, all the Guei sect cultivators around the tower cheered. Now that Lord Water General has come out, who can resist? No matter how powerful the vile one's fire is, it will be extinguished before Lord Water General. Lord Water General has already entered the legendary 3rd step. That damn invader, what qualification does he have to resist? Bursts of cheers came from the cultivators around the tower. The middle-aged man looked extremely smug as he held the lance in his hand and let out a roar. "Wang Lin, you're only injured. Get out here for me." Just as he finished speaking, a violent rumble came from the sea below. The sea water erupted into the air and the curtains of water blocked the Water General's vision. The Water General was about to descend. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. "I'm here." The Water General's expression changed greatly and he turned around. Wang Lin stepped out from the water and his right hand hit the Water General. Wang Lin's essences and ancient power rushed into the Water General's body. His 5 organs collapsed, all his bones shattered, and his flesh and bones were almost separated. The Water General coughed out blood and was thrown far away by the shockwave. Popping sounds came from his body and cracks appeared on his armor. However, the armor didn't collapse. Instead, A large amount of life force came out of the cracks and helped the water general recover from the fatal injuries. Wang Lin exclaimed softly and slowly walked out. Very strange armor. You haven't reached the third step, but with this suit of armor, you can display the strength of a third-step cultivator. However, the armor is filled with drawbacks. When you put it on, it is not you controlling the armor but the armor controlling you. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with bloodlines as the restriction essence caused everything he saw to change. He was able to see through the secret of the armor. His words were very casual, but they caused the water general to be filled with fear. At this moment, outside the 5 rings, the mysterious Grand Emperor Xian Luo stood there, watching everything. When he heard Wang Lin's words, Grand Emperor Xian Luo revealed a happy smile. So this child is called Wang Lin. Very good, very good. The Guai Sex armor is very famous, even on the immortal astral continent. For him to be able to see through it, he is very good. The water general's terror was as big as the waves in the sea. This armor had been given to him by his ancestors. He had used the armor for a long time and slowly used his bloodline to fuse with it to make it his. Without this armor, he was only a 4th Heaven's Blight cultivator. With the armor, he could become a 3rd-step cultivator. However, the armor was extremely strange. Once he put it on, his mind would be limited and his body would be manipulated by the armor. He remembered that when the ancestor gave it to him, the ancestor said that even in the ancestral sect, the armor was rare. It was very difficult to refine and wouldn't be handed out unless one achieved great merits or was going to some dangerous place. Every armor was very precious and could not be taken by an outsider. What caused the water general's heart to tremble was that Wang Lin's had attack caused cracks to appear on the armor, causing his entire body to shatter. If not for the armor sending out life force to save him, he would have already died. What terrified him the most was that, with just one glance, Wang Lin was able to see through the secret of the armor. That kind of insight and power caused the water general to feel a chill in his heart. When Wang Lin glanced over, the water general saw the bloodlines in Wang Lin's eyes. Those bloodlines contained some kind of rule that caused him to lose himself for a moment. Take off the armor and I can spare you. At this moment, the water around Wang Lin and the water general fell, removing the water curtain that had been blocking everyone's vision. When the cultivators from the Guai sect saw the water general in such a sorry state, they were awakened from their previous joy and became silent. The water general's expression was extremely gloomy. Wang Lin's words caused his heart to beat violently. He clenched his teeth and held back the fear he felt. He then jumped backwards and put some distance between himself and Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still the same as before as he coldly looked at the water general retreating. He saw the water general raise the water lance, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wang Lin wouldn't show any mercy to people not from the cave world. There was nothing to say to robbers. You're courting death. Wang Lin stepped forward toward the water general. The water general's face was pale and his eyes were filled with madness. He raised his right hand and threw the lance into the sea below. The water lance gave off a dazzling glow, causing the sea below to rumble. Whirlpools appeared in the sea below. With my water spirit body, gather the power of water. The water general coughed out a mouthful of blood at the sea below and his hands reached out toward the sea. With this, the waves rumbled as if there was a giant dragon moving below the sea. As his hands reached out, the entire sea seemed to boil and rise. From a distance, this was a shocking sense. The entire sea flew into the air toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the water general coughed out blood once more, revealing a tired and struggling expression. His left hand reached out at the sky. Clouds open and fog scatter. The light destroy all. Rain forms the sea. The water general's left hand rumbled and all the clouds collapsed. Another sea seemed to appear in the sky and suddenly fell down, connecting with the sea below. The two fused together to form a giant ball of water that floated there. This ball of water was turbid and had the color of the sea. Its size was endless, and at a glance, it was impossible to see where it ended. It was like a small planet made of water. Drop of the universe. The water general clenched his teeth and completed the spell passed down by his ancestor. His flesh began to wither and his handsome face became filled with ugly pus. He could not have survived this long with his own life force. For heaven's blights had erupted in his body. With his talent, he couldn't have passed them safely. He had only been able to survive due to the armor, but now he had used all the power inside the armor. Without the power from the armor protecting him, he returned to how he should look. Before him, the giant ball of water rotated like crazy. As it rotated, it began to condense at a rapid rate. Every time it shrank one size, the pressure inside would increase countless fold. If the giant ball of water could be refined into one drop, even if there was a star system inside, it would collapse. This was the power of water, the power of the water essence. Wang Lin was inside the ball of water, watching the water move. The pressure from the water came from all directions and gave off a destructive aura that could destroy anything. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he stared at the water around him. His eyes revealed a strange light along with an extreme sense of excitement. This is the power of the water essence. The excitement in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. It is very easy to leave this place, and even killing this water general would be easy. However, this is a great opportunity that is difficult to come by. By relying on the armor, the water general has created the water essence. This force is currently changing before me, and if I can comprehend it, I will no longer have 7 essences but 8. Just as Wang Lin had expected, this kind of thing was extremely rare, especially since the water essence the water general controlled was not ordinary. It had been formed by the Guei sect on the Immortal astral continent through a special method. This water essence had been formed by peak comprehension of the water essence. This was the same as exposing everything before Wang Lin. It was even countless times more clear than a teacher passing down his teachings to a disciple. How could Wang Lin let an opportunity like this go? Although his talent was not excellent, his comprehension and insight were extremely strong. Otherwise, he would have never obtained essences. Also, it wasn't as if Wang Lin had never encountered the water essence before. Back when the heaven-defying bead needed to absorb water, and when the All-Seer gave him the drop of water essence, Wang Lin had the guidance to walk down the path of water essence. The excitement in Wang Lin's eyes reached a peak. He didn't waste any time and immediately sat down inside the rapidly condensing ball of water. His eyes revealed a strange light as he watched all the changes happening inside the water before him. These changes looked like they had no pattern, but when the bloodlines appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, he gradually found some clues. His eyes shined with excitement as he rapidly memorized the changes in the water essence. Aside from Wang Lin, it was difficult for others to notice. The water general didn't notice it at all. His expression was fierce, and he also had a hint of excitement in his eyes. He stared at the ball of water and his hands continued to form seals, causing the water essence to become stronger and the water to shrink faster. In just half an incense stick of time, the water went from an endless size to mere hundreds of thousands feet. The essence inside this hundreds of thousands feet ball of water became even stronger as the sea water and rain condensed. Even if your cultivation is heaven-defying, with his drop of the universe, the power of my spell has increased greatly. I'll squeeze you into one drop and refine you to your death. The water general formed seals like crazy and hit the ball of water. Every hit caused the power of the armor to ripple through the water and to shrink faster. Wang Lin almost felt gratitude toward the water general. The water general's actions were allowing Wang Lin to see even more changes in the water essence and comprehend it even better. The hundreds of thousands of feet of water shrank down about half down to 200,000 feet. The water general looked excited but gasped rapidly as if he was out of power. The water general looked up at the sky and let out a roared, "Na Duo, help me!" After he roared, a vortex appeared in the sky. The power of metal came out and immediately spread out. The metal water of the 5 elements. People had different opinions about how the metal water came to be. Some say that it was metal melted into water. Others believe that water would naturally gather on metal after the metal has been exposed for a long period of time. But whatever was the real truth, it made all the ancient sages believe that metal could give birth to water. This was indeed the truth. The moment the metal element arrived, the water around Wang Lin shrank even more rapidly. The water general's laughter became a sneer. Wang Lin, you're dead. At this moment, outside Planet 5 Elements, the mysterious Grand Emperor Xian Luo's eyes revealed a strange light. Looking at what was happening, he didn't know what to say. Aside from the strange light from his eyes, he didn't know if he should cry or laugh. How is this refining him? It is clearly helping him comprehend the water essence. This child has the ancient Tao bloodline but also spells from the celestials. This is extremely rare. And he actually has 7 essences inside his body. This is extraordinary. The use of the bloodlines in one's eyes to contain the restriction essence. I have never seen anyone do that before. Ancient and celestial duo cultivation. As the water general sneered with excitement, on the 10th floor, Na Duo, who had sent out the metal element, also smiled. He was still observing this battle with divine sense, and his smile was very wide. He didn't think Wang Lin could walk out, because the water essence inside the ball of water was so dense that even he felt it was terrifying. This water essence was not from by the water general but the armor. It was precisely because of this that Na Duo was even more confident. I thought he had some heaven-breaking method, but he is only this strong. If he could come out, he would have come out when the ball of water formed. I presume now he must be feeling despair inside there. Wang Lin, there is no feud between us, and I really don't want to kill you. But you are a cultivator of the cave world. We are different from you. You must have come here with a purpose. The cave world is a mess right now, and several forces are looking for the third soul. For you to come now, the purpose is obvious. As Na Duo pondered, his smile widened. Also inside the tower, the black-robed old man and company stared at the mirror. The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed. This Wang Lin was so arrogant before. Now that Lord Water General has come, I want to see how he escapes. A drop of the universe is a grand spell of the Gue sect. This person is dead. The middle-aged woman also looked happy as she stared at the ball of water inside the mirror. Hatred filled her eyes. Die. Once you die, that Situ Nan will be sad. The more angry he is, the better I feel. Situ Nan, you're next. The middle-aged woman let out a shrill laughter. Even the 2 cultivators beside them that had been calm slowly smiled. He can't escape anymore. At the same time, outside the tower, endless cheers continued. All the Gue sect cultivators looked at the sky with excitement in their eyes. They looked at the shrinking ball of water as if they could see Wang Lin's painful expression and hear his miserable cries. The water general was the most excited. He continued to wave his hand, and the ball of water continued to condense. The ball of water was now less than 100,000 feet wide and was shrinking even faster. The water was turbid and rumbles came from it. It was the sound of the water condensing, and was like the song of the heavens to the water general. It's too slow. I need to be a bit faster to not prevent any accidents. For some reason, although the water general was excited, as the ball of water got smaller, he suddenly had a terrifying feeling. This feeling came so suddenly, even he was puzzled. However, this confusion made him worried, and the only thing he could do was make the ball of water condense even faster. His hands formed a seal and he spit out a mouthful of blood. His body weakened greatly, but the blood caused the ball of water to shrink from 100,000 feet to 70,000 feet. This sudden change caused rumbles to come from Wang Lin inside the ball of water. His body became distorted, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Lin was comprehending all the changes inside this water essence. It seemed the changes had reached their limit and were slowing down. Wang Lin felt like the water had no more power to cause the water essence to change. It was as if Wang Lin was learning a secret, but the second half had just disappeared. This feeling of being left hanging made him feel very uncomfortable. Just as he frowned, the blood from the water general caused the water to change once more. Wang Lin almost wanted to laugh. He could never forget the gift the water general had given him. How could Wang Lin kill someone who had given him something the moment he wanted it? What made Wang Lin even more excited was what the Water General said next. Na Duo and all Guei sect disciples, send your divine sense into the formation. Help me refine it into one drop in 3 breaths. Na Duo's hands formed a seal and golden light shined, forming a suit of armor around him. He stepped out from the tower with the armor around him. Send your divine senses into the formation. Today, my Guei sect willed remove a demon from this world. Na Duo roared as his hands formed a seal. His divine sense rushed toward the vortex in the sky. There were always those that liked to make others out to be evil so they could be on the side of righteousness. They would slander and spread rumors about others. It was as if they couldn't display their full strength if they didn't do this. It was obvious Na Duo was this kind of person, and most of the Guei sect was also like this. At the same time, the hundreds of Guei sect cultivators sat down without hesitation, and their divine senses flew into the sky. The divine senses were invisible, but they caused the sky to distort. The divine senses entered the vortex and appeared inside the water formation. Hundreds of divine senses entered and used their full power on the ball of water. They began to squeeze the ball of water like crazy. In particular, Na Duo's power increased greatly after putting on the armor. The old man in the black robe and the other 3 also erupted their full cultivation. As the water condensed rapidly, it rumbled and shrank down to 30,000 feet. Wang Lin was inside and his eyes were filled with excitement as he comprehended the changes in the water essence. The Guei sect going all out and causing the water essence to change rapidly allowed Wang Lin to see almost all of it. I somewhat understand. Just a bit more. A bit more. Wang Lin's hands subconsciously formed seals to imitate the changes in the water essence. Just at this moment, the second wave of pressure squeezed down on the ball of water, causing it to rapidly shrink from 30,000 feet to 20,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, until it was only 2,000 feet. It was still shrinking. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with enlightenment. His left hand was still subconsciously imitating, while his right hand waved at the void. The drop of water essence he had obtained from the All-Seer appeared in his hand. I understand. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and the drop of water essence in his hand shined brightly. It began to rotate, and as the crystal light shined, the drop of water looked like a crystal. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he spoke softly. Water essence. 380 million changes to condense. The moment he said this, the 2,000-foot ball of water violently trembled like never before as if it was going to collapse. The powerful aura of the water essence erupted. At the same time, outside the ball of water, the Water General formed a seal and, along with Na Duo and rest of the Guei sect cultivators, gathered their divine senses to squeeze the ball of water one last time. 2,000 feet. His body should have collapsed. Let us crush his origin soul. Condense. Condense him into one drop of the universe. The fused divine senses rushed toward the ball of water. However, before the divine senses could do anything, the ball of water shrank rapidly by itself, startling everyone. This startled Na Duo and caused the Water General to tremble. Everyone was completely stunned. The 2,000-foot ball of water shrank down to 500 feet and then instantly down to 50 feet. This clearly revealed Wang Lin and his excited expression. This scene was like a thunderous rumble that exploded in their minds, causing their minds to turn blank. Forget them, even if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to accept this. They watched the 50-foot ball of water condense into the crystal in Wang Lin's hand, and then watched the crystal disappear without a trace. They also watched Wang Lin slowly stand up and reveal a smile. He clasped his hands and bowed at everyone who was completely stunned. Such a great favor. Please accept my bow. After Wang Lin finished bowing, he waved his sleeve. With this, the world changed colors and the clouds scattered. All the divine senses, including Na Duo's, were blown out from the formation. Only the Water General and Wang Lin remain inside the formation. You? The Water General's body trembled as he coughed out blood. He retreated with a miserable smile. On Planet 5 Elements, all the cultivators outside the tower trembled and opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief as well as an endless sense of fear that drowned them. There was no uproar, only a deadly silence. It was as if someone had frozen the Guei sect. How can this be? How can this be? Na Duo was filled with confusion. He still couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He took away the earth spirit and caused the fire spirit to worship him. He even took away the drop of the universe formed by the water essence. After a long time, the cultivators here seemed to awaken from the terror. An uproar suddenly echoed. Everyone exclaimed in shock without exception. How did he do it? This is simply too unimaginable. It's impossible. Could it be that he was comprehending inside the water? What kind of terrifying comprehension and cunning did that require? The black-robed old man and the middle-aged woman could not understand this drastic change. In particular, the black-robed old man couldn't say a word and his eyes were filled with monstrous fear. Wang Lin ignored the retreating water general, who was filled with disbelief. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the drop of the universe he had obtained. This eighth essence was the water essence, but it wasn't complete inside Wang Lin. Just like the fire essence, it needed to be fused many times to reach completion. This was the difference between ethereal and corporeal essences. Ethereal essences only needed to be comprehended to become complete. However, this comprehension was much more difficult. This could be seen from Wang Lin's life and death, karma, and true and false essences. In contrast, corporeal essences were easier in comparison. Wang Lin's fire and thunder essences only required a seed. Then he just had to strengthen it until essence appeared. Right now, what was inside Wang Lin was the seed of the water essence. With this essence, Wang Lin could slowly make it reach completion. Essences were difficult to complete, and creating the seed was even harder. If Wang Lin hadn't devoured the ancient thunder dragon and the eternal thunder from the scattered thunder clan, the thunder seed won't have appeared. The fire essence was the same. If he hadn't awakened the vermilion bird many times, he wouldn't have obtained the fire seed. Now the drop of the universe was like the ancient thunder dragon and eternal thunder, or even the vermilion bird awakening. It gave Wang Lin the water seed. This was what excited Wang Lin the most. There was nothing free without hard work. Everything had to obtain step by step. As for the earth spirit, Wang Lin had absorbed it from the earth formation, but it was far from enough to form the earth seed. Maybe if there was someone with the earth armor to reveal the earth essence for him to comprehend, then a seed might appear. This kind of thing could only be wished but not forced. Wang Lin understood this well. Feeling the vitality from the water seed, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze toward the water general was no longer cold but completely calm. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, the water general seemed to awaken from his shock. He retreated like crazy, and after 7 or 8 steps he was about to run. However, he had been so generous to Wang Lin, so how could Wang Lin let him leave like this? Wang Lin's right hand reached forward and a giant hand appeared from the void. The hand grabbed the retreating water general. As the water general struggled, Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and the giant hand brought the water general back to him. Wang Lin's right index finger stretched out and pointed to the spot between the eyebrows of the water general. The water general's face was distorted with pain and looked like a dried-up lamp. His life force and soul had already fused with the armor around him. He borrowed the power of the armor and the armor used him as nutrients. This relationship had been maintained for a long time, but now that the water general was weak, the situation was fatal. The armor would suck away the last of his life force. Wang Lin's finger entered and a powerful force rushed out from his body, entering the water general's body. It formed a barrier that completely separated the water general's body and soul from the armor. Since you gifted me the water seed, I won't kill you, and I'll save you once. This is my principle. Wang Lin lifted his finger. The armor around the water general trembled and was forcibly removed. The fragments scattered in all directions. There was a line of blood connecting each fragment of the armor to the water general even though the fragments had scattered far away. The current water general looked very creepy. This terrifying scene caught the attention of all the horrified Gue sect cultivators. Watching this strange scene, a chill appeared in their hearts. The Water General's armor was taken off. At the same time, waves of miserable screams came from the Water General. The pain almost completely drowned him, but he couldn't pass out and could only endure the pain. However, he also knew that Wang Lin was not torturing him but saving him. If he didn't take off the armor, he would without a doubt die. After all, he had used a lot of power, and in order to kill Wang Lin, he had activated an amount of power he couldn't withstand from the armor. If he had refined Wang Lin, he would have been fine after absorbing that drop of water, but he had ended up in this current state. A large amount of red lines connected the Water General and armor fragments. The lines moved with the fragments, and the Water General's miserable screams continued to echo. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he stared at the Water General. His eyes shined as he began to deduce the armor. After a while, he raised his right hand and the blood sword appeared. It flew forward and cut the red lines connecting the Water General and the armor. Popping sounds echoed and all the lines connecting to the Water General shattered and returned to the fragments. The armor had been completely separated from the Water General. After scattering, the fragments strangely gathered and reformed the armor, but it had a lot of cracks. It fell to the ground. The armor made it look as if someone was sitting there and emitting dark blue water light. A lance appeared from the blue light and fell into the arms of the armor. After the armor was taken off, the Water General coughed out a large amount of blood mist. His body was extremely weak as he staggered back. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. Wang Lin looked at the armor and slowly said, "You can go, I won't kill you." The Water General pondered a bit and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He was exhausted as he took a step backward and disappeared from the water formation. Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the armor to take it to study when he suddenly looked up. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He stepped forward without hesitation, and at the same time, ripples came from the water formation. Powerful pressure came from the ripples, and the world suddenly collapsed. This collapse was too sudden. When the water formation collapsed, a powerful pressure descended. This pressure was too strong, as if this area couldn't withstand it. Ripples echoed behind the armor and a vortex appeared. A dried-up arm came from the vortex and reached for the armor. At the same time, a grim and old voice came from the vortex, and this sound went directly toward Wang Lin's mind. "This is not something you can possess. Scram for this old man." Wang Lin wasn't caught completely unaware of the sudden change. The step he had taken before the water formation collapsed allowed him to reach top speed in an instant. His 7 essences suddenly merged into his powerful late-stage spirit void cultivation and erupted from his body. The moment his step landed, Wang Lin's ancient Tao power entered every inch of his flesh and bones. This allowed his body to crush a cultivation planet. Wang Lin's full power erupted in full. It was like a storm of destruction had appeared. Wang Lin's momentum was on full swing. His step landed the moment the vortex appeared and the arm came out. He did not land in the void but on the arm. And he mercilessly stomped. All of this happened in an instant, too fast for anyone to retreat. Wang Lin's right foot moved like lightning, containing the power of the ancient Tao as it descended. The old voice exclaimed and the arm rapidly changed directions. His arm tried to form a spell to defend, but he obviously didn't expect Wang Lin to react so fast and be so vicious. Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly landed on his arm. With a bang, there was also the sound of bones shattering mixed in. The arm became twisted and swelled up. The arm quickly retracted into the vortex, but it exploding and blood splattered everywhere. "You dare to steal something from me? Are you tired of living?" Wang Lin stood behind the armor, and his gaze was as cold as ice as he looked at the vortex. He casually waved his left hand and the water blue armor and lance were taken by Wang Lin. Everything that had happened was done in one smooth motion, from taking the step to breaking the arm and taking the armor. He gave off the aura of a master of the generation. "Cultivator of the ancient country. You're a member of the ancient clan." A nearly distorted voice filled with pain came from the vortex. This scene was seen by Grand Emperor Shen Luo outside the planet. He revealed a proud smile and a tyrannical expression. Good, indeed, a child of my ancient Dao clan. This is the best way to deal with people who dare to offend the ancient Dao. If he did less, I would be somewhat dissatisfied. This is very similar to my temper. If it was me, I would have cut his claws off. Guei sect, the group of celestials that came here is interesting. Grand Emperor Shen Luo casually looked at the tower. If he wanted, he could wave his hand and all life on the planet would disappear. Putting away the water general's armor, Wang Lin's eyes were cold like ice. He looked at the vortex and his hand reached toward it. At the same time, bright, golden light came from the vortex like sharp swords, collided with Wang Lin's right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the water formation. Wang Lin retreated 3 steps and withdrew his right hand. His expression didn't change at all, it was still extremely cold. The vortex collapsed under the impact and exploded into specks of crystals. It disappeared without a trace. On planet 5 elements, the 9th floor of the tower was giving off a golden glow. Inside sat an old man wearing a golden shirt with lifelike patterns embroidered on it. At this moment, the old man trembled and coughed out blood. His right hand was bruised and dark. It was also at a weird angle and was obviously broken. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his right arm and dripped on the ground. A member of the ancient clan. The power of his body belongs to the ancient Dao clan. He doesn't seem to be a descendant created from Yimo's 3,000 drops of blood. Yimo's descendant couldn't be as strong as him. This person is likely not someone from the cave. He came from the immortal astral continent. Damn it. Someone else is here besides my Guei sect. The old man's pupils shrank and his eyes were filled with pain. He looked at his right hand with horror and pain in his eyes. What a vicious step. If not for the armor, my arm would have shattered and even my body would have exploded. The old man's face was extremely gloomy as he faced the outside of the tower and roared, "Na Duo, come and see me." When the old man's voice came out of the 9th floor of the tower, the hearts of all the cultivators outside the tower trembled. All the uproar stopped and they knelt toward the tower. Na Duo's eyes twitched and he jumped toward the 9th floor without hesitation. He stopped outside and was about to speak when a giant hand grabbed him and pulled him in. Na Dao didn't dare to resist, allowing the giant hand to drag him into the tower. After he entered, he immediately knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Junior Na Duo greets 9th ancestor. The old man in the golden robe looked at Na Duo and roared, "Who is he? How did you provoke such a person?" Hearing the old man's words, Na Duo raised his head to speak. But when he saw the blood the old man had coughed out, his heart trembled. Then he saw the old man's right arm, and a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. He knew the ancestor had acted, but not only had the ancestor not gained the advantage, he had been injured by Wang Lin. His body trembled and he quickly spilled everything he knew without hiding anything. As Na Duo spoke, inside the 5-element formation the water formation collapsed. Wang Lin could have left, but he chose not to. He stepped forward and there was a dazzling glow as a new world appeared before him. The gentle wind blew by. The fragrance that the breeze brought would make anyone feel calm. It was a dense jungle here with no end in sight. The towering trees were like swords that pierced the clouds, and the leaves formed patches of shade. 5-element wood formation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked around, and he gradually smiled. On this trip to planet 5 elements, ignoring the main objective, just this 5 elements formation had given Wang Lin a great fortune. How could Wang Lin let the wood formation go? He charged forward. However, as soon as Wang Lin moved, all the trees in the jungle trembled. All the leaves fell off due to some mysterious force and flew toward Wang Lin. There were too many leaves, enough to cover the sky and earth. They were locked on to Wang Lin as if they were trying to take his soul away. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all as he retreated 3 steps. His right hand formed a fist and coldness appeared in his eyes. He suddenly clawed at the space before him, heaven ripping. This tear caused the clouds to scatter, Then a loud tearing sound echoed. A giant rift was torn open in the world, and it connected the sky and earth. It felt like it was going to tear the world in half. In truth, the world before Wang Lin was split in half. The center of the rift led into the dark void. At this moment, it rapidly expanded as if the night was devouring the day. But just this wasn't enough to display the power of heaven ripping. The countless leaves were all torn along with the world. All the leaves split in half, revealing the lines that connected the two sides of each leaf. All the leaves coming from all directions were ripped apart like this. When the heaven ripping came from Wang Lin's right hand, a thunderous rumble echoed as if the wood formation was going to collapse. All the leaves closing in on Wang Lin split in half and moved by his sides, colliding with the leaves coming from the opposite direction. From afar, Wang Lin's figure looked to be drowned by the collision of the leaves. A moment later, Wang Lin walked out of the darkness. Behind him, the rift grew bigger like a large mouth. The collapsed leaves created a mass of chaos. It was like the end of the world. Just as Wang Lin walked out, the trees that had lost all their leaves began to move strangely. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the trees all began to extend and intersect with each other. Soon, the trees extended and grew to form a giant face. Surrender or be destroyed. Wang Lin's white hair gently fluttered behind him along with his white robe. He stared at the face of the tree on the ground. The face in the forest silently pondered, and after a long time, it slowly closed its ancient eyes. At this moment, bright green light gathered between its eyebrows. It formed a green crystal that shot toward Wang Lin. It floated before Wang Lin and he picked it up with his right hand. When he put it away, all the trees moved back to their original positions. Wang Lin no longer looked down but stepped forward and the world around him distorted until it all collapsed. The wood formation rapidly dissipated and the last formation appeared, the metal formation. The metal formation was filled with the power of metal, and the smell of killing intent was dense in the metal world. There was no earth here. Instead, there were large swords filled with the power of metal and killing intent. There were no clouds or sun in the sky, only endless swords hanging upside down in the air. Those countless swords buzzed the moment Wang Lin appeared. This was a sword hymn. All the swords hymned at the same time. Metal was no wood. Wood could be soft, which was why Wang Lin had given the wood spirit that had gained intelligence a chance to choose. Metal was different. Metal would always be straight and never yield. At this moment, the sword hymn echoed and all the swords shot out. The millions of swords all flew toward Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the violent sounds became the only sounds that existed, and they lingered for a long time. On Planet 5 Elements, in the 9th floor of the tower, after Na Duo had spoken of everything he knew about Wang Lin, the old man was still gloomy. He still didn't believe that Wang Lin was not someone from the immortal astral continent. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked outside the tower. His expression was filled with killing intent. He has broken the metal formation. He is going to enter the 9 cycles. The old man in the golden robe stood up. His eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Na Duo hesitated and asked, "Ancestor, can our Planet 5 Elements' most powerful 9-cycle heart? Will formation stop this person?" The 9-cycle heart wheel, 9 breaths for 1 cycle. The faster one's heart moves, the faster it turns. It is difficult to say. This formation can be difficult and can be simple. It is one of the protection formations of the Guei sect on the immortal astral continent. Although this formation only has 40% of its power, as long as he can't see through the formation and it rotates even a bit, he won't be able to break through. Everything will depend on whether his heart moves or not. The ancestor muttered, but his words were too mysterious. Na Duo listened but didn't understand much, but he didn't ask more. Instead, he looked into the sky outside the tower. Inside the formation, thunderous rumble echoed and the metal formation collapsed. Wang Lin walked out from inside. He could now see Planet 5 Elements not far away. It seemed as if he only needed to take one step to enter Planet 5 Elements. Behind Wang Lin was the 5 Elements formation that was disintegrating. Staring at Planet 5 Elements, he was about to enter, but he suddenly stopped. he exclaimed softly, and his eyes lit up. In his view, the planet had actually moved. It began to slowly rotate. The moment Wang Lin saw the planet rotate, on the 9th floor of the tower, the gloominess on the old man in the gold robe's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. 9-cycle heart wheel. Even on the immortal astral continent, very few people can break it. The focus of this formation is the heart. The faster one's heart moves, the more difficult it becomes to break. You said that this person was very cunning and very intelligent. It has been many years, and not only did he not die, but his cultivation level has increased greatly. He must have experienced many life and death situations, and his mind has been honed to be like that of a demon. The smarter the person, the more difficult it is for them to break free. This is only the first cycle. The later it becomes, the more killing potential it has. Once it reaches 9 cycles, he will be trapped there for life until his mental energy has been exhausted and he dies. When Nado heard this, he smiled. He clasped his hands at the old man and said, "With the ancestor here, this person cannot escape." The old man in the golden robe laughed and looked at this right arm. There was a hint of viciousness in his gaze. Even now, his right arm still felt pain. Even when he used his celestial energy, it wasn't able to alleviate all the pain. Outside the planet, Grand Emperor Xian Luo, who had been observing this whole time, narrowed his eyes. This 9-cycle heart wheel's power is average, but it is difficult for those who don't understand it to break it. I fear this child can't break out. Forget it, I'll watch for a bit longer. If he is really trapped, I'll save him. Grand Emperor Xian Luo gently shook his head. He didn't expect Wang Lin to break the famous Guei sect formation, but there was a sliver of expectation in his heart. However, this expectation was very weak. When he noticed this sliver of expectation, he even laughed. I shouldn't expect too much. Even if this generation's emperor charged into this formation without any knowledge beforehand, he would be trapped. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he looked at Planet 5 Elements. However, the more he looked, the faster it rotated. At the start, it was rotating slowly, but now it was several times faster. As it rotated, Wang Lin felt a stinging pain in his eyes and got a sense of vertigo. In those few breaths, his mental energy was rapidly consumed. This discovery made Wang Lin's heart tremble, and he didn't hesitate to close his eyes. However, even with his eyes closed, his divine sense still saw the planet rotate without pause. What kind of formation is this? Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, and his expression was gloomy. Whether he looked or not, his eyes opened or closed, or even if he looked in another direction, the planet was still rotating. Soon, 9 breaths passed, and on the 10th breath, the planet started to rotate even faster. This made Wang Lin feel vertigo even more, and his mental energy began to be exhausted at a rapid rate. Wang Lin had never experienced this kind of thing in his life. He couldn't understand what was happening, what kind of restrictions existed inside this formation. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He stepped forward with no hesitation. Even if this planet is strange, it is still not far from me. I'll simply ignore it and enter the planet. Wang Lin moved very fast and crossed an endless distance with one step. However, after this step, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He found that he had walked in place instead of moving toward the planet. The distance between them hadn't changed and the planet was still rotating. It was as if the planet had moved as well. Wang Lin silently pondered. At this moment, the second set of 9 breaths passed and the third cycle began. The planet started rotating even faster, becoming blurry in Wang Lin's eyes. What kind of formation is this? So strange. Wang Lin's heart felt irritated as the planet continued to rotate. This irritation didn't come suddenly. It felt like it had always been there. However, the moment this irritation appeared, the rotation of the planet suddenly became faster. This increase in speed caused the planet to become much more blurry. Right now, it looked like the planet had begun a giant cyclone. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, and he couldn't suppress the irritation in his heart. It became stronger and stronger, and the rotation of the planet became faster and faster as well. Something isn't right. Wang Lin rapidly retreated. However, no matter how fast he retreated, the distance between him and Planet 5 Elements didn't increase at all. This strange change shocked Wang Lin's heart, and the irritation in his heart became even stronger. At this moment, the fourth set of 9 breaths passed and the planet entered its fifth cycle. The moment it entered the fifth cycle, due to Wang Lin's irritation, Planet 5 Elements no longer looked like a planet. It had completely changed into a circle of vortexes that rotated rapidly. Wang Lin's body trembled and his chest felt stuffy. As the planet rotated, Wang Lin felt like the world was spinning. It was as if the only one not spinning was himself. However, this made Wang Lin feel as if he didn't belong here. It made him feel irritated. The sense of vertigo was painful for Wang Lin, making him want to vomit. He staggered back and his face became deathly pale. His eyes were completely bloodshot. As he stared at the vortex, on top of irritation, madness appeared in his eyes. However, the moment the madness appeared, the speed of the vortex increased greatly. Wang Lin's feet became unstable and he started rotating along with it without him being aware of it. In the 9th floor of the tower, the old man in the golden robe looked at this and laughed. His eyes were filled with cruelty and joy. He looked outside the tower with contempt and disdain. It has already entered the 5th cycle, he can't escape. Even if I went inside, I wouldn't be able to enter after the 5th cycle. He can only have his mind be exhausted by the formation and have all his life force wasted. This person wants to break into my Planet 5 Elements? He is simply too arrogant. Na Duo also smiled, but there was still lingering fear in his eyes. He didn't know as much about the 9-cycle heart wheel as the old man, but he had stepped into it himself a long time ago. He was well aware of the terror of this formation. He entered a coma in the 3rd cycle and was saved by the ancestor. Took a long time for him to recover. After that, he only felt awe and fear toward this formation. Outside the planet, Grand Emperor Xian Luo gently shook his head and let out a sigh. Still not as good as expected. Even if there is only a little bit of expectation, it can turn into disappointment. It is still rare for him to last 5th cycles. I'll let him experience it a bit more, and when it enters the 9th cycle, I'll act. Grand Emperor Xian Luo still felt some disappointment, but he understood that if he had rushed into this famous formation without any knowledge before he became a Grand Emperor, he would be in a similar state. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale. In the 9th breath of the 9th cycle, he coughed out blood. This was caused by the exhaustion of his mind. His body began to slowly rotate, but he stopped it by force. The veins on his face bulged, and irritation and madness filled his mind. He stared at the vortex that was about to reach the limit of its rotation and stood there motionless. He knew that whether he liked or not, the vortex would still be there. He understood that whether he thought about it or not, the vortex would still be there. He was aware that if his body rotated with the planet, his mind would be pulled inside. Once his mind had been completely exhausted, the only thing awaiting him would be death. Every 9 breaths, the rotation of the planet suddenly increases. Wang Lin endured the vertigo and pain as he forced his mind to calm down to think. 9 breaths for one change. The moment I became irritated, the rotation intensified. The moment the madness appeared, the rotation became faster. The more Wang Lin pondered and thought, the faster the rotation became, making it almost impossible for him to think. He stared at the vortex, and the more he couldn't calm down, the more he thought. He needed to find out the cause for everything to be spinning. Soon, the 6th set of 9's breath passed, the 7th and the 8th flashed by. In the 9th floor of the tower, the old man laughed as he waved his sleeve. He took Na Duo outside the tower and stood in the sky. The 9th cycle, this person is dead for sure. Na Duo, follow this old man to collect his body. The old man in the golden robe laughed and was about to walk forward. However, his laughter suddenly stopped and his eyes became filled with disbelief. It slowed down. The rotation slowed down. Impossible, this is the 9th turn. This. Na Duo was also terrified. He was originally smiling, but that smile quickly turned into fear. Similarly, Outside the planet, Grand Emperor Xianluo was shaking his head and suppressing the disappointment in his heart. He was about to wave his right hand, but just as he lifted his hand, he stopped. His eyes shined and he lowered his right hand. His ancient heart began to beat. Inside the formation, when the first breath of the 9th cycle arrived, Wang Lin suddenly closed his eyes. Heart stirred. My heart was stirred. My heart was stirred. And as a result, my body, soul, and everything, including the planet, is moving. All of this is happening because my heart is not calm. The bloodlines in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and the madness faded. All irritations disappeared and his heart was as calm as the water. The 9th cycle's first breath. Wang Lin closed his eyes. He tried using the true and false essence, but it had no effect, as if it was gone. Here, where it was true or false, everything depended on his heart. If Wang Lin's heart had been triggered, then everything would move. The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, he suddenly reopened them. They were as calm as water. He understood that everything was merely a trial for his heart. As long as his heart was calm, the world would be calm. However, it was difficult to calm his heart, especially with all the irritations around him. Although he looked calm now, he hadn't completely calmed down yet. Right now, he had only calmed his body. As Wang Lin's body gradually calmed down, the planet before him suddenly slowed down from its rapid vortex state. This change was really obvious, and it was several times slower in an instant. The 9th cycle's second breath. After his body calmed down, the planet's rotation suddenly slowed down. Although the planet was still a vortex, the dizziness, nauseousness, and madness all died down as if cold water had been poured on his heart. This allowed his heart to show signs of completely calming down. As a result, Wang Lin's soul calmed down. With his soul calm, the planet's vortex slowed down by several times. It seemed to stagger between being a planet and a vortex. It seemed almost unable to keep up its vortex-like state that made you dizzy. The 9th cycle's third breath. The moment the third breath passed, after Wang Lin's body and soul calmed down, his origin soul also calmed down. With his origin soul calm, Wang Lin felt like he was floating there with his white hair fluttering. His face was no longer pale and was simply calm. In his view, Planet 5 Element's rotation slowed down even more, and it was no longer a vortex. It had returned to the appearance of a planet, and although he still couldn't see the scenery on the planet clearly, he could detect the speed with just his eyes. Looking at Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin slowly smiled. This smile was very peaceful, without any anger. It was as if he had seen through everything. Time went by. The 4th, 5th, and 6th breaths of the 9th cycle passed. At this moment, it was completely silent on Planet 5 Elements. All the cultivators looked at the sky with indescribable shock in their eyes. In particular, the old man in the golden robe's face was pale as he murmured something. He still couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was beyond his imagination and expectations. In his mind, this was impossible. He didn't belong to the cave world. He was from the Guei sect on the Immortal astral continent. He was far too aware of the terror and power of the 9-cycle heart will formation. This formation was famous on the Immortal astral continent. He never thought that a cave world cultivator would show signs of breaking the formation in such a short period of time. Although the formation here was much weaker than the one on the Immortal astral continent, this was a real 9-cycle heart will formation. This is impossible. Even if he was able to comprehend the formation, it had already reached the 9th cycle. Time is limited, and it's impossible for his heart to calm down in time during the 9th cycle. The old man in the golden robe clenched his fist and muttered words he wasn't certain about. Beside him, Na Duo revealed fear in his eyes as he noticed the change where Wang Lin was. He was far too aware of the strangeness of the formation. He gasped and wasn't able to say a word for a long time. Huge waves set off his head, and he felt an inexplicable fear toward Wang Lin. Outside Planet 5 Elements, Grand Emperor Xianluo's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at Wang Lin. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had seen everything Wang Lin had done, and his heart began beating rapidly. Because he couldn't calm down in an instant, he first calmed his body, using his body as an anchor to calm his soul. Then he used his soul as a guide to calm his origin soul. His origin soul then seized the heart and calmed it down. As a result of the body, soul, and origin soul calming down, the heart would naturally calm down. It's rare for someone to think of such a method in such a short period of time. Such comprehension is rare. I'll take this child as my disciple. Grand Emperor Shen Luo revealed excitement rarely shown even in 10,000 years. The ninth cycle's eighth breath. Wang Lin's heart completely calmed down at this moment. He stood there with a smile on his face. The rotation of planet 5 elements had slowed down to the point where it could hardly be noticed. The planet appeared clearly before Wang Lin. When the ninth breath arrived, planet 5 elements no longer rotated at all and completely stopped in Wang Lin's eyes. If he wanted to, he only needed to take one step forward to walk out of the 9-cycle heart wheel and enter the planet, but he didn't do so. Throughout his life, after suffering a loss, he always got his payback. He had nearly died due to his mental energy being drained just now, and if he simply endured it, he wouldn't be Wang Lin. I don't know the name of this formation, but it changes every 9 breaths, and now it has changed a total of 9 times. After each change, it rotates even faster, so it wouldn't be wrong to call it the 9-cycle heart wheel. How can this formation turn and stop as you wish? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his right hand pointed forward at planet 5 elements. Then his hand drew a circle in reverse. If the heart moves, then the planet moves. Since my heart has reversed, then this planet will reverse as well. You all wanted to trap me inside the formation. Now you can all taste how wonderful this formation is. Wang Lin's right hand drew several circles in a row. When his right hand moved, planet 5 elements which had stopped moving began to rotate again. However, this time it was rotating in reverse. As it rotated in reverse, Grand Emperor Shen Luo began to laugh. He was filled with admiration toward Wang Lin. This child fits my temper. Very good, very good. At the same time, opposite of Grand Emperor Shen Luo's joy were the cultivators on planet 5 elements. They were looking at the sky, but the clouds suddenly scattered and the sky rapidly changed. The sky was no longer blue or bright. It was instead replaced with the void outside planet 5 elements. All the cultivators of the Guei sect saw a planet in this void. It was planet 5 elements. This feeling was very mysterious. They were clearly on planet 5 elements, but they were seeing planet 5 elements. This immediately made the hearts of everyone who saw it tremble. The old man in the golden robe also trembled. After being startled, his expression changed greatly. Not good. In an instant, the planet 5 elements in their vision began to rotate. As the rumbling echoed, the planet rotated even faster. The heart moves, so the planet moves. The sudden scene caused a disturbance in their hearts, and thus they became trapped in the 9-cycle heart wheel. In their eyes, the planet's rotation had already turned into a vortex, and this was only the 8th breath of the first cycle. One by one, the cultivators coughed out blood and continued to retreat. They were terrified, and screams of panic echoed. The second cycle suddenly arrived. Na Duo coughed out blood and immediately closed his eyes. However, the pain and dizziness made it impossible to calm down, so he could only resist. But the more he resisted, the faster the planet rotated in his mind. The fear from back then filled his mind again. This caused Na Duo to go crazy from fear. There was also the old man in the golden robe. His face was deathly pale. His right hand immediately pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, trying to force himself to calm down. However, the screams and calls for help disturbed him again and again, making it hard for him to calm down quickly. In his view, planet 5 elements rotation had turned into a vortex, and the feeling of vertigo made him feel irritated and crazy. His mental energy was being rapidly consumed and he was losing control. At this moment, the formation reached the 4th cycle. The moment it entered the 4th cycle, all the cultivators besides Na Duo and the old man in the golden robe passed out. Although they had passed out, the pain on their faces was still there and was getting stronger. Their mental energy was being rapidly drained and their bodies rapidly withered. Aside from their mental energy, their life force was also being exhausted. Na Duo was suffering as well. He barely lasted for a moment into the fourth cycle before passing out. Only the old man in the golden robe was still struggling. The veins on his face were swollen and there was madness in his eyes as he let out a roar. In his eyes, he saw the reflection of planet 5 elements. It was rotating so fast that it was only a vortex, and it was impossible to tell that it was actually a planet. Time passed. The 5th and 6th cycles passed. Just as the 7th cycle came, the old man in the golden robe coughed out blood and his face showed signs of withering. Just at this moment, 3 roars came from the 7th, 6th, and 5th floors of the tower. At the same time, 3 old figures flew out from the tower and used some unknown spell. The 3 of them waved their sleeve at the stars. A thunderous rumble spread across the world and turned into endless echoes that continued to rumble. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the sky collapsed and the rotating planet 5 elements collapsed. Everything in the sky was torn apart by force. Wang Lin's white figure appeared in the sky of planet 5 elements when the formation was torn apart. The sky distorted as the illusory planet 5 elements collapsed. The sky seemed to shatter into fragments that scattered in all directions. If not for the 3 of them, the reverse of the 9-cycle heart will formation would have killed everyone here. It was not Wang Lin being cruel, but he had just experienced the same thing himself. Wang Lin appeared in the distorted sky and calmly looked at the planet. He saw the hundreds of unconscious cultivators, Na Do, the old man with a broken right arm, and 3 gloomy middle-aged men staring at him. Although the 3 men looked middle-aged, their ancient auras showed that they had lived for far too long. Their strange clothes showed that they weren't cultivators from the cave world, but from the immortal astral continent. After Wang Lin's gaze swept by, he remained calm and waved his sleeve. He clasped his hands. I'm the cave world's Wang Lin. I came to see you fellow cultivators from the immortal astral continent and came to greet you all as the landlord. Have you all been living well over these countless years? Wang Lin's words caused the expression of the old man in the golden robe to change greatly. His mind was already injured by the formation, and this shock caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. The expressions of the 3 people that came out didn't change, but their pupils shrank. Their gazes toward Wang Lin became even colder. After Wang Lin spoke, he stepped forward and his right hand formed a fist. His ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil stars appeared at the same time, and a huge ancient Tao shadow appeared behind him. The shadow pierced the heavens and completely occupied the sky. It was holding its right hand in a fist, its actions perfectly mimicking Wang Lin's. Ancient Tao clan. The expression of one of the middle-aged men changed, and the 3 of them charged at Wang Lin. One of them changed into a giant 9-colored dragon that swept across the sky. Another person was covered in black gas that turned into a giant ghost. The ghost was fierce and rushed forward. The last person was covered in the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, 5, and earth surrounded him and illusions of the 5 elements shined around him. They condensed around his body, and the world changed colors as he closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist and he walked toward the tower. He was about to punch it, but the 3 people closing in stopped him. Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he wasn't alarmed at all. Since he dared to come here, he had naturally come prepared. Although these 3 weren't weak, Wang Lin didn't care. The moment the 3 of them closed in, Wang Lin waved his left hand. The ancient Tao shadow behind him also waved its left hand. His huge body twisted and shrouded Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the spells from those 3 arrived and collided with the ancient Tao shadow protecting Wang Lin. The shadow trembled and was unable to withstand the powerful blows. After several breaths, it suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the ancient Tao shadow created a powerful shockwave that exploded outward. The earth trembled and the 3 middle-aged men were pushed back several thousand feet before they were able to stop. The ancient Tao shadow had exploded, but Wang Lin wasn't injured at all. All of this was within Wang Lin's plan. The moment the shadow collapsed, Wang Lin stepped forward and appeared on top of the tower. His hand formed a fist and smashed toward the tower. The reason Wang Lin had come to Planet 5 Elements was for this punch. His goal was to force out all the hidden forces in Planet 5 Elements. He wanted to see how strong this second hidden force beside the All-Seer was. He wanted to see how sharp this nail was and how deep it was. Only when he fully understood all of this could he set his plan to find the third soul. He was going to force them out from the shadows. The world seemed to dim as the explosion of the ancient Tao shadow was very large. The powerful shockwave spread out with Wang Lin as the center, preventing everyone here from moving forward. That impact was like a roar that swept away all obstacles before Wang Lin. This allowed his punch to smash down at the tower. The expressions of the three middle-aged men changed. They wanted to charge forward to stop Wang Lin. However, they were stopped by the explosion of the ancient Tao shadow. All of this was part of Wang Lin's plan. His fist rumbled. This punch was filled with his determination and his full cultivation. He was getting closer and closer to the tower. However, just at this moment, a powerful aura came from the fourth floor of this tower. As this aura spread out, a young man wearing black walked out of the fourth floor. This youth looked ordinary, but his eyes revealed a strange light. He was the youth who had walked out of the spatial rift during Wang Lin's divine retribution. This youth was in the summoned river looking for something, but many years ago, he had come back, helpless, and had been in closed-door cultivation in the fourth floor. He was forced out by Wang Lin at this moment. He knew Wang Lin, and Wang Lin had met him. "It's you." The moment the young man appeared, Wang Lin saw him. Wang Lin had only seen this youth once. The youth had been holding an ancient mirror inside the ancient celestial realm above an ancient god statue. He seemed to be looking for something. The youth didn't speak but stepped toward Wang Lin. As Wang Lin's punch descended, the youth pointed forward. The moment he sent out a seal, 6 giant illusory black flowers appeared. The 6 flowers were in full bloom, and as the youth pointed, the flowers shined brightly. An arm came out of each flower, and all 6 arms with pearl-white skin pointed toward Wang Lin's fist. The two sides collided in an instant. Wang Lin's punch trembled, and he clearly felt a destructive force enter his body from the 6 arms. This caused Wang Lin to retreat a few steps. The youth suffered as well. His face turned pale and popping sounds came from his body. The 6 flowers behind him collapsed, evenly matched. As Wang Lin retreated, 6 black flowers appeared on his arm, as if they were imprinted on his skin. His arm began to rot, and a sickly fluid flowed out. Intense pain entered Wang Lin's mind, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. An illusory star appeared between the eyebrows of the youth. A star also appeared in his right and left eye. This was the result of Wang Lin's ancient Tao cultivation combining with his cultivator cultivation. After the stars appeared, they turned into the ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil. They existed in the youth's mind and attacked his origin soul. The youth's expression had been calm from the beginning, and he remained calm. With just this calmness, Wang Lin considered this person to be very strong. Wang Lin didn't know that this youth was named Yunifeng was very famous in the Guei sect back on the Immortal astral continent. He was ranked 3rd among the core disciples. He had followed his uncle into the cave world, and after countless years, he had honed himself in the cave world and obtained great fortunes. Once he returned to the Immortal astral continent, he would be like the proud son of the heavens and could fight for the position of first among the core disciples. With his identity as the first disciple of the Guei sect, his name would spread far among the 9 sects and 13 factions. The two didn't speak at all. Wang Lin waved his right hand and 3 of the 6 black flowers immediately dissipated. The remaining 3 flowers collapsed to the recovery of this immortal ancient body. His right arm recovered completely. As for the youth, he had his own methods. His hands formed a seal and then he pointed to his body several times. Then he took out a seed-like pill and swallowed it. The pill suddenly erupted with a strange force in his body and killed the ancient clan shadows inside him. However, his recovery was a few breaths slower than Wang Lin's because he had to swallow a pill. These few breaths of time were enough for Wang Lin to do everything he wanted to do. He didn't attack the youth but formed a fist and punched the tower while the youth was recovering. This time, the youth could not stop it. With one punch, the world rumbled. The tower trembled and seemed to have absorbed Wang Lin's punch. It began to collapse from the bottom. Large amounts of dust rose into the air, and the bottom of the tower shattered until the 4th floor. The tower suddenly exploded, but the top 3 floors remained unmoving and unchanged. They floated there and gave off a brilliant light. These 3 floors seemed to be independent from the rest of the tower. It was as if the original people from the Guei sect had only brought these 3 floors, and their descendants had built the floors below them afterwards. The moment the bottom part of the tower collapsed, an old but powerful voice came from the 3rd floor. This voice was like thunder, but it was beyond any thunder. The world changed colors and a voice descended like law. Ancient Dao Barbarian Jr., your Dao clan is the weakest among the 3 ancient clans. All of you are mere barbarians. Even if your family head came before our Guei sect, you're all just mere barbarians. The voice was filled with arrogance as he descended on Wang Lin. Before Wang Lin could feel any emotions, outside the planet, Xian Luo's expression became dim. No one had dared to insult his clan like this before. The old man from the 3rd floor was the first one. However, if this arrogant old man found out that Xian Luo had heard this, what kind of expression would he make? Would he be scared out of his wits? The words of the old man from the 3rd floor echoed across the world. They entered Wang Lin's ears and were also heard by the Guei sect's Yu Nifeng. Yu Nifeng frowned. He usually looked very casual, but that was only on the surface. His pride came deep from his roots, and it was because of this pride that he didn't bother to humiliate people with words as well. He found things like this to be beneath him. Yu Nifeng frowned as he looked at Wang Lin and let out a yawn. He retreated to the side and ignored what was happening. As the words came out from the 3rd floor, there was a flash of green along with yellow. As the 2 colors spread, a proud-looking whited-haired old man walked out of the 3rd floor. This old man's body was surrounded by the power of wood and earth. As he walked out, one could see the shadow of a towering tree and a sandstorm behind him. The pressure of a mid-stage arcane void cultivation spread out from the old man. After he walked out, he waved his right hand at the tower and a light screen appeared around the tower to protect it. It was extremely strong, and it would be difficult to break it quickly. Breaking into Planet 5 elements and reversing the heart wheel. You've got guts, kid. Since you came today, don't leave. I'll let you know there are some places your ancient Dao clan can't enter. The old man looked at Wang Lin with a cold gaze. I'll capture you and then let your senior come to accept your sin. He didn't know Wang Lin was someone from the cave world. After seeing Wang Lin's ancient Dao power, he assumed Wang Lin also came from the immortal astral continent like them. He didn't think Wang Lin had come alone, and there were likely other people from the ancient Dao clan as well. It was likely they weren't here for the treasure but to find Yemo. The old man had thought of all this himself, and he believed what he thought was at least 80% correct. After speaking, he charged forward and waved his right hand. Popping sounds came from the shadow of the giant tree. The tree twisted and shrank until it became a mass of green light in the old man's hand. In the blink of an eye, the green light turned into a green whip. This whip was filled with the wood force and vitality. In the hands of the old man, he waved it and popping sounds echoed. It looked like a green python as it lashed toward Wang Lin. The world changed colors. It was as if everything had to collapse before the whip. The treasure the Guei sect was famous for was their whips. Their whips were very famous on the immortal astral continent, and they all had different production methods. Wang Lin couldn't clearly see the appearance of the green whip. He could only see the green light. This green light that was closing in on him was filled with wood element. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There was still no movement from the remaining 2 floors. The old man from the 3rd floor already had shocking cultivation. He didn't know how powerful the 2 in the remaining 2 floors were. Wang Lin retreated several steps. As the green whip closed in, a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes and he pushed forward with his palm. The moment his palm pushed forward, his fingers clustered to form a fist, and he pulled back. Karma print. With this pull, a green light was extracted from the whip and sent into Wang Lin's grasp. He mercilessly squeezed and the green light collapsed. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the whip paused for a moment. Just at this moment, the grass on the planet rapidly withered and turned into wood force that gathered inside the whip. In just a moment, the essence that was extracted by Wang Lin's karma print had been restored. The whip lashed by and landed on Wang Lin's body. There was a thunderous bang and Wang Lin's body trembled violently. The whip didn't touch his body but stopped 7 feet away. The ripples created by the whip caused Wang Lin to feel a powerful force hit his body. Wang Lin retreated several steps and suppressed the blood in his throat. The old man laughed arrogantly and lashed out once more. This time, his target was Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he began to deduce. He hadn't come here to kill. His purpose for being here was to see how deep the nail was and how strong these foreign cultivators were. Wang Lin was not surprised by the old man's cultivation level, but being entangled by this old man meant that he couldn't force out the last 2 people hiding in the last 2 floors. Whip! I have one as well. In a moment Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His mind was as cunning as the devil's, so he was able to find the best method to get the answers he wanted. Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the void and his soul lasher appeared. The whip lashed around and cracking sounds echoed. The golden light from the soul lasher seemed to be competing with the green light. The moment the old man saw the soul lasher, he was shocked. But he soon remembered something and his expression became gloomy. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin held the soul lasher and walked forward. He suddenly waved his arm and the soul lasher collided with the green whip. From afar, the 2 whips looked like 2 giant pythons. When they collided, they created a thunderous rumble. Whips were soft, and the moment they touched, they twisted together as if they were connected, making it very difficult to separate them. The golden light and the green light mixed together as the thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin held the soul lasher in his right hand and the old man held onto the green whip. The 2 whips were like 2 sticks in their hands. At this moment, both of them pulled at the same time. The veins on the old man's face swelled as all his cultivation went into his right hand and erupted when he pulled the whip. However, he was only a cultivator. Wang Lin had the ancient Tao bloodline, and there was nothing in the world with a stronger body than the ancient ones. Not only did Wang Lin have the ancient Tao bloodline, but his avatar also had 7 essences. His essences also erupted and entered his right arm, fusing with his ancient Tao power. Along with the fact that Wang Lin's right hand belonged to Yemo, the power of the fusion reached a terrifying degree. Although the old man was at the mid-stage of arcane void, comparing his strength with Wang Lin's was simply ridiculous. With one pull, the world rumbled and the 2 whips let out sounds that made it seem like they couldn't bear it anymore. In an instant, the whip was pulled out of the old man's hand, leaving a blood mark on his hand. With a bang, the 2 whips were pulled toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged at the old man. The old man's expression was extremely gloomy, and his hands formed seals as he rapidly retreated. The green whip that was pulled by Wang Lin immediately collapsed into green light that flew back toward the old man. At the same time, the sandstorm behind the old man moved forward and surrounded him. Cracking sounds echoed and the green light entered the sandstorm. The sandstorm rapidly shrank and formed an armor that contained wood and earth elements. The armor was earth yellow and contained flower-like patterns of green. Looking from a distance, the green drew a giant tree. When the armor appeared, the old man's cultivation suddenly erupted from mid-stage arcane void to peak of late-stage arcane void. He was only 1 step away from peak arcane void. This was the armor of the Guei sect. However, the more powerful the armor, the more difficult it was to control it, and it would cause great harm to the user. The old man's face was distorted in pain, and it looked like tree branches were drilling into his body. He looked up with a fierce expression and let out a painful howl before rushing forward. The moment he charged out, the earth moved like a wave. Giant hills appeared and moved with him. Also at this moment, all the grass on the planet withered and turned into strands of green that gathered before the old man. It changed into a large amount of towering trees that moved. These trees, looking like a dense jungle, quickly formed a giant treeman. This treeman was over tens of thousands of feet tall and wrapped around the old man. It closed in on Wang Lin and its right hand smashed down on him. Die for this old man. Buzzing sounds echoed and the punch of that giant tree appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The earth formed a vortex below Wang Lin and a sandstorm surrounded him. The countless grains of sand rotated trying to tear Wang Lin's body apart. Inside the sandstorm, Wang Lin was calm. All of this was within his expectations. As the sandstorm surrounded him and the punch from the tree closed in, Wang Lin closed his eyes as he curled up. The immortal ancient spell shrouded his body. Outside Planet 5 Elements, Grand Emperor Shenluo looked at what was happening on the planet. He had begun Wang Lin's test a long time ago, and right now he was very satisfied. High eyes revealed a strange light. This is a spell similar to the immortal celestial body. What's he going to do? It was blurry inside the sandstorm as Wang Lin's body curled up and the fist from the treeman arrived. The fist didn't contain a strong force but carried a spell with the old man's full cultivation using the armor. This wasn't a punch of strength but a punch of spell. The moment the punch fell, the sandstorm rapidly shrank toward Wang Lin as if it was going to tear him apart. Thunderous rumbles echoed at this instant and spread across the entire planet. They even spread outside the planet and echoed across the void. Wang Lin's body was hit by the wood and earth element force. The immortal ancient spell erupted, causing Wang Lin to continue to recover, so he didn't die. The moment the two essences arrived, Wang Lin borrowed the force and strung out like an arrow. He pierced through the sandstorm and shot off into the distance. His speed was far too fast. On top of his own ancient Tao and cultivation, he had also utilized the old man's attack at full power. If not for his immortal ancient spell, even with his current ancient Tao body, he would have died. However, with the immortal ancient spell protecting him, as long as it wasn't for too long, his body wouldn't be destroyed. Borrowing the other party's power, his speed had exceeded that of an arcane void cultivator and reached the speed of someone who had passed several arcane tribulants. Planet 5 Elements seemed like it was going to collapse, and the only thing that could be seen was the ray of light Wang Lin formed. It looked like he was going to charge out from the cave world. This ray of light charged at the tower protected by the light barrier and smashed into it. Wang Lin had used himself as the strongest treasure to break the tower's protection. The light around the tower cracked and became distorted. However, because it could collapse completely, the part Wang Lin had collided with broke and he rushed inside. It wasn't until he charged in that the barrier collapsed into fragments. Wang Lin's body broke through the barrier and didn't stop at all. With the powerful force from the attack and his immortal ancient spell, he collided with the tower. The tower trembled and a giant hole appeared due to Wang Lin's collision. The fragments from the gap rapidly dissipated before Wang Lin. Just as Wang Lin broke into the second floor, he immediately saw an old man filled with the power of the 5 elements inside. Although the old man looked old, his hair was black. He was sitting there as if he was cultivating a spell, but he was shocked by Wang Lin's sudden appearance and opened his eyes. The moment Wang Lin saw this man, his heart rumbled. If this old man was a bit younger, he would look exactly like Na Duo. The old man's eyes also contained the 9-cycle heart wheel. Scram out of here! A shocking roar came from the second floor. It was filled with anger and spread across the planet. The old man from the second floor trembled and his eyes were filled with awe and fear. Even Yun Yifeng's lazy expression disappeared and was replaced with reverence. Everyone who was awake trembled. They were obviously afraid of the owner of this voice. When this voice entered Wang Lin's body, his immortal ancient body showed signs of collapsing. His mind rumbled and he coughed out blood, retreating like crazy. It seemed like he was going to be forced out of the second floor by this roar. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. However, Wang Lin was not willing to be pushed out like this. He still hadn't seen the person in the first floor yet. At this moment, his eyes were filled with decisiveness and viciousness. Wang Lin was not only vicious to others but also to himself. As he was being pushed back, he waved his right hand and the blood sword appeared. Enduring the injuries in his body, He threw the blood sword forward just as he was about to be pushed out of the tower. With this wave, the blood sword flew out toward the first floor. At the same time, Wang Lin coughed out blood as he raised his left hand and pointed at the second floor. What great guts! The old man in the second floor stood up, and his gaze was cold. He raised his right hand to reach for the blood sword. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's left hand, which he had pointed ahead of time, erupted with his spell. Stop! Wang Lin was risking everything. He knew that with his immortal body, he wouldn't die even if he got seriously injured. Since he wouldn't die, he would risk it. Even if he was seriously injured, he had methods of leaving this place. Under the effect of the stop spell, the old man's right hand paused. It was only for a moment before the spell ended. Wang Lin was hit by the rebound and popping sounds came from his body. A large amount of blood mist sprayed out from his pores. But in his eyes, it was worth it. The old man's pause allowed the blood sword to break into the first floor, creating a 3-inch opening before flashing out from the other side of the tower. Wang Lin retreated as he stared at the 3-inch gap, and his eyes were filled with shock. He saw that inside the first floor, there was no cultivator, only a set of black armor. The black on the armor was like the night and could devour all light. Wang Lin rapidly retreated and coughed out blood. The blood sword was about to return when a white hand caught it. It was the old man from the second floor. He had walked out and grabbed the blood sword. No matter how much the blood sword struggled, it couldn't break free. Outside the tower, the old man in the wood and earth armor had an extremely respectful expression as he clasped his hand and spoke. Greetings, Senior Brother Ma. Greetings, Uncle Ma. The proud Yunifeng was also shocked. His eyes were filled with feverish reverence as he clasped his hands. Greetings, Senior Brother Ma. The 3 people that were held back by the explosion of the ancient Tao shadow all respectfully clasped their hands. Wang Lin retreated into the distance and saw all of this. He understood that he had forced out all the foreign cultivators here. The old man named Ma would look exactly like Na Duo if he was younger. It was obvious he was the person he saw back in the Scattered Thunder Clan. He was the leader of this group of foreign cultivators. The nails had already been pulled out and nothing was hidden. Wang Lin had seen it all, so he wasn't going to stick around. He made up his mind. Although his injuries were serious, he didn't panic. He pointed up at the sky. The moment he pointed at the sky, there was a flash of coldness from the old man named Ma, who had walked out of the second floor. He stared at Wang Lin and rushed forward. You've disturbed this old man's cultivation. You deserve death. You take one more step, you deserve death. As the old man stepped out, Wang Lin's cold words echoed. Although blood was flowing out of the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, his words were filled with determination. The sky suddenly darkened as if a giant figure was hovering above. At the same time, a giant pair of eyes appeared in the sky. This pair of eyes was completely ruthless, without any color in them. It was as if everything in the world was no different from a grain of dust. The old man named Ma was shaken as he looked up at the eyes in the sky. His pupils shrank and his feet suddenly stopped. He no longer dared to take another step. A wave was set off in the heart in the old man named Ma. There was disbelief and shock that could not be concealed, and this was clearly revealed by his expression. Beside him, the old man with the wood and earth armor also didn't dare to move. The moment he looked at the pair of eyes in the sky, his face immediately turned pale and his heart rumbled. The other 3 also trembled as they were shocked by the gaze from the sky. Yunifeng was startled for a moment, but that feeling was soon replaced by fear. He looked at the old man named Ma, and after seeing the old man's expression, his face immediately turned pale. Heavenly Tao! The old man named Ma silently pondered, and after a long time, he looked profoundly at Wang Lin. There was killing intent and greed hidden in his eyes, but he still didn't dare to take that step. He didn't dare to bet. Return the sword to me. Wang Lin slowly retreated and stepped into the sky. From the view of the people below, he was between the eyebrows of those ruthless eyes. The old man named Man's right hand held the blood sword. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I'm shocked by the fact that the heavenly Tao, but this old man doesn't believe it has the power to devour me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up in such a state." The old man named Ma raised his right foot and slowly lowered it. However, his gaze was locked on to Wang Lin, looking for any change in Wang Lin's expression. Wang Lin smiled faintly and softly said, "It indeed can't devour you, but you still have to return that sword to me." His verbal admission caused the old man named Ma to frown and made him uncertain. His foot stopped and he stared at Wang Lin for a long time, but he still wasn't able to find any clues from looking at Wang Lin's expression. Since he dared, he must be prepared. "Return the sword in 3 breaths. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. 3 breaths passed in an instant. The old man, in the end, withdrew the last step and threw the blood sword at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't pick it up but had the illusory nether beast devour it. "Goodbye!" Wang Lin clasped his hands and retreated. With one step, he left Planet 5 Elements and dove into the void. Wang Lin retreated into the sky and landed on the back of the giant nether beast with 2 steps. The nether beast was invisible when Wang Lin summoned it. Now that it had appeared, Wang Lin painfully sat down on its back. He endured all the injuries in his body as he stared at Planet 5 Elements. After seeing that there was no change to Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin knew that the other party didn't dare to gamble. In truth, even if they had dared to gamble, Wang Lin still had other options. He still had the Li Guangbao. Although he was not willing to use it now, if faced with a crisis, he would use it without hesitation. Although Wang Lin had been injured on this trip to Planet 5 Elements, his gains were also great. He pressed several times on his body and suppressed the pain. The nether beast slowly retreated and left the space around Planet 5 Elements. It appeared back in the brilliant void. That old man named Ma's cultivation level is even higher powerful than the sovereign's. Even if he hasn't reached the void turbulent stage, he must have passed through several arcane turbulence. Also, the first floor of the tower contained a suit of armor instead of a person. This Gui sex cultivation is very strange. They actually rely on the armor. That armor in the first floor likely belongs to the old man named Ma. If it really belongs to him, what cultivation level would he reach upon wearing it? Wang Lin pondered. After Wang Lin left, the old man named Ma became gloomy and stared at the sky. He hesitated and couldn't decide between holding back or attacking. He wasn't sure if Wang Lin really had backups prepared. However, since Wang Lin had dared to come to such a dangerous place and had even forced him to return the blood sword, Wang Lin must have come prepared. While pondering, the old man named Ma's eyes became cold. As he stood there, the surroundings were completely silent. The old man wearing the double element armor respectfully stood there and didn't dare to make a sound. There were also the 3 middle-aged men from the 5th to 7th floors. They all respectfully stood there and seemed to be afraid of this old man named Ma. After a long time, the old man named Ma suddenly said, "What do you think?" Although his words weren't directed at anyone, only Yunifeng pondered and slowly answered, "Junior doesn't believe that the heavenly Tao can devour us. Uncle found some clues about the heavenly Tao, and I went looking for it over the years. Although I found nothing, I have some speculations. The heavenly Tao has been split. Although that child became its master, it is incomplete. Although the incomplete heavenly Tao can devour all living things, it can't devour those with powerful cultivation. He must have come here because he found out we came from outside the cave world from somewhere. It is now the key moment to find the third soul, and he must be worried about this. Thus, he came here to force us out of hiding, and now that he knows everything about us, he can make his plans. Of course, this is only Junior's guess. If this is really the reason he came, he is really something. That should be it. Aside from the heavenly Tao, he must have a backup plan if he dared to calmly come here." The old man named Ma's eyes lit up and he withdrew his gaze from the sky. He looked at everyone present with a gloomy expression and was about to return to the tower. However, just at this moment, a calm voice echoed across Planet 5 Elements. "Was it you all who said that the ancient Tao clan were all mere barbarians?" The moment the voice appeared, the expression of the old man named Ma changed. His pupils shrank, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Although this voice was calm, it could make one's heart tremble. The old man named Ma wasn't the only one like this. Yunifeng's expression changed greatly, and he didn't dare to move an inch. There was also the other three. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. As for the old man wearing the double-element armor, his face immediately turned pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That voice entered everyone's hearts, and a sense of fear erupted from their bodies. This fear was intense enough to destroy their life force. The three middle-aged men coughed out blood and their bodies trembled as they retreated. It was as if an invisible person had closed in and pushed them away. The world changed colors and the clouds scattered. As ripples echoed, a vague figure appeared and walked toward the planet. The figure wasn't tall, but his appearance caused the earth to tremble and caused Planet 5 elements to almost collapse. Everyone was filled with fear. It was as if this figure held the power to destroy heaven itself. After he appeared, the entire planet became dead silent. Even the sun in the sky disappeared. Was it you all who said that the ancient Dao clan were all mere barbarians before your Guei sect? The indifferent voice came from the vague figure. The figure walked forward, and no one dared to resist at all. The figure arrived before the old man wearing the double-element armor and causally grabbed the old man's neck. All of this happened far too fast, and the shocking pressure never stopped. The old man in the armor couldn't escape or resist. The moment he was grabbed by the figure, he began to struggle painfully. The vague figure gently waved his right hand and thunderous rumbles echoed. The old man's powerful Guei sect double-element armor shattered like a piece of paper and dissipated. It was you who said it. The vague figure pulled the old man close and coldly looked at him. This scene caused the old man named Ma's legs to tremble. Not only him, Yunifeng was also the same. Grand Empyrean. The old man named Ma's lip trembled. There was only one person who could casually destroy the Guei sect's armor and question about disrespect to the ancient Dao clan. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo. The old man named Ma coughed out blood and retreated a few steps. The fear in his eyes was monstrous. You still recognize this old man? The vague figure's calm voice entered the ears of the old man named Ma. This caused his heart to tremble, and he continued to retreat. The old man named Ma's teeth trembled. He looked at the vague figure and clearly recognized what it was. This blur was not caused by a spell, but a unique effect resulting from the pressure of the 9 suns. The legendary 9 suns of the immortal astral continent. Unless it was someone from the same family or generation, it was rare to see their appearance. The giant difference in cultivation level and the pressure of the Grand Empyreans created a strange atmosphere that made their figures blurry. If they didn't wish it, then it would be difficult even for another one of the 9 suns to see their real appearance. There was no need to talk about these people that were as weak as ants before Xian Luo. The moment his words echoed, Xian Luo gently squeezed his hand and a rumble echoed across the world. The old man that had lost his armor collapsed into flesh and blood that disappeared in Xian Luo's hand. Xian Luo casually killed someone and then waved his hand as if he wanted to wave away the smell of death on his hand. He turned and looked at the rest of the people here. As his gaze swept by, the hearts of everyone who was alive trembled. Aside from the old man named Ma and Yunifeng, everyone else's legs went soft and they knelt down on the ground. The old man named Ma clenched his teeth and forced himself to remain standing. However, his legs were trembling as he had reached his limit. Yunifeng's face was deathly pale and large beads of sweat rolled down, soaking his clothes. When Xian Luo's eyes swept by, it was as if the sky had collapsed on him, making him kneel and worship. However, the pride in his heart wouldn't allow him to kneel. At this moment, he trembled and popping sounds came from his body. It was as if his entire body was being squeezed. Child, you are not bad. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo had his hands behind his back. After his gaze swept by, his gaze returned to Yunifeng. It is very difficult to continue resisting under my pressure. Unfortunately, you are not of the ancient Dao. Unfortunate. Xian Luo let out a sigh. When he withdrew his gaze, Feng could no longer withstand the pressure. He coughed out blood and knelt down on the ground. The old man named Ma withstood for a few more breaths. His face was pale and he smiled bitterly before he gave up resisting. He knew that if he continued to resist, he would without a doubt die. His expression became dim as he knelt down and remained motionless. Please give Guisek's head elderface and let us leave. We will leave this cave world immediately and never come again. Grand Emperor Shen Luo's right hand reached toward the first floor of the tower. The first floor collapsed, revealing what was inside completely. The black armor gave off a strange light as the rubble fell. I'll be taking this armor. When your Gui sect felt you have the qualifications to take it back, come take it from his old man personally. Grand Emperor Shen Luo's words were calm, and the armor seemed to be caught by a force of the 5 elements. The armor flew toward Shen Luo and disappeared before him. Then Shen Luo let out a cold snort and disappeared into the distance. After Shen Luo left, his voice entered the hearts of everyone on planet 5 elements. It's not time for you all to leave. Do what you have to do. Only after Shen Luo had been gone for a long time did the old man named Ma stand up with a complicated expression. The rest also gradually stood up. Feng clenched his teeth as he looked up at the sky toward where Shen Luo had gone. His expression was extremely gloomy. Sooner or later, I'll become a Grand Empyrean, become the 10th son. Feng clenched his fist. The surroundings were completely silent. After a long time, the old man named Ma let out a sigh. He looked around, and his expression was extremely bleak. The old man named Ma slowly said, "Forget it. The plan we have been waiting for has no chance of success now. Even if we were certain to win with him here, we can't finish it." That Wang Lin came from the same direction, but based on the fact that they didn't appear at the same time, and Wang Lin's expression from before, he doesn't seem to know about Grand Emperor Shen Luo. With that in mind, the reason why Grand Emperor Shen Luo is not letting us leave becomes obvious. Feng spoke calmly. He was a core disciple of the Gui sect and someone even Shen Luo found talented. He was naturally very cunning and similar to Wang Lin in this respect. With such simple clues, he was able to get 80% or 90% of the story correct. What Feng Er said is correct, that should be it. Grand Emperor Shen Luo is obviously testing Wang Lin. He must have come from the immortal astral continent for this Wang Lin. The eyes of the old man named Ma lit up. A long time ago, Mo died in this cave world and scattered 3,000 drops of his blood. This Wang Lin must have obtained Mo's legacy and caught Grand Emperor Shen Luo's attention. Feng's eyes shined and he began to ponder. Grand Emperor Shen Luo won't let us leave, because he wants us to become the stone to sharpen the knife, to test Wang Lin. Before he left, he said we should do what we have to do. If we don't understand his meaning, we will never be able to leave here. All of us will die here. Feng rubbed his temples. As Grand Emperor Shen Luo walked through the stars, he looked back for a moment. Planet 5 elements appeared in his eyes, which glinted with a hint of admiration. That child is very cunning. Unfortunately, he is a celestial. I wonder who is more cunning between Wang Lin and him. It should be this person. Shen Luo shook his head and continued to walk forward. As for Wang Lin, he was sitting on the back of the nether beast with his eyes closed and was rapidly healing. He had been seriously injured during this trip to Planet 5 Elements, but it was all worth it. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he slowly spat out a mouthful of foul air. The Gui sect is a powerful force in the search for the third soul. Now that they have been forced out of the shadows by me, it's time for me to get involved in the search for the third soul. The third soul? Who are you? Wang Lin's right hand patted the back of the nether beast. The beast suddenly sped up and disappeared among the stars. When it appeared, it was outside the silver river around the new celestial realm. Wang Lin stood up and put the nether beast away. He pondered for a long time while floating there. His figure was lit up by the silver river but gave off a lonely feeling. It was as if his soul was feeling sorrow. Today is a special day. Wang Lin let out a sigh and stepped forward. He turned into a ray of light and charged into the Silver River. He rushed through the Silver River and entered the Celestial Realm. Just as Wang Lin entered the Celestial Realm, Grand Emperor Shen Luo walked out. He looked at the Celestial Realm before he waved his sleeve and followed Wang Lin. His figure was blurry and invisible. Even if you were standing in front of him, you wouldn't notice his presence. However, just as he entered, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and turned around. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at Shen Luo. Shen Luo couldn't help but be stunned by Wang Lin's gaze. "You have followed me the entire way. Since you already came here, why don't you show yourself?" Wang Lin's voice was cold and full of killing intent. Grand Emperor Shen Luo's eyes revealed a strange light. He carefully looked at Wang Lin for a long time. He didn't speak or reveal himself. "Could it be that you really want me to force you out?" Wang Lin sneered and he waved his right hand. A storm formed by his 7 essences flew out and swept the area before him. As the storm swept by, Wang Lin stared at the void carefully, and after making sure there was nothing, he stepped into the Celestial Realm. In truth, he hadn't noticed Grand Emperor Shen Luo, but Wang Lin had always been cautious. If it was before, it would have been fine, but he had just left Planet 5 Elements. He was afraid the old man named Ma had secretly followed him, so he had decided to suddenly turn around. If someone had really followed him, they would have likely been fooled by him to reveal themselves. It wasn't until Wang Lin disappeared that Grand Emperor Shen Luo smiled and revealed admiration in his eyes. "This little fellow sure is careful." His eyes contained some kind of spell that would have given people the illusion that he was staring at them. Although this method is simple and not every clever, it is very practical. Shen Luo smiled. He was indeed startled by Wang Lin's words and action. Inside the 5-element formation, I saw his domineering nature. In the 9-cycle heart wheel, I saw his comprehension. Outside the tower on Planet 5 Elements, I saw his decisiveness and cunning. Here I saw his caution. This Wang Lin is very good. However, the person I chose must value relationships. I wonder if he has it or not. Shen Luo pondered as he walked through the Silver River and entered the beautiful Celestial Realm. The sky of the Celestial Realm was blue with clouds that were like wisps of smoke. It was very pleasing to the eye. The ground was a crisp green with mountains and rivers in the distance. The fragrance of the earth fused with the world, and breathing it in would penetrate one's soul. Wang Lin returned to the Celestial Realm. Aside from Tao Master Blue Dream, no one else noticed Wang Lin's return. Wang Lin appeared before the mountain he had used for closed-door cultivation before. Looking at the sky, Wang Lin's expression gradually became dim. His eyes were gradually filled with thoughts and sorrow. Every year on this day, he wanted to make himself forget something. Most of the time, he made himself busy so he couldn't remember. However, right now, after everything had calmed down, he couldn't make himself forget. "It's this day of the year again." Wang Lin lowered his head bitterly and sat down. At this moment, Grand Emperor Shen Luo was standing on top of the mountain and silently watching Wang Lin. After sitting down, Wang Lin let out a deep breath and his right hand reached out. The ghostly sail appeared and surrounded his body. It seemed as if he wasn't willing to allow anyone to see himself. He just wanted to quietly spend this day by himself. The sky of the Celestial Realm was clear and the sunlight was coming from some unknown place. The sunlight shone on the earth, and it wasn't hot but was warm. The mountain Wang Lin was at was very quiet. He was inside the ghostly sail as he looked up at the sky for a long time. "One air. Soon, I'll head to the Immortal astral continent. There, I will find a way to wake you up. Trust me, just like what I promised you back then. Even if heaven wants you to die, I'll snatch you back." Due to his quiet surroundings, his heart was calm and melancholy. Wang Lin vaguely felt like he didn't have much time left in the cave world. Soon, he was likely to leave this place and head to the foreign Immortal astral continent. Wang Lin had gone to a lot of foreign places in his life, and loneliness had accompanied him all throughout his journeys. Although he had been lonely, Li Muin had accompanied him, making his loneliness a bit lighter and bearable. Today is a special day. Wan Er, do you remember? Wang Lin couldn't remember his own age, his own birthday, but he remembered this day thousands of years ago. This was a day he could not forget. Every year on this day, he would spend it by himself, whether he was slaughtering to make himself forget, escaping to bury it in the bottom of his heart, or in closed-door cultivation where he silently passed the years. However, most of the time he would drink by himself. The spicy wine flowed down his throat, but he could not feel the spiciness because melancholy, loneliness, and loss filled his heart. No matter how strong the wine was, it wasn't able to wash them away at all. Wan Er, I accepted Li Qianmei. I'm sorry. Wang Lin silently pondered. He took out a jug of wine inside the ghostly sail and drank it. That amount of kindness is something I can't repay. Wan Er, I don't want to love in this life, because your departure let me know the price of love. I can't bear it. More than 2,000 years ago on this day, a cry for help filled with thoughts for revenge entered Wang Lin's heart. That voice was very soft, helpless, and would make one feel sorry for it. That voice made Wang Lin stop and turn his head. He saw a figure he didn't know but would remember for the rest of his life. This figure was his woman. Wang Lin's heart felt pain, and he drank all the wine in the jug. He threw it aside and took out another jug. Not far away, Grand Emperor Xianluo was sitting there and looking at Wang Lin's back. The sorrow and loneliness being given off by this figure moved even him. Wan Er, just wait for me. It won't be long before I can do it. Wang Lin drank a mouthful of wine and let it overflow from the corner of his mouth. He waved his sleeve and the heaven avoidance coffin appeared before him. Looking at the sleeping Li Muin inside the coffin, he revealed a gentle smile, but it felt like a needle had pierced his heart. Wang Lin looked at Li Muin for a long time before he gently opened the lid of the coffin. His left hand trembled as he slowly reached into the coffin until he touched Li Muin's face. He gently caressed Li Muin's face. The pain in Wang Lin's heart turned into a tide of sorrow that ruthlessly drowned him. Wan Er. Tears came from Wang Lin's eyes. His tears fell on Li Muin and wetted her clothes. Your sliver of soul is gone. It's not in the divine retribution anymore. But no matter where it is, no matter who has it, I'll take it back. Wang Lin murmured as he picked up the jug of wine and took a big gulp. His tears mixed with the wine and became bitter, but he drank it all. Wang Lin threw away the wine jug and his right hand pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. His left hand pointed to the spot between Li Muin's eyebrows and he closed his eyes. Ghostly face illusion. Dream for millennia. Wang Lin muttered as the ghostly sail around him distorted. The ghostly face roared and flew out. Then it disappeared in between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The fog around Wang Lin became dense, making it impossible to see everything inside. Xianluo silently pondered, and his expression was complicated. He had some ideas, and with a sigh he pointed at the fog around Wang Lin. His divine sense entered the fog. Wang Lin, it's not that this old man can't disturb you, but I need to understand everything about you. I'm not only choosing my only disciple. I need someone that will protect my reincarnation and guard my ancient Dao clan. A very important person. Xianluo closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his mind entered the dream world Wang Lin was in. He felt the sorrow that came from this world. The sky was dark and there were monstrous flames in the distance, lighting up the sky. Sounds of slaughter and spells colliding could be heard in the distance. Wang Lin was standing there, and the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated. He looked back at the direction of the Sea of Devils and slowly waited. After a long time, two rays of light flew by before Wang Lin's eyes. It was a man and a woman. The woman in front looked pale and frightened, her body shaking. This woman was like a lotus fairy, gentle and elegant. She was Li Muin. The man behind her had a face filled with lust as he casually chased after her. Little girl, your team of 13 people has been killed by me. Where can you run? While he spoke, he waved right hand. A large part of Li Muin's clothes were torn off, revealing her skin. As Li Muin let out a cry, the man sniffed his right hand. The lust in his eyes became even more intense. Just at this moment, Li Muin saw Wang Lin. Her heart was weak right now after facing humiliation and danger. She recognized that Wang Lin looked familiar. "It's you, senior brother. Save me." As she spoke, she changed direction and instantly arrived beside Wang Lin. Her face was filled with anxiousness as she clenched her teeth and quickly said, "This person is the elder of the double cultivation sect from the country of Xianwu. He found out that I have a distant heaven pill. That's why he didn't hesitate." She was very clever and immediately revealed the distant heaven pill to make Wang Lin act. However, before she finished speaking, she was startled because Wang Lin was looking at her with a gentle smile. This gaze made it seem as if he was looking at someone he had loved for thousands of years. This gaze caused Li Muin to tremble. "You?" Just as Li Muin was about to speak, the young man in the distance smiled coldly. He naturally saw Wang Lin but didn't care at all. He raised his right hand and 8 flying swords appeared around him and shot toward Wang Lin like a whirlwind. Wang Lin looked at Li Muin and naturally caught her with his right hand. Li Muin's eyes were filled with shame as Wang Lin looked at the lustful youth behind the 8 swords. With one gaze, the 8 flying swords immediately became distorted and collapsed. As for the young man, the moment he met Wang Lin's eyes, his heart rumbled and he coughed out blood. Just as fear appeared in his eyes, his body was torn apart by an invisible force. Everything suddenly became silent. Li Muin looked stunned at all of this and forgot to struggle. She was being held in Wang Lin's arms while his longing gaze fell on her. Senior brother, you?" After a long time, Li Muin recovered. Her face immediately turned pale as she looked at Wang Lin timidly with fear. Seeing Li Muin like this, Wang Lin felt a sting in his heart and gently loosened his hand. "I'm called Wang Lin." After Wang Lin muttered this, Li Muin immediately retreated more than 1,000 feet. She paused for a moment and timidly looked at Wang Lin. She then bowed at Wang Lin and quickly left. Watching Li Muin's obviously frightened figure, Wang Lin revealed a happy smile. However, the bitterness and sorrow hidden under the smile couldn't be seen by others. In the distance, Grand Emperor Shen Luo silently watched all of this, and even his heart felt a sting of pain. He looked at Wang Lin. He looked at the smile on Wang Lin's face and silently pondered. What kind of loneliness and sorrow could make one look for joy in a dream? Shen Luo let out a sigh. Wang Lin stood there with a smile until Li Muin's figure disappeared. He then slowly closed his eyes and everything around him disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he was in the celestial realm, on the mountain looking at Li Muin, who was sleeping inside the coffin. The sky was no longer blue. It was now night. The night had a dreamlike full moon hanging in the sky. There seemed to be 2 figures slowly walking together in front of it. These were the figures of a man and a woman. Looking at the moon in the night, a gentle breeze blew by, causing Wang Lin's white hair to flutter in the wind. This wind was very gentle, like Wan Er's hand that caressed Wang Lin's ancient face. One gaze was like 1,000 years. This night, the moon and the stars were scattered, and this night was sleepless. This night, with Li Muin accompanying him, Wang Lin's heart was calm as he was not alone. The wind blew by, and as it blew, Wang Lin's heart also blew into the coffin. It lifted Li Muin's black hair and gently blew past. The black hair in the coffin seemed to want to fly into the sky as well, but in the end, it lacked the strength and drifted back down. It wasn't until the moonlight became thick that Wang Lin saw an old figure in the distance. This old figure was surrounded by a blue light, and beside him was a woman. This woman was Li Qianmei. The father and daughter seemed to have arrived a long time ago. They had watched Wang Lin enter the dream and had seen his tears fall on Li Muin. Before Wang Lin's eyes, the woman and her father turned around in the moonlight and gradually walked away. However, their figures contained a hint of loneliness. This was especially true for the woman. Wang Lin closed his eyes and didn't say a sword. This night belonged to him and Li Muin and no one else. The night was scattered a bit by the sun that was rising. Another color beside the moonlight appeared. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Li Muin inside the coffin. One gaze was like 1,000 years. "Wan Er, wait for me," Wang Lin murmured as he waved his right hand. The coffin disappeared and Wang Lin carefully put it away. He faced the sky with the sun and the moon before letting out a deep breath. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "It is time to search for the third soul." The seven-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John should have all found some clues. Outside the celestial realm, it was as Wang Lin expected. Even after experiencing the heavenly Tao, they hadn't given up on looking for the third soul. At this moment, they were in the cloud sea, moving in a formation, and the gourd above their heads was spraying out large amount of fog. This fog was like a guide, and the four of them slowly followed it. They flew by stars and floating continent as they moved toward all heaven. Old Ghost John followed with a gloomy expression. They maintained a certain balance and wouldn't disturb each other. After a long time, the gourd above the four generals suddenly sprayed out more fog. The fog rumbled and formed a giant figure. This figure was not that of a human but a fierce beast that looked like a dog. It looked like a Qilin but was different and made of fog. Its nose moved as if it was sniffing something. A moment later, the fierce beast suddenly looked up and revealed a ferocious gaze. It jumped out from above the four generals' heads and charged forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed and all four generals became excited as they followed. Old Ghost John's eyes lit up. It was difficult to hide his expectation as he followed. The giant beast continued to sniff as it moved forward. Finally, it arrived before an abandoned continent and started to roar at it. The four generals quickly closed in and landed on the continent. Their divine senses shrouded the continent and began carefully searching it. Old Ghost John also landed on the continent and his divine sense spread out. But he soon frowned. This continent had been abandoned and was filled with ruins. A long time ago there was life here, and a large amount of mortals lived here. However, right now everything had disappeared with time. There was no life on the continent. It was dead silent, and only the auras of a few fierce beasts remained. The four generals' eyes lit up and they looked at each other. When they did this, a destructive force surrounded the continent. In a flash, there was a series of miserable screams and a storm killed all the living things on this continent. After destroying all life here, strands of smoke came out of the continent and entered the mouth of the beast. After absorbing it, the beast shook its head and flew off. "Ah, this is not it either." Although this not the place, the fact that the celestial sovereign's life fog beast stayed here to sniff means that the third soul must have spent a reincarnation here. The more the fog beast absorbs the third soul's reincarnation aura, the better it can judge the location of the third soul. It has already devoured several times, so it's almost time. The four generals looked at each other and then left this dead continent. They followed the fog beast to the edge of the cloud sea. This place led to all heaven. Old Ghost John followed behind. As he stared at the fog beast, his eyes lit up. "It looks like the third soul is in all heaven. I spent the most time in all heaven. If the third soul is really in all heaven, then it is a person or a beast." In the other side of all heaven was the brilliant void. A seven-colored cloud rapidly moved through the star system. The seven-colored Taoist frowned as he looked at a drop of crystal blood in his hand. He had searched all of brilliant void aside from planet 5 elements. He had checked every inch of the star system, every planet, and every grain of dust. But in the end, he found no clue at all. While pondering, the seven-colored Taoist raised his head. He had seen the third soul fly to the brilliant void in the illusion within an illusion inside the rift in the cloud sea. He just didn't know if the third soul had stopped at the brilliant void or gone through. Because at the critical moment, Wang Lin had interrupted his illusion and was forced awake. Thinking about this, the seven-colored Taoist became even more gloomy, and his hatred for Wang Lin became even stronger. "Even without the illusion, with all the blood I collected during all the wars between the inner and outer realms, I can still find the third soul. If he isn't in the brilliant void, I'll go search Summoned River. I'll search all for star systems if I have to. I don't believe the third soul can leave the cave world." The seven-colored Taoist had a grim expression as he flew toward the Summoned River. As he moved forward, he was still looking at the blood in his hand. The blood hadn't changed this whole time, but the seven-colored Taoist knew that this blood contained the life of people from the cave world. If it encountered people from the cave world, it would do nothing, but if it encountered the reincarnation of something from outside the cave world, it would shine brightly. However, the range of the drop of blood was not wide, and there was only one drop, so it would waste a large amount of time. However, he had already waited for so long, the time it took now was irrelevant. As he stepped forward, the seven-colored Taoist arrived in the summoned river and began searching carefully. With this kind of search, the third soul couldn't hide at all. It wouldn't be long before the greatest secret in the cave world would be exposed. Wang Lin was also searching for the third soul. Wang Lin sat on the mountain and his divine sense shrouded the celestial realm. He found Qing Shui in a wooden pavilion on a mountain in the northwestern part of the celestial realm. Red Butterfly was also there with Qing Shui. The father and daughter pair lived there in peace. Right now, Qing Shui was smiling at Red Butterfly, giving pointers to some difficulties she had in her cultivation. She was already very talented and had learned a lot. Cultivation emphasizes on emotions and ideals. Ideals are everything, and Qing Shui's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked up in the sky. There was a flash of complicated emotion in his gaze, and a moment later he stood up. Butterfly, practice by yourself. Your father has something to do first. With that, Qing Shui took a step and turned into a shadow that disappeared from the room. Red Butterfly looked at where her father disappeared and revealed a trace of worry. After pondering for a moment, she let out a sigh, closed her eyes, and she began to calmly cultivate. Ripples echoed on the mountain. Wang Lin was on and Qing Shui walked out. Senior brother Qing Shui, help me find a soul. Wang Lin stood up and clasped his hands at Qing Shui. Qing Shui silently pondered and then arrived next to Wang Lin. His expression was complicated, and after a long time, he softly said, "You know my identity." Wang Lin looked at Qing Shui and nodded. Back in the seven-colored realm, you didn't ask me if I had found the answer. In fact, I had found it. I knew I was only formed by a soul fragment. Forgive me for not telling you about this. I didn't want to admit it myself. Qing Shui closed his eyes and sat down before Wang Lin. Qing Shui muttered, "Do it. I don't know what method you will use, but I'll do my best to help you. I only know the senior brother Qing Shui is one of the 7 fragments. As for the other 6, I have no clue, but senior brother can rest assured. No matter what, I won't allow the 3 souls to fuse and devour the 7 fragments. When I find the third soul, I'll kill it." Wang Lin's right hand pointed to the spot between his eyebrows and the ghostly sail flew out. It rapidly expanded into a giant ghostly face that floated above the 2 of them. The ghostly face looked fierce and charged at Wang Lin and Qing Shui. It opened its mouth and instantly devoured the 2 of them. The moment the 2 of them were devoured, their minds rumbled. It was as if thunder had exploded and brought their divine senses back to ancient times. When the 7-colored celestial sovereign's soul split into the 3 souls and 7 fragments. Search for the third soul. It was similar to how he had entered the 7-colored Taoist illusion. But this time, Qing Shui was the guide. Wang Lin was using the ghostly sail to enter the illusion to find the truth of the ancient past. Inside this illusion, the sky was blood red and the earth was also red, as if it was soaked in blood. The smell of blood was too thick, and right after Wang Lin appeared, he felt a suffocating feeling from his chest. It was as if a large rock was on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Looking around, Wang Lin saw pieces of bodies covering the ground. There were bodies everywhere, but very few were complete. There were still eyes filled with fear before death. There was also the vague figure that had been imprinted into the eyes. This was a mortal palace. Normally, this place would be bright, but now it was covered in blood, making it a palace of death. A thunderous bang came from the distance. As large amounts of dust scattered, Wang Lin saw a palace collapse in the distance. There was a man covered in blood holding up a man in a royal robe. His gaze was cold and he was shrouded by a crazed killing intent. "Your family destroyed my family before. Today I'll repay it. The man squeezed his right hand and the old man in the royal robe exploded. Blood splattered on the man's body and face. At the same time, countless rays of sword energy closed in. It was hundreds of ancient cultivators closing in and arriving above the palace. However, just as they closed in, the man suddenly looked up and his eyes revealed a demonic, red gaze. The red light flew out and turned into a bolt of red lightning. It flew into the sky and pierced through all the cultivators. It only took a moment, and the hundreds of cultivators trembled before they collapsed. G-Realm, Wang Lin muttered as he looked around. He looked at the blood-stained man and his eyes revealed enlightenment. This is only the first illusion back in the country of clear water. Wang Lin stepped through the blood on the ground and walked toward the man. The blood dyed the earth red and the scattered blood carried Qing Shui's hate. It was so dense it couldn't be washed away at all. If the heavens try to stop me, I'll kill the heavens. If the celestials try to stop me, I'll kill the celestials. Qing Shui looked up at the sky as the hundreds of cultivators collapsed. His face was filled with killing intent. I want the world to be covered with rivers of blood. I want the world to pay the price and suffer my slaughter calamity. Qing Shui's voice echoed across the world, revealing the madness in his heart. When Wang Lin closed in, he looked at the back of Qing Shui covered in blood. His figure was very sad and lonely. Although the revenge was complete, there was no joy, only sadness and sorrow along with hatred and exhaustion from living. Wang Lin softly said, "Senior brother." The moment he spoke, Qing Shui suddenly turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent as he looked at Wang Lin. If he was anyone else, the smell of blood and killing intent would have made him tremble in fear and retreat. However, Wang Lin didn't. Qing Shui's killing intent was monstrous, but he, Wang Lin, was the same. In the end, they were the same kind of people. The reason they could have such a deep friendship and be willing to die for each other was because of this. Qing Lin's eyes filled with killing intent could not shock Wang Lin. Wang Lin also didn't only see killing intent in Qing Shui's eyes. He saw pain, sorrow, and melancholy. Just like when he got his revenge against the Tang family. This is an illusion. It is true and false, but it is not our destination. Senior brother, sit down, we will enter the second illusion. Wang Lin whispered as he walked toward Qing Shui. Qing Shui silently pondered until Wang Lin was next to him. Then he slowly closed his eyes. However, 2 lines of tears flowed down and washed away the blood marks on his face. The tears flowed down along his neck and fell on the ground, mixing with the blood. Sit down, okay? Wang Lin stood before Qing Shui and placed his hands on Qing Shui's shoulders. After a long time, Qing Shui nodded and sat down with a bitter expression. He let out a deep breath and opened his eyes. Wang Lin, is this only the first illusion? Yes, this is only the first illusion. Wang Lin also sat down and looked at Qing Shui's eyes. A very realistic illusion. Qing Shui murmured and looked around. In the end, his gaze fell on an intact tree in a palace in the distance. This tree seemed to have existed for a long time, struggling to survive. Looking at the tree, the slaughter in his eyes gradually dissipated, and in the end he let out a sigh. Let's enter the second illusion. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and his arm opened. He waved his sleeve and the world of the first illusion began to distort. A rumble echoed and strands of black gas came out of the blood on the ground, and the broken arms on the ground began to rotate. In the end, everything in the first illusion gave off black gas and gathered above Wang Lin and Qing Shui to form a giant ghostly face. The ghostly face gave off a silent roar and devoured the two. The moment it devoured them, Wang Lin and Qing Shui's hearts rumbled. A giant vortex appeared, pulling their souls and divine senses into the ancient past. The world was in chaos, and this was the core of the cave. This was the center of the cave world and where the door leading out of the cave was located. At this moment, in this core area, the heavenly Tao opened its mouth and devoured Lien Daofei. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and it was at this moment that Wang Lin appeared. This looked exactly the same as the illusion the seven-colored Taoist was in. Lien Daofei's angry roar echoed as the heavenly Tao was split and suffered serious injuries. At the same time, the seven-colored celestial sovereign had a sorrowful expression as his body collapsed. His body was completely torn apart and his origin soul and soul mixed before exploding into the three souls and seven fragments. They scattered in all directions. This was different from when Wang Lin entered the seven-colored Taoist's illusion. This time he was the owner of the illusion, so what he saw was much more clear. The first thing he saw were the seven fragments. The seven fragments had the colors of the rainbow. The seven different colored fragments scattered to be reincarnated. One of them was bright red. This fragment controlled slaughter and contained the seven-colored celestial sovereign's shocking slaughter. There were countless souls around the red fragment. They were all souls of people the seven-colored celestial sovereign had killed. At this moment, the red fragment devoured them all and shined brightly as it flew into the distance. Wang Lin felt Qing Shui's aura from this fragment. The moment the red fragment disappeared into reincarnation, Wang Lin saw a figure condense inside. This figure was Qing Shui. There was also a fragment that was blue, and this fragment contained the seven-colored celestial sovereign's talent. To be able to reach void turbulent meant he must have had the talent of a heaven's favored son. This blue soul quickly flew away, but once again, Wang Lin felt an aura he was extremely familiar with. This aura caused his heart to rumble, and he almost gasped. The moment the blue soul was about to disappear into reincarnation, Wang Lin saw a fuzzy figure inside the fragment. This figure was Situ Nan. No wonder Situ Nan's progress is so shocking and his cultivation level is constantly changing. So he is the seven-colored celestial sovereign's talent fragment. The third fragment was orange. This orange light was soft but was filled with a righteous aura. As it flew, all evildoers would tremble under this orange light. This orange light was the seven-colored celestial sovereign's conscience. The soul formed from the third fragment would be someone of integrity. In order to protect someone or something, he would do whatever it took, and no temptation would be able to move him. The moment this fragment was about to disappear into the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin was shocked to find that the figure was Qing Lin. Qing Lin was the emperor of the Rain Celestial Realm. He had suffered temptation from the sovereign and was almost killed. However, he had done all of that to guard the Rain Celestial Realm. All of this was because he was the third fragment. There was also the fourth fragment. This fourth fragment was yellow and its light was bright enough to light up the star system and almost compete with the three souls. The yellow represented luck. This soul would become someone who would have heaven-defying luck that would make anyone jealous. This person was like someone made by the heavens. Wherever he went, treasures would come to him. Whenever he encountered an enemy, they would likely kill themselves. When the fourth soul fragment of luck was about to disappear into the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin saw greed's vague figure. The fifth fragment was green. This green light represented a tree with the intent of spreading out its branches. This fragment was formed by the instincts of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. If this soul was immortal, then he would have many children. If this soul was a cultivator, his cultivation level wouldn't be high, but he would be very good with avatars like the branches on a tree. This soul was covered in green light and was not bright. It faintly disappeared into the reincarnation cycle, but Wang Lin still saw the blurry figure that appeared the moment it disappeared. Taoist scattered spirit. It's him? Wang Lin muttered. The shock in his heart seemed to have been accumulating for over 2,000 years. The sixth fragment was indigo. This indigo light gave off two feelings. One was gentle like water, and the other was cold like ice. This indigo fragment was formed by the love the celestial sovereign had. Although he had many concubines, he only had one Tao partner, Fang Shanmeng. The sixth fragment contained his complicated feelings about love. He loved Fang Shanmen but also hated her. Because of this love and hate, this sixth soul was different from the others. The sixth fragment was not a man, but a woman. The aura that came from this woman caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble violently. He suddenly looked up, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He never would have expected her to be one of the 7-colored celestial sovereign's soul fragments. When the 6th fragment dissipated, a blurry figure was revealed. This figure contained indifference and gentleness. Her complicated expression continued until the indifference covered up the gentleness so others would only feel the coldness. Wang Lin's face was pale. He recognized that figure. He didn't dare to believe this was true. Mu Bingmei. Mu Bingmei was an intersection between gentleness and indifference. Her life, no matter how many times she reincarnated, was the same. Her relationship with Wang Lin could only be described as complicated and complicated. The 7 fragments separated into their individual souls. Although they had some links between each other, the connections were very weak. Unless the 3 souls fused, the 7 fragments would remain separated and continue to reincarnate like everyone else. The 7th fragment was purple, the extreme color. The 7th spirit was the 7-colored celestial sovereign's anger and madness when he collapsed, along with his unwillingness. He hated the heavens, he hated the earth, and he hated the woman he loved. His life might have been beautiful, but he was a pitiful person until he collapsed. His anger wouldn't dissipate, and it fused with the 7th fragment. This fragment was the first one to disappear, and it was clouded by the 7-colored celestial sovereign's anger and madness. Wang Lin was unable to see who was inside the 7th soul. However, he vaguely had a feeling that he had met the 7th fragment before. All of this happened in an instant, and the 7 fragments dissipated. The shock Wang Lin felt was no weaker than finding the real 3rd soul. The 3 souls appeared after the 7 fragments scattered, and they split in 3 different directions. One of them gave off a powerful 7-colored light and seemed to be heading to what would become the outer realm after countless years. There he became the 7-colored Taoist and inherited all of the 7-colored celestial sovereign's spells. The 2nd soul flew out into the opposite direction and entered reincarnation. After countless reincarnations, it became an ordinary-looking beast in all heaven. His memory slowly awakened, and the moment he completely awakened, a dying old man smashed into the planet he was on. This old man was Old Ghost John. He had failed his arcane tribulant, so his body was rotting and his origin soul had collapsed. In his dying moment, he let out a miserable smile. He saw a strange beast with a strange gaze jump at him. This was the celestial fortune Old Ghost John had found. Wang Lin saw all of this. He also saw the 3rd soul. The 3rd soul flew to the furthest place, away from the core of the cave world and into the horizon. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to immediately chase after it at full speed. This was his 2nd time pursuing it. This time, there was no 7-colored Taoist or anyone else to disturb him. He had to find out who the 3rd soul was. Wang Lin could feel that the identity and location of the 3rd soul was about to be unveiled. The 3rd soul flew through the summoned river and arrived in Brilliant Void. It slowed down in the Brilliant Void as if it was looking for a place to reincarnate. Wang Lin followed it, using his full speed to barely keep up. He looked at the 3rd soul, but it was cloudy without any shadow inside. It was obviously different from the other 2 souls. Before it reincarnated, there was no appearance. The 3rd soul paused outside an abandoned planet for a bit. However, in the end, it didn't choose this place and flew past. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin was still following the 3rd soul. After the 3rd soul circled around the Brilliant Void, it suddenly sped up and shot toward the cloud sea. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He estimated the time that had passed. Back then, the 7-colored Taoist must have only seen the 3rd soul enter the Brilliant Void and never saw it fly toward cloud sea, because he had been awakened by Wang Lin. However, when Wang Lin thought about this, he felt a sudden chill in his heart. This chill came from a thought that appeared in his mind. This 3rd soul circled around the Brilliant Void as if it was looking for something, or perhaps it knew that the 7-colored Taoist would look for it countless years later, so it purposely delayed in the Brilliant Void. Wang Lin shook his head. He felt like this idea was simply too absurd. The 3rd soul flew toward the back of the cloud sea and entered a wild planet. Wang Lin arrived and stared at the planet. Time passed. On a certain day, The planet collapsed and scattered in all directions. Large amounts of dust spread out, surrounding the planet. On one fragment, a python died and a ray of light flew into the star system. Wang Lin was shocked and moved at full speed, following that ray of light. He had found traces of the third soul's reincarnation, and now he was going to find who the third soul had reincarnated into. Was it a mortal, a cultivator, or a flower or tree? Perhaps still a fierce beast. Wang Lin pursued the third soul for an unknown amount of time across the 4 star systems. He saw the third soul reincarnate time and time again. For one reincarnation, the third soul was a mortal scholar. This scholar was a nerd and only knew how to read books until he got a position as an official. After the scholar died of old age, the third soul flew out to the next reincarnation. There were men and women. That time, the third soul reincarnated into a towering tree. During those 1,000 years, it grew from a seedling until it withered and died. One time, it reincarnated into a cultivator. This cultivator's cultivation level wasn't high. He had only managed to reach the core formation stage in his lifetime. He died when his lifespan ran out. Time continued to pass until the third soul chose to reincarnate on a planet in the brilliant void. That planet was very familiar. Wang Lin was shocked to find that this place was planet Suzaku. When Wang Lin saw this, his mind trembled. He didn't know if this was the end, but when he saw planet Suzaku, he vaguely guessed something. This third soul turned into a mortal on planet Suzaku. This mortal didn't cultivate, but his life was extremely bright. He became the grand scholar of the country of Zhao. His name was Su Dao. Wang Lin didn't see himself, but the shock in his head was like a monstrous wave. He didn't know why this person had appeared in his dream Dao. He didn't know why Su Dao had accepted him as a disciple in the dream Dao. It was as if there was a cycle of karma between them. However, Wang Lin couldn't find the karmic cause. He could only see the karmic effect. His karma was originally complete, but when he saw the third soul turn into Su Dao, he became confused. In his confusion, he saw Su Dao die of old age with a smile. After he died, the third soul flew out and changed directions once more. This time, it went toward all heaven. Wang Lin's heart trembled. Looking at how long had passed, it was getting close to the last reincarnation. He followed the third soul deep into all heaven, and the soul became a fish in a river on a planet. This planet was called Planet Qingling. This fish slowly grew up and swam through the rivers. It spent its entire life like this until it died. However, what made Wang Lin focus was that, unlike before, the third soul didn't leave the planet like it did in the past. Instead, it reincarnated into another fish in the river. Again and again, it chose to reincarnate into the same river. It seemed to be waiting for something. This strange phenomenon made Wang Lin look at the familiar planet with a strange expression, and he vaguely had a guess. Wang Lin watched the third soul reincarnate hundreds of times. During the last reincarnation, there was a fisherman fishing, and the fish that was the third soul bit the bait on the hook. The fisherman pulled up the fish while laughing. It was as if it had reincarnated hundreds of times waiting for this fisherman. Waiting for this bait. Neiz is about to give birth. Today, I'll just catch this one and go home. The fisherman was a man about 30 years old. He was not big and looked somewhat weak. He didn't look like a fisherman, more like a scholar. He raised his hand and looked at the fish on his line. The sunlight shined off the stomach of the fish and made it look extraordinary. The man smiled and put the fish into a canister filled with water. He then left with the canister. Wang Lin looked at all of this and the speculation he had filled his mind. After a moment of daze, he followed the man. The man walked for a while and arrived at a simple house next to the river. The house was surrounded by bamboo to form a courtyard. There were some poultry crying out as they fought for food around a pregnant woman. The woman was wearing plain clothes, but they didn't hide her good figure. She was holding a basket and was scattering the feed from inside the basket. The woman seemed tired as she held the basket with one hand while the other hand rested on her waist. She wiped the sweat from her forehead as she looked at the door, waiting for her man to return. It was already the afternoon and the sunlight was dazzling. Shortly after, Footsteps could be heard from the bamboo forest, and the woman's smile became even wider. "Su'er, I caught a fish for you." The footsteps stopped outside the door and the bamboo door was pushed open. The man walked in holding the canister with a smile. "I just suddenly wanted to eat fish. If I just endure it, the craving will pass." The woman's gaze was gentle. The man laughed and walked out to help his wife walk into the room. A moment later, smoke rose high into the air. From a distance, the smoke looked like a picture and gave off a certain sense of beauty. Wang Lin's figure floated inside the bamboo forest as he watched all of this and silently pondered. He vaguely understood that this might be the third soul's latest reincarnation. 3 days later, late at night, the world changed colors and thunder rumbled as rain fell. Large drops of rain hit the bamboos and the house. The sky and earth seemed to be connected by the rain. The lightning from the sky lit up the bamboo forest below. The pregnant woman was lying on a bed inside the house as she let out painful groans. Her hand clutched the quilt, and there was a midwife beside her. Outside the room, the man was calm as he looked at the rain outside. However, his clenched fists revealed the anxiousness in his heart. Time slowly passed. The woman's voice became even more weak. This made his heart feel even more pain. However, his expression didn't change. Instead, his eyes lit up as he looked at the sky darkened by rain. "I, Xie Dongming, have been studying since I was a child. I have stayed truthful and focused on my studies. While I was in office, I worked to help the people, and when I left, I never made any grudges with anyone. In my measly 33 years of life, I have never done anything I'm ashamed about. God, now that my child is about to appear, why do you make it difficult for Niz?" The woman's right hand hit the bamboo wall. Blood flowed down from his finger and dropped to the ground before it was washed away by the rain. Just as the blood and water fused, thunder rumbled in the sky. At the same time, the cry of the baby suddenly came from the room, and the man's entire body trembled. His calmness was replaced by excitement and he quickly turned around. The door to the room was opened as the midwife covered in sweat came out with a kind smile while holding a baby. "Congratulations, Lord Xie. Both mother and child are safe." The man excitedly walked up to the child and, after taking a look, immediately entered the room. Compared to the child, he was more worried about his wife. She was lying in bed looking very pale, but she had a gentle smile as she looked at her husband. The woman softly said, "It's a boy. Su'er. Rest a bit more, I have already thought of a name. Since it's a boy, his name will be Xie. I want him to grow up like the bamboo, the bee high off the ground, and become a grand scholar." The man laughed. As he laughed, the baby held by the midwife seems to have stopped crying. He opened his eyes and there seemed to be a flash of mysterious light in them. The warmth of the room, the thunder from the sky, and the laughter of the man mixed together to enter Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin trembled as everything seemed to condense into that one roar that caused his body to tremble. Wang Lin retreated a few steps as he stared at the house, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had a vague speculation earlier, and now it was confirmed, but it still set off a storm in his heart. At this instant, Wang Lin could no longer hear the thunder or the laughter from inside the house. The vision became blurry and he could only hear one voice echo in his ears. "Xie, Xie, Xie. The third soul is Xie." Wang Lin's mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what he should say. His mind was a mess. When he started chasing the third soul, he had speculated on who the third soul was. He had thought of mortals, cultivators, and even fierce beasts, but he didn't expect it to be Xie. It was actually his disciple. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale as he continued to retreat. He was the first person to know who the third soul was, but this knowledge left him with a difficult choice. To kill or not to kill? The world rumbled and the thunder became even more violent. The rain fell like crazy and the wind swept the rain, causing it to dance in the sky. Wang Lin could never forget that he lost himself here in confusion while searching for Tao. He had inquired the Grand Scholar about what Tao was. He had asked everyone he could ask until he asked Xie. It was also Xianxia that had given him understanding and enlightenment. He also couldn't forget when he sat on the peak of the mountain to cultivate, that Xianxia, who was already old, had climbed up the mountain and insisted on learning Tao from him. I thought I understood everything about human relations and gained enlightenment in the world of academics. I gave myself the duty of civilizing the world. However, in my twilight years, I suddenly gained enlightenment. I am a fish in the water. This was what Xianxia had said when he climbed up the mountain. When Wang Lin heard this, he only understood the first few lines, but he didn't think too much about the last sentence. At that time, he didn't have any thoughts about pondering that last sentence, and even if he did, he wouldn't have found any answers. However, as he watched the reincarnation cycle of the third soul, he saw it reincarnate hundreds of times as a fish and then realized that the third soul was Xianxia. How could he not understand what it meant now? So it turns out I was a fish in the water? Wang Lin looked up bitterly at the warm light from the house. He remembered what Xianxia had said, and he understood. Why would he meet Su Dao and have Su Dao guide him to become the grand scholar of not only Zhao but the entire planet of Suzaku? This was all karma. Wang Lin had thought that he had completed his karma, but he still found that karma was something you could see but not touch. Back then, I inadvertently gave pointers to Xianxia and took him as my disciple. He was the seven-colored celestial sovereign's third soul. This created karma between us. This is the karmic cause. It was also because of this that Su Dao appeared in my dream Dao. In reality, he is my disciple, and in the dream Dao I was his disciple. This formed a cycle of karma. I should have thought of this. Wang Lin took a step. When his foot landed, the world rumbled. The sky shattered into pieces and the earth collapsed as if there was a dragon moving below. Everything dissipated, leaving only the house and the warm and happy light that came from within. Wang Lin retreated a second step. The moment his foot landed, the house became distorted and countless shadows appeared. It made it impossible to know if the house or the body was moving as they gradually became blurry and were devoured by the shadows. Wang Lin's figure was also blurry. When his figure became clear, he appeared in the first illusion. Qing Shui opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin, letting out a sigh. The bitterness was still on his face. Wang Lin muttered something only he could hear and took a third step back. When his third step landed, the first illusion of the palace of Qing Shui's country that was stained in blood suddenly collapsed. This collapse shattered the palace, the earth and sky, and even all the blood stains on the ground, forming a giant vortex. The vortex rotated faster and faster before forming a giant ghostly face. The ghostly face let out a silent roar and rushed to devour Wang Lin and Qing Shui. In a flash, it devoured the two of them and they disappeared into the void. Everything disappeared into the flow of time, and the illusion collapsed. Cave world. Celestial realm. At the mountain peak, Wang Lin and Qing Shui both opened their eyes at the same time. What happened was like a dream that was so real, it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Wang Lin's face was pale as he looked up at the sky with struggle in his eyes. The third soul is him. The wind in the celestial realm carried dense celestial energy. If blown on your face when your mood was good, it would make you feel very comfortable. However, if your mood was complicated, then no matter how much celestial energy was in the wind, it wouldn't make you feel comfortable. Qing Shui stood up and looked back at Wang Lin. After pondering for a moment, he didn't speak but let out a sigh and left. He naturally knew who the third soul was and its relationship with Wang Lin. He understood Wang Lin's struggle. Even after Qing Shui left, Wang Lin still sat there, staring at the sky. The struggle in his eyes didn't disappear. If the third soul was irrelevant to Wang Lin, then he would not hesitate to do whatever it took to seal it or destroy it to prevent the 7 fragments from being absorbed after the 3 souls fuse. However, the third soul was Xianxia, his disciple. If he was forced to kill his own disciple, his heart would ache. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and withdrew his gaze from the sky as night fell. He still couldn't decide what he should do, but he vaguely had an answer in his heart. However, aside from the identity of the third soul, there were still 2 questions plaguing Wang Lin. This made the originally clear truth blurry once more. The All-Seer was part of the heavenly Tao. During the battle with the All-Seer, I entered his reincarnation and saw that, during the beginning, he devoured the seventh fragment. However, when I saw the seven-colored celestial sovereign collapse into the 3 souls and 7 fragments, I saw the 7th fragment. Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to ponder. I saw the 7th fragment disappear into reincarnation. Perhaps it did enter reincarnation, and after reincarnating a certain amount of times, it was devoured by the All-Seer. The 7th soul was purple and represented anger and madness. He was devoured by the All-Seer. They should have integrated into one. However, when the Nether Beast devoured the All-Seer, I didn't sense the 7th fragment at all. Wang Lin opened his eyes and there was a glint of coldness. If my feeling is wrong, it doesn't matter, but if I'm right and there is no 7th soul inside the heavenly Tao, then where it is? Who is it? Wang Lin frowned. Earlier, the heavenly Tao couldn't devour the 4 generals and old Ghost John. So I had my doubts that the heavenly Tao was incomplete. If my guess is correct, then the heavenly Tao really is incomplete. One part is still missing. Perhaps the missing part is the 7th fragment. Is there another All-Seer avatar that's not dead? Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. I almost forgot about the gray-robed All-Seer. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Perhaps it's not him. On the mountain, Wang Lin pondered for a long time. The first question troubled him, and there was no answer. However, compared to the first question, the second question troubled Wang Lin even more and confused his thoughts. I know 6 of the 7 fragments. Qing Shui, Situ, Greed, Qing Lin, Mu Bingmei, Taoist Scattered Spirit. I was not surprised about Qing Shui and Situ being fragments of the 7-colored celestial sovereign, because I didn't find their fate souls inside the divine retribution. However, I found their fate souls inside the divine retribution. This was my method of finding who were the 7 fragments, but now it seems to be contradicting. Wang Lin rubbed his temples. He didn't understand. To have one's fate soul inside the divine retribution means they are people of the cave world. How can these people be the fragments of the 7-colored celestial sovereign? There is a problem here. Wang Lin looked up at the night of the celestial realm and pondered. He pointed to between his eyebrows, at the nether beast that was inside him. I can't figure it out, but I vaguely feel that this matter is very important. It might even be the solution to resolve the fusion of the 3 souls. If what I saw inside the illusion is not all true, then there is no explanation. If what I saw is true and Qing Lin and them are really the 7 fragments, then finding their fate souls inside the divine retribution can't be explained. Wang Lin's eyes slowly became bloodshot. He seemed to have entered a dead end he couldn't understand or get out of. Not far behind Wang Lin, Grand Emperor Shen Luo opened his eyes. He had been observing Wang Lin. Whether it was the dream of planet Suzaku or the search for the 3rd soul, he had observed it all. He has entered a loop and can't figure it out in a short period. In truth, this matter is very simple. Shen Luo raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. With this, Wang Lin's body trembled. He didn't notice Shen Luo's existence, but at this moment, it was as if thunder had flashed across his mind. It gave him a strange thought. Mutation. This is mutation. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes became bright. At this moment, his mind was extremely clear, and it was as if nothing in the world could escape his thoughts. Whether it is Qing Lin, Greed, Mu Bingmei, or Taoist Scattered Spirit, at the start they were like Qing Shui and Situ. There was no fate soul. However, as they entered the reincarnation cycle again and again, a strange change occurred. They became real individuals and completely separated from the 7-colored celestial sovereign. They might have the same origin, but after these mysterious changes, they become a true resident of the cave world. They reincarnated again and again, changed again and again, integrated with the world again and again. Now they were completely separated from the 7-colored celestial sovereign. This is the power of creation. This is the power closest to the core of the heavenly Tao. This is mutation. The mutations that occurred on these 4 caused my thoughts to remain blurry. Wang Lin muttered. The thought came to him suddenly and erased his confusion. As for Qing Shui and Situ, they haven't completely changed into independent individuals due to the mutation. Perhaps if tens of thousands of years passed, and they went through the reincarnation cycle more times, they would one day be truly separated from the seven-colored celestial sovereign due to the mysterious power of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The clarity in his mind made everything surge toward him. If the power inside the heavenly Tao can change the seven fragments, then it can change the three souls as well. If I can control this force, I can make the third soul independent. Once it becomes independent, the three souls won't be able to use. If the three souls can't fuse, then everything is solved. However, what kind of force is this? Even though Wang Lin's mind was clear, he couldn't imagine what the core power of the heavenly Tao was. His heavenly Tao was incomplete, or better to say, he couldn't understand the heavenly Tao he controlled. Because of this heavenly Tao, life could appear and all the laws and rules of the world would form. The clarity in his mind gradually dissipated as Came appeared on the horizon. In the distance, Xian Luo let out a sigh. Heavenly Tao. Forget him, even I couldn't understand a lot of its mysteries. Only during that lucky moment when I became a Grand Empyrean did I understand a bit more. But to see through it completely would require my cultivation to take a step further. Xian Luo's eyes revealed a mysterious light. Even the 9 suns are searching for the path forward, but no one can find it. We can only use the time we are forced to reincarnate to ponder. The heavenly Tao first came from the immemorial God realm. I don't even know when the mysterious immemorial God realm first appeared or when people will fully understand it. Ah! Xian Luo raised his right hand and looked at this index finger. There was a black circle that slowly rotated and emitted the aura of the heavenly Tao. In the early morning, the light washed away the night. When the ray of light shined over the earth, Wang Lin stopped thinking and took a deep breath. He stood up and looked up with a complicated gaze. With one step, he disappeared into the distance. At this moment, his figure seemed to be competing with the rising sun as he broke through the sky and rushed out of the silver river. He rushed toward all heaven. Ripples echoed as Wang Lin merged with the void and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in all heaven. One step to cross the star system. After he appeared, he didn't spread out his divine sense but closed his eyes. Xiaqing was his disciple, and they were connected by karma. With this connection, he could feel Xiaqing's existence without his divine sense. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and turned to the east, his gaze becoming even more complicated. He sensed that Xiaqing was on a planet deep to the east, as if Xiaqing was waiting for him. Are you really waiting for me? Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked toward the east. His body slowly fused into the void and disappeared. At this moment in all heaven, the 4 generals were flying forward. The giant fog beast shook its head and continued to search. Its eyes shined brightly as if it had already found a trace. Old Ghost John followed the 4 generals, and his eyes shined brightly. He understood what the gaze the fog beast had meant. Also in all heaven, the 7-colored Taoist entered from its border with Summoned River. He found nothing in Summoned River, so he began to carefully search all heaven. In the eastern part of the vast all-heaven star system, there was a planet. Although this planet had spiritual energy, it wasn't dense. It was an ordinary cultivation planet. After the 2 wars, not many cultivators were left on this planet. Only foundation establishment and core formation cultivators remained. Most sects were abandoned. It was autumn. The autumn wind blew by, causing the dead yellow leaves to fly through the sky. There was a valley between the mountains. The valley was filled with autumn orchids. This kind of orchid only bloomed in autumn. The fragrance of the flowers wasn't strong, and under the autumn wind, there was a sense of desolation. Every autumn, the orchid in the valley was very beautiful, but they only bloomed for less than a season until winter came. All the orchids would wither until the snow covered them. They would disappear into the cold winter until the autumn wind of the next year awakened them once more. Right now, it was not far away from late autumn. The orchids in the valley were blooming, revealing the last of their beauty for the year. Deep inside the orchid there was a house. This house was very dilapidated and had obviously been empty for a long time. Perhaps thousands of years ago, someone had lived here and died with the orchids. Right now, there was an old man sitting outside the house. He wore blue and his face was filled with wrinkles. He silently looked at the orchids before him, and his eyes were melancholy. Autumn wind blew through the valley, causing the orchids to sway. The winds landed on the old man's body, causing his clothes to flutter and a few strands of his hair to drift. A few yellow leaves silently floated toward the valley before the old man. At that instant, the leaves blocked the view of the orchids. The old man let out a sigh and raised his head. He suddenly began to cough violently for a long time before he calmed down. He looked at the autumn leaves with a strange gaze, his eyes filled with reluctance. Autumn has arrived. These orchids don't have much time left. Soon they will wither and die. Only by this time next year they will bloom once more, but I will not be here to watch them bloom. The old man shook his head and raised his hand. He looked at his hand and saw a strange, orchid-like mark that gave off bursts of light. Over the years, these 3 seals have been completed. This is the last thing I'll do for my teacher. The old man murmured. This day next year, where will I be? I don't want to reincarnate anymore. I just want to close my eyes. Teacher, are you coming? The old man raised his head. The old man didn't look back. He sat there as he bitterly said, I know you're here. The autumn wind took those autumn leaves into the sky and far away from the valley. However, the figure that came with the wind stood behind the old man and looked ahead. It was unknown if the figure was looking at the old man or the orchids that were about to wither. Perhaps it was all the same. Wang Lin stood there in a white. The old man lowered his head and slowly turned around. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze followed by bitterness and then calmness. However, there was respect hidden deep in his eyes. After a long time he slowly knelt down and whispered, Disciple Xie Qing greets teacher. Wang Lin looked at Xie Qing, and his heart ached as if all the blood had been drained from it. He saw Xie Qing's current physical state. Xie Qing knelt there and softly said, The 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3rd soul is me, but I'm Xie Qing, not him. Why is it you? Wang Lin's face was pale. He didn't have much contact with Xie Qing, but like 13, they were both his disciples. Teacher? Xie Qing looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes slowly became moist. After a part of disciples' memories were awakened, I chose to escape. I struggled, I was unwilling. I came here to look at the orchids and think about my life. I finally understood that I'm Xie Qing. I'm not the 7-colored celestial sovereign Su Dao. Xie Qing smiled. The 3rd soul of the 7-colored celestial sovereign contains memories of his life and is very useful to teacher. I know that right now the 1st soul, the 2nd soul, and the 4 generals are all looking for me. Although the 4 generals were servants of the 7-colored celestial sovereign, over the years, their thoughts have changed. They are looking for the 3rd soul for their own purpose. No matter which of them find me, I can't escape the fate of being devoured. Teacher, this is the fate of the 7-colored celestial sovereign. This is my fate I can't escape. Even entering the reincarnation cycle won't work. The 3rd soul has escaped for so many years. But now it is the end. The 3rd soul only has memories. No divine sense, no origin soul, no spells. Although the soul is strong, it has no ability to protect itself. Rather than being devoured by others, I'd rather give it to teacher. Xie Qing muttered bitterly. Wang Lin silently pondered, and his heart felt stinging pain. Although he was standing there, it felt like he had entered an area that was very cold. The coldness penetrated his bones and caused pain throughout his body. Earlier, he had told Qing Shui that he would kill the 3rd soul to keep Qing Shui safe. But now how could he do it? This was not keeping his promise but killing one's own child. His memory of Xie Qing appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Although they had been buried in his mind, they were so clear right now. How could he forget? Wang Lin cared about relationships. Teacher, disciple has made preparations. If I don't die once I'm found, The other 2 souls will fuse and then the 7 fragments will automatically return. Although I feel that 5 of the 7 have been completely separated, the remaining 2 will return. I can also feel that those 2 are very important to teacher. If I don't die, the 3rd soul won't appear. If I don't die, they will die. If I don't die, the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3 souls will return back to 1 and teacher will die. Xianxia looked at Wang Lin, his eyes bright. Over the years, after the 3rd soul awakened, I used my soul cultivation and formed 3 seals. The first seal requires no external force. Once I die, the 3rd soul won't enter reincarnation and can be taken by teacher. At that time, the 3rd soul will completely awaken after my death. It will open up the core of the cave world, go there and open the door. Teacher will be able to leave the cave world. The remaining 2 seals are something I prepared for teacher. Borrowing the force that will rush in once the door opens. Teacher can borrow that power and combine it with these 2 seals to seal the 1st and 2nd souls. Then everything will calm down. As Xianxia spoke, he began to cough. As he coughed out a mouthful of blood that sprinkled on the orchids before him. It dyed the flowers red, creating a shocking sight. This was because his soul had been exhausted. For these 3 seals, he had given it his all. Wang Lin looked at Xianxia and couldn't say a word. He listened to Xianxia, and when he saw Xianxia cough out blood, his heart ached even more. At this moment, he suddenly looked up at the sky. His expression was fierce as he let out a roar. I, Wang Lin, took my own fate back from the heavenly fate and became the master of the heavenly Tao. But why can I still not decide my own fate? Why am I forced to encounter such a decision? Heaven, whether it is the heaven of the cave world or the heaven of the immortal astral continent, do you see this? If the heavens are so unkind, then I, Wang Lin, vow to destroy the heavens in my lifetime. The veins on Wang Lin's face swelled and he looked crazy as he let out a roar. His body erupted with a powerful aura. This aura was like smoke and quickly gathered to form an illusionary sword. This sword gave off a shocking aura that could destroy the heavens. At this moment, Grand Emperor Xian Luo's expression changed greatly for the first time since he entered the cave world. He stared at the illusory sword around Wang Lin that only he could see and was shocked. Void extinction aura. This is the void extinction aura. This kid's words could create the void extinction aura. As Xianxia looked at Wang Lin, tears began to flow. He knelt down and kowtowed once. My soul has been seriously injured while waited for teacher to come. I also hesitated. But now I have no regrets. There's no need for teacher to act. I'm at death's doorstep. This is the last time I'll call teacher. Xianxia looked at the orchids before him and closed his eyes. The tears that were about to fall were stopped as he revealed a smile and took in his last breath. He was dead. The moment he died, slivers of souls came out of his body. This was the 3rd soul. This contained the memories of the 3rd soul's countless reincarnations, including Xianxia's life. Due to Xianxia's seal, the 3rd soul could not enter reincarnation. The memories rapidly dissipated. And once they completely dissipated, Xianxia would be gone forever. This is not the last time. Wang Lin, filled with anger, suddenly lowered his head. This was anger at the world. He stepped forward and arrived next to Xianxia. He waved his hand and caught the 3rd soul. The moment he grabbed the 3rd soul, it completely awakened. The planet rumbled violently and the sky churned. The 4 great star systems trembled. Even the outer realm faced a shocking change at this moment. A thunderous rumble filled the entire ancient star system as fog flooded everything. This fog churned as if there were countless fierce beasts inside. Every inch of the outer realm was shrouded in fog. A powerful pressure came from the distant inner realm and shrouded the entire cave world. Under this pressure, all the ancient star system cultivators trembled violently. They were at a loss as to what had happened. However, the roar from the sky was like the end of the world, creating a powerful pressure on people and giving them a suffocating feeling. The countless fierce beasts were like this as well. No matter how strong they were, they all trembled. Although their inheritances had dissipated, the memories buried deep within their souls slowly emerged. These memories were fear toward the heavens that had been left by their ancestors. This originally would never happen, but now they had no choice. As the entire ancient star system changed drastically, the fog became more and more dense. Soon, it blocked everything and occupied the entire star system. This fog had appeared too quickly, giving you no time to react. Just at this moment, somewhere in the ancient star system trembled and a large amount of rocks appeared out of thin air. They looked like stone and quickly condensed into a slate. This slate's shape was irregular, as if it was part of something that had collapsed. It appeared from the void and was formed by dust. This large slate gave of an ancient aura. After the slate formed, it flew toward the inner realm. At this moment, in the outer realm, the sovereign suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was filled with fear. He quickly got up and took a step forward. He appeared in the star system filled with fog. He looked into the distance, and the fear was slowly replaced with shock. The third soul has awakened. The core of the cave world has reopened. The sovereign's face was pale, but he didn't hesitate to charge toward the inner realm. At the same time, in the various areas of the outer realm, the surviving concubines, including the one that Wang Lin had met in the ancient tomb, all awakened from their cultivation. They all looked into the stars with different expressions. There was excitement, complication, and fear. The core of the cave has opened. A moment later, the concubines flew out from various places in the outer realm toward the inner realm. At the same time, in the inner realm, in the brilliant void, the area around planet Suzaku trembled. The fog churned and the void outside the planet was silently torn open. The aura of the foreign battleground leaked out of the rift and fragments quickly flew out. They gathered to form another stone slate. This slate was like a small continent, and it flew toward all heaven after it appeared. This wasn't the only place. This same slate formed in the other 3 star systems as well. There was an unknown amount of slates rushing toward all heaven from all over the cave world. As the slates flew forward, the expression of the 7-colored Taoist, who was searching in all heaven, changed greatly. His body trembled as he stared straight ahead, and a monstrous rage surged in his heart. The third soul has been found. The core of the cave has been opened. Who found the third soul first? The 7-colored Taoist seemed to have gone crazy as he charged forward. There was also the 4 generals, they were also in all heaven. The giant fog beast before them let out a sob and trembled, not daring to move forward. The rumble echoed across the star system and the fog suddenly appeared. The aura of the core opening filled every part of the cave world. The 4 generals' expressions changed greatly. They could hardly believe it. They thought they were the fastest, but they were shocked to find that someone had found the third soul before them. The cave has opened. Who found the third soul? Could it be the 7-colored Taoist? The 4 of them didn't hesitate to charge toward where the aura was coming from. There was another figure that was faster than the 4 of them. As they moved forward, this figure flashed by the 4 of them. The figure was Old Ghost John. Right now, his expression was gloomy and contained a hidden sense of fear. If he didn't find the third soul first and it was instead found by the 7-colored Taoist, what awaited him was a painful devouring and death. Unfortunately, the cave world was in chaos, so even when he spread out his divine sense, he couldn't see far. Could be Wang Lin or the 7-colored Taoist. He didn't know exactly who. However, it was because of this unknown that his fear had become even stronger. Under this fear, he rushed forward like crazy. At this moment, he could not choose to escape. Even if the 7-colored Taoist had found the third soul, he was going to fight back while the 7-colored Taoist was devouring the third soul. As Old Ghost John moved forward, a giant shadow appeared him. This huge shadow had a cloak made of fog that covered their face, revealing only the gloomy eyes. Its hair fluttered and its body was huge, covering most of the sky. This figure surrounded Old Ghost John. This was one of the 3 souls, the one that held all the Tao comprehension. It was also at this moment that the cave world went into an upheaval that had never been seen before. All life in the cave world began to panic. At the same time, this force tore open the ancient celestial realm in the outer realm that Wang Lin had sealed. Although most of it had collapsed, there were still some surviving 7 Tao sect disciples within. When the seal was torn open, they charged out. While shocked, they charged toward all heaven without hesitation. There was also the woman that hadn't gone to the celestial realm and instead stayed on a planet in the summoned river. This woman was called Xianxia, and she was one of the concubines. She silently pondered for a moment before she clenched her teeth and stepped forward. As the entire cave world changed, the large slates began to charge toward all heaven. In the brilliant void on the hidden planet 5 Elements, the group of cultivators led by the old man named Ma hesitated for a bit. Then they let out a sigh and rushed toward all heaven. Yunifeng followed the old man named Ma and looked toward all heaven. His eyes shined with a strange light. Wang Lin, our last battle had no conclusion. Perhaps we can determine a victor in the core of the cave. The cave world rumbled violently and the fog moved like the sea. If one looked from above, they would see that the entire cave world had turned into a fog sea, with only all heaven, which was where Wang Lin was, being clear. It had become a shining light in the darkness. At this moment, in the celestial realm, Qing Shui stood outside his house and looked at the cloudy sky. He felt a call in his head, and this call made him feel extremely irritated. Also in the celestial realm, Situ Nan awakened from his cultivation. He gloomily looked ahead, but it was unknown what he was thinking about. Just at this moment, a mighty voice echoed in the mind of Situ Nan and Qing Shui. This voice belonged to Tao Master Blue Dream. I promised Wang Lin to help him. That strange place has opened, but I don't have the bloodline of a celestial, so I can't enter. I need to borrow your souls. Do you two agree? The fog rushed in from all directions of the cave world and gathered in the sky. At this moment, Wang Lin was standing in the valley on the planet in all heaven. His eyes were filled with sorrow and anger as he watched his disciple Xia Qing call him teacher one last time and die with a smile. He was angry because the heavens were messing with him. If the heavens don't respect me, then I'll destroy the heavens. Wang Lin looked at the dark sky with the third soul in his hand. The moment the third soul appeared, Wang Lin formed a connection with it. He knew that the core of the cave had been opened. He also knew that everyone was rushing here. Their goal was the third soul in his hand. However, at this moment, the third soul was different to Wang Lin. The soul was no longer the 7-colored celestial sovereign. It was his disciple Xia Qing. That was definitely not the last time you will call me teacher. I'll not allow it. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he looked up at the sky. He suddenly began to laugh, and this laughter was filled with anger. With teacher here, there will be a day when you can reform your soul and awaken your memories. When you awaken, you will still be my disciple. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the third soul fused into his body. Just at this instant, the dark sky rumbled violently. The fog in the sky surged like crazy and became dense. Wang Lin saw a giant stone slate the size of a continent appear in the sky. At the same time, the second stone slate came from another direction in the sea of fog. The third slate, the fourth slate, the fifth slate. The fog in all heaven around the planet Wang Lin was unchurned as several stone slates gathered in a flash. They didn't fuse together but connected to form an outline. This outline was still incomplete, so its shape was unknown. However, the aura and pressure it gave off caused Wang Lin's heart to rumble when he saw it. He understood what it was. Although he was shocked, his expression remained unchanged. He just stood there and calmly looked at it. Soon, several more slates appeared from the fog and were added to the outline. As more slates arrived, the outline slowly became complete. What appeared before Wang Lin was a giant door. This door wasn't the door that led to the immortal astral continent but the door to the core of the cave. Once this door was opened, one could enter the core of the cave. Although it was Wang Lin's first time seeing the door, he was not a stranger to it. On one of the slates that formed the door, Wang Lin felt the aura of the foreign battleground from planet Suzaku. He had spread out his divine sense and saw the shocking scene there. It was a piece of a broken door. Today, the cave door that was broken by the heavenly Tao appeared once more. causing the cave world to change dramatically. The door was endless in size. From a distance it looked very majestic. Although it was mostly complete, there were still many cracks on its surface. However, soon, a large amount of gravel flew out from the fog. This gravel that had disappeared into the void when the door shattered made up the missing bits. When the door reformed, these missing pieces quickly arrived, filling the cracks on the door. When the door was completed, an aura that shook the entire star system erupted. This aura formed a storm that was set off with the door at the center. The storm carried a powerful force as it suddenly spread out. The fog in the distance became distorted, and the fog in the area suddenly became thinner. 7-colored light flashed in the fog, and the 7-colored Taoist walked out. His expression was gloomy, and when he arrived, he immediately saw the door along with Wang Lin. "So it's you." Killing intent appeared in the 7-colored Taoist's eyes, and he felt relief. Compared to the third soul being found by Old Ghost John, he preferred it to be Wang Lin. As long as it's not Old Ghost John, there is a chance to turn it around. The 7-colored Taoist waved his sleeve and he walked toward the planet outside the door. However, just as he raised his feet, the storm erupted from the door. The storm was extremely powerful, causing the figure of the 7-colored Taoist to distort. His expression changed and he was pushed back. At the same time, Old Ghost John appeared in another direction. Thunderous rumbles rang out after he appeared, and the fog around him scattered. Old Ghost John stood there with his hair fluttering, and the gaze from the shadow around him revealed a strange light as it stared at the planet outside the door. As one of the three souls, he also relaxed just like the 7-colored Taoist and revealed monstrous killing intent at the same time. It's him. Even though he has the heavenly Tao, he is seeking death since he obtained the third soul. Old Ghost John clenched his fist inside the shadow but didn't charge forward. Instead, he waved his sleeve and resisted the push from the storm. A thunderous rumble echoed as he was pushed back with the shadow around him. But the strange light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Wang Lin was not shocked by their appearance. The awakening of the third soul and opening of the core of the cave would naturally be detected by others. Wang Lin didn't look at the two of them. Instead, he looked down at Xianxia's body, which was kneeling before him. The sorrow in his eyes became even stronger. "Since you like this valley of autumn orchids, sleep here accompanied by the autumn orchids until the day I awaken you," Wang Lin muttered as he raised his right hand. The valley rumbled and the autumn orchids moved slowly, covering Xianxia's body, leaving a grave that was covered in autumn orchids. With a sigh, Wang Lin plucked an orchid and looked at it. With one step, he left the valley and arrived in the sky. He took another step and disappeared from the sky, charging into space. The orchid slowly fell from the sky, but it didn't change directions. It slowly landed on the grave in the valley. The orchid was very beautiful, as if it was filled with life force. After it landed, it gave off a burst of ghostly light and then crumbled to ashes. At this moment, the wind blew by and the ashes were scattered across the valley. From now on, this nameless planet would be covered in autumn orchids every autumn. The fragrance of the autumn orchids filled the planet and accompanied the sleeping Xianxia. The storm raged around the door and prevented everyone beside Wang Lin from getting close. Inside, he faced no danger at all. This storm was created when the door was reformed. This door reformed when the third soul awakened, and the third soul was inside Wang Lin. Therefore, this storm had no effect on Wang Lin. Before him was the gate, and behind him was the planet. Aside from the door, he also looked at the 7-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John. Old Ghost John was braving the storm. When he saw Wang Lin, he clearly felt the existence of the third soul inside him. He immediately roared, "Wang Lin, give me the third soul and this old man will ensure the safety of you and the entire celestial realm. This old man will also open the door for you to head to the immortal astral continent." The 7-colored Taoist's eyes lit up and he spoke with a gloomy tone. "Wang Lin, if you give the third soul to this lord, I'll resurrect your wife. I don't want the heavenly Tao, and I'll give this cave world to you. As long as I have the third soul, I'll leave and never return to this place. How about it? His words were even more alluring than old Ghost John's. If not for his relationships with Xie Qing Shui, and Situ, Wang Lin would be tempted. However, at this moment, Wang Lin acted like he didn't hear anything. He stood outside the gate and closed his eyes as if he was waiting for something. Wang Lin's behavior caused old Ghost John and Seven-Colored Taoist to overflow with killing intent. However, they couldn't move forward due to the storm. But they knew the storm would eventually dissipate. It didn't take long for a rumble to resound from the other side of the door, and the four generals arrived. They were pushed back by the storm and took a moment to stabilize themselves. When they looked over, their expressions changed. They immediately saw that the third soul had been taken by Wang Lin. They also saw that Wang Lin was surrounded by the Seven-Colored Taoist and old Ghost John. There was no escape. Their appearance didn't surprise Wang Lin at all. His eyes were still closed as he calmly stood there. A moment later, a howling sound echoed and the sovereign appeared outside the door. His body was pushed back and he arrived next to the Seven-Colored Taoist. He stared at Wang Lin's figure with suspicion in his eyes. Shortly after the sovereign arrived, several rays of light broke through the fog and arrived. Inside the rays of light were beautiful women. They were the celestial imperial concubines. One of them looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. She was the third concubine, the one who had interacted with Wang Lin in the ancient tomb. The seven Dao sect disciples that had escaped from the ancient celestial realm in the outer realm arrived with the concubines. They surrounded the area and stared at Wang Lin. It didn't take long before Xianxia arrived from the summoned river. After looking around, her gaze fell on Wang Lin, who was surrounded, and there was a flash of killing intent in her gaze. She hated Wang Lin from the moment he refused to join forces with her. Killing intent had already appeared in her heart back then. If not for the fact that she knew she was no match against Wang Lin, she would have attacked long ago. When she saw that Wang Lin was surrounded, she sneered. A moment later, there was a flash of blue light and Dao Master Blue Dream appeared. There was something different about him. The Seven-Colored Taoist and old Ghost John immediately looked over. Dao Master Blue Dream's expression was calm as he stood there. He completely ignored the gazes of the Seven-Colored Taoist and old Ghost John. The last to appear were the people from Planet Five Elements, led by the old man named Ma. Their appearance shocked everyone. The moment they appeared, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze was calm, and the moment he opened his eyes, everyone's attention moved away from the people from Planet Five Elements and gathered back on him. Everyone here had a high cultivation level, and an ordinary person would be startled by this gathering. However, Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, and his gaze swept by everyone here. Those that should come have all come. What you all want is merely this soul. Wang Lin raised his right hand and the third soul appeared. The moment the third soul appeared, everyone's gazes, beside Dao Master Blue Dream and the third concubines, gathered at Wang Lin's right hand. In particular, the eyes of the Seven-Colored Taoist, old Ghost John, and the four generals were filled with obvious or hidden greed and desire. This is a hunt. You may be the hunter or I'm the hunter. You could kill me and get the third soul, but anyone who enters must be prepared to be killed by me. You all have the blood of the immortal astral continent and consider yourselves immortals. But in this hunt, either you die or I live. I haven't killed many of the celestials of the immortal celestial continent. I hope you all can become one of them. Now let this cruel game begin. Wang Lin's calm voice was chilly as he looked around and revealed a cold smile. His right hand clenched before everyone and the third soul disappeared back into his body. Wang Lin waved his sleeve at the door. Door to the cave open. Whoever had the third soul could open the door to the core of the cave. Among the people here, only Wang Lin could do it. He was not worried about the killing intent from the people here. He didn't intend to leave. He was at the center of the core of the cave, about to begin his final slaughter in the cave world. Wang Lin would do everything it took in this slaughter. After he waved his sleeve, a rumble came from inside the door. A top-to-bottom crack appeared at the center of the door, splitting it in half. Even more rumbles echoed across the entire cave world. The door began to slowly move as if a pair of invisible hands was pushing it open. As the door slowly opened, the storm became even stronger and endless cries of sorrow came out. The cries could startle anyone who heard them. This was the first time this door had opened since it collapsed. The thunderous rumbles caused everyone's ears to buzz and retreat. Even the seven-colored Taoist and old Ghost John were forced to retreat when the door opened. Only Wang Lin stood outside the door motionless. At this moment, the door had opened thousands of feet. However, it had only opened 30%. Wang Lin walked forward with a cold smile and stepped between the two large doors as everyone watched him. The moment he entered, his gaze swept at everyone around him and finally paused on the seven-colored Taoist and old Ghost John. "I'll wait for you all inside." Wang Lin's words echoed. He stepped in to the half-open door and disappeared. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, the storm became even more intense and roared. The storm seemed to reach its peak, forcing everyone to retreat once more. Courting death, the seven-colored Taoist's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already made up his mind to kill Wang Lin. There was also old Ghost John. The shadow around him stared at the door Wang Lin had disappeared into, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The two of them didn't take Wang Lin's words to heart, but the rest felt a chill in their hearts. In particular, the four generals and the concubines silently pondered as they were forced to retreat. Time slowly passed. Half an hour after Wang Lin entered, the door opened completely. The moment it completely opened, the storm spread out like crazy, pushing everyone back tens of thousands of feet. However, just at this moment, the storm suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. The force blocking everyone no longer existed, and the door was revealed clearly before them. The seven-colored Taoist was the first to rush out. There was a flash of seven-colored light, and then he appeared next to the gate and stepped inside. Shortly after was old Ghost John. He would never allow the third soul to be obtained by the seven-colored Taoist. At this moment, they both entered the door one after the other. The third person to enter was the sovereign. He turned into a shadow and closed in on the door. He hesitated for a moment outside the door and clenched his teeth as he walked in. After those three, it was Tao Master Blue Dream. From the beginning, he had been calm. At this moment, he slowly arrived before the door, let out a sigh, and walked inside. After a brief moment of silence, the rest of the people outside the door all made up their minds and entered. Each of them entered with a different purpose. However, most of them didn't think Wang Lin could keep the third soul. It was likely that a new seven-colored would appear between the seven-colored Taoist and old Ghost John. They had come from this door, and now, after countless years, they were entering it again. It was like a reincarnation cycle or point of origin. As the various cultivators entered one by one, the last to enter were the people from Planet 5 Elements led by the old man named Ma. They had to go, and they entered with a sigh. Only after everyone disappeared into the door did Shen Luo appear from the void. He looked at the door and pondered a bit before he casually followed in. This child's trial should end here. The cave world was still covered in fog, but the rumbles that had been echoing across the entire cave world gradually calmed down until they disappeared. In all heaven, the door to the core of the cave world remained open as if it were waiting for everyone who was qualified to enter. However, the door to the core of the cave could only be entered by people with the bloodline from the immortal astral continent. If the rest of them wanted to enter, they could only borrow a soul like Tao Master Blue Dream. All the cultivators that noticed this change silently waited for the first person to come out of the door. Both the inner and outer realms were the same. A few that knew the secret about this place, like Qing Shui and Situ, silently observed from the celestial realm. They understood that the first person to come out would likely be the new seven-colored celestial. If it was Wang Lin, then that meant everything had ended perfectly. This was a matter that would determine the fate of the entire cave world. It was a matter of life and death. Either the cave world would belong to the new seven-colored celestial sovereign, or a change would occur. However, no matter what, the mortals of the cave world continued with their daily lives, not knowing what was happening. Inside the door, the world before Wang Lin was fuzzy. It was in complete ruin due to the war that had taken place here. He looked over and saw a giant furnace floating among the ruins. There were strands of black gas surrounding furnace, and it seemed to connect with the world. Wang Lin had the third soul inside him. It was sealed by Xianxia, so it couldn't enter reincarnation. Thanks to the third soul, Wang Lin had a better understanding of the core of the cave than everyone else. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the furnace with a hint of passion. That place is the core of the cave. It is also where the door to the immortal astral continent is. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stepped forward. He moved very fast like a ray of light. Below him, among the ruins, he could vaguely see that it used to be a beautiful realm. This place was the real cave. This was where he had gone into closed-door cultivation. Or it could be said that this was the center of the entire cave world. However, everything was in ruins, and a sense of desolation appeared in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin felt reminiscence from looking at all of this. He knew that this feeling was not coming from him but from the third soul. Wang Lin silently pondered as he flew across the ruins here. All the restrictions here were broken and no longer existed. However, Wang Lin stopped shortly after he started flying. He looked down, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Although the restrictions here have already collapsed, some fragments still remain. They can be used to form new restrictions. Wang Lin looked down. His hands formed seals without hesitation and bloodlines appeared in both his eyes. As his hands formed seals, invisible restrictions landed on the ruins below. Large amounts of ghostly light came from the ruins below. After one incense stick of time, the ghostly light shined brightly. The ghostly light shrouded Wang Lin, and even more bloodlines appeared in his eyes. Then he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the bloodlines appeared before him. These bloodlines immediately began to expand past Wang Lin and completely covered the ruins here. From a distance, this was a shocking sight. The bloodlines were almost as thick as an arm and were a shocking sight to behold. Wang Lin's breathing became a bit rough, and a moment later, he waved his hand. The bloodlines silently disappeared without a trace. The restriction formation was complete. The ghostly light from the ground slowly dissipated and returned to normal. Wang Lin looked back at the entrance and sneered. He turned around and closed in on the furnace surrounded by black gas. He then disappeared into the furnace. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, the black gas around the furnace began to swirl rapidly and roar. Black ripples spread out from the furnace, and the world here became distorted, as if countless shadows had appeared. A face gradually appeared on the front of the giant furnace. This face was very large and took up almost half of the front of the furnace. Although the face was blurry, from a distance, one could see that it was Wang Lin's face. The furnace was the core of the cave. It was very mysterious. Anyone who entered would have their face appear on the furnace as if it was a soul seal. The moment he entered the furnace, what appeared before Wang Lin was a dark world. It seemed endless but also like he could cross it with one step. There was only one thing in the world. A large yellow flower. The earth was its roots and the sky was its leaves. The blooming flower was a world of its own. This flower was very simple and only had 5 petals. It had no fragrance, but if you looked at the flower, you would have the illusion that it didn't exist. There were some fine drops of dew on the huge flower, exactly 300 of them. The 300 drops of dew shined brightly, making this scene look like a dream. Wang Lin stood there, and the flower was before him. Wang Lin calmly looked at the flower before him. He had the third soul, and although he hadn't completely fused with it, he had access to some memories, including information about the core of the cave. This must be the 300 destroyed worlds, Wang Lin muttered. In the memory of the third soul, this was the core of the cave and where the 7-colored celestial sovereign would go for his closed-door cultivation. Once broken into, this place's protective measures would active to prevent people from entering. However, due to the death of the 7-colored celestial sovereign, the invasion of Lian Daofei, and the betrayal of some of the 7 Tao sect disciples along with the concubines, a lot of the protective measures had been destroyed and some had changed. Wang Lin was worried about the changes from the memories of the third soul. When he saw the yellow flower and the 300 drops of dew, he relaxed. It looks like the first flower is the same as the memory from the third soul. Nothing changed here. The 300 destroyed worlds, Wang Lin had learned about them from the memories of the third soul. When the 7-colored celestial sovereign first attempted to create the cave world, he failed 300 times. Although these 300 attempts had failed, worlds had still been created. Although they were incomplete and lacked a lot of required elements, they still existed. They were not used by the 7-colored celestial sovereign. In the end, he created the 301st world, which was today's cave world. The 7-colored celestial sovereign was unwilling to discard these 300 failures. So he had refined them to protect this place, turning them into 300 drops of dew. If the 7-colored celestial sovereign was still alive, his divine sense could spread into the 300 destroyed worlds and change some laws of these worlds. Every drop of dew was its own world. Since the 300 destroyed worlds still remain, then I'll need to change my plans slightly. This can be the first hunting ground. I currently can't hunt the 7-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John. But as for the rest, with the help of the 300 destroyed worlds, I'm confident in killing some of them. The more I kill, the greater my power in dealing with remaining 2 souls will be. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There was a secret about the cave hidden in the third soul. This secret was something outsiders wouldn't know. Forget the 7-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John, who had no memories. Not even the 4 generals and the concubines knew of this. This was the ultimate ace the 7-colored celestial sovereign had left in the cave world. If it wasn't for the fact that Lian Daofei had appeared too suddenly and already being seriously injured, the 7-colored celestial sovereign wouldn't have had to summon the heavenly Tao to devour Lian Daofei at all. The result of that war back then would have been completely different. It was because of this secret that Wang Lin was confident to begin hunting here. Also, to use this ace he had to kill enough here. 300 destroyed worlds, very interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stepped forward. He closed in on the flower and entered one of the dewdrops. Ripples echoed on the drop as if a vortex had appeared. Wang Lin disappeared within and the ripples gradually calmed down. The drop of dew didn't look big, but there was another world inside. The world in the drop expanded endlessly. Although he had some idea going in, once he saw everything, he was still shocked. He was in a star system. This star system was bright and filled with nebulas, but it was completely silent without any trace of light. Wang Lin's divine sense gradually spread across the star system. Its size was equivalent to the brilliant void, and there weren't many planets. There was a total of 9 planets, but there was no life force coming from them. There was nothing on them. Thanks to the memories of the third soul, Wang Lin knew that the 300 destroyed worlds were roughly divided into 3 types. The first type was where the 7-colored celestial sovereign stored celestial beasts he had brought from the immortal astral continent. Over the countless years, they either died or mutated into something very powerful. The second type contained groups of mortals he had captured on the immortal astral continent. He had allowed them to reproduce here and was going to observe them long term. He was trying to use this method to learn the secret of the heavenly Tao. As for the third type, these worlds had no people, no beasts, and no life at all. Even the laws of these worlds were not set. Once enemies broke in, the 7-colored celestial sovereign could set the law based on the enemy. The third type of destroyed world was divided into 2 categories. The first was where the 7-colored celestial sovereign had never set any laws, and the other was where he had set the laws, and they had been maintained over the countless years. If one wasn't as powerful as Lian Daofei and had the immortal celestial body, it would take them a lot of effort to break through the 300 destroyed worlds. If they were a bit careless, they could die here. In particular, no one knew what kind of changes could have taken place over the countless years in the first type of destroyed worlds, and that was where the danger lay. Wang Lin's understanding of the 300 destroyed worlds wasn't complete because he hadn't completely merged with the third soul. He only knew about 70% to 80% of the information. At this moment, he looked around and his eyes lit up. This should be the third type of destroyed world. I just don't know if this is the first or second category. Wang Lin stepped forward and charged into the distance at an extremely fast speed. His figure appeared within the 9 planets in the sky. He quickly moved through them as if he was looking for something, but he still didn't find it in the end. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had entered half an hour early, and with the time he had spent placing the restrictions, not much time remained. Standing on the 9th planet, Wang Lin frowned. The third soul doesn't have any memories of establishing the laws. It seems like the 7-colored celestial sovereign only needed to spread out his divine sense and he could change the laws of the third type of destroyed world. A moment later, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and swept the area again and again. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. He vaguely felt an invisible ripple across the void. This ripple seemed to be constantly echoing, but it was well hidden and difficult to detect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and locked onto the ripple. Just as the half-hour head start was about to end, he sensed that the ripple had come from the 5th planet. Wang Lin's suddenly disappeared. When he appeared on the 5th planet, he charged toward a mountain peak. The mountain was bald and looked like a sword that pierced the clouds. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The ripple he felt had come from this mountain. Could it be here? Wang Lin's divine sense locked onto this mountain. However, no matter how he checked, this mountain looked very ordinary. I'll know once I try. I'm the first person to come to this world, and I established the law to suppress all celestial bloodlines. Wang Lin sent out a message toward the mountain. When his message was sent, the world rumbled and the planet trembled violently as if it was going to collapse. A hidden law seemed to appear, but just as it was about to appear, there was a loud rumble and everything calmed down. Wang Lin still floated there and frowned. This destroyed world doesn't have the power to form such a law. Then let's change it to something else. Just as Wang Lin was setting the law, the storm around the door disappeared and the door to the core of the cave opened completely. The 7-colored Taoist and old ghost John rushed in. The rest of the people outside slowly entered as well. The 7-colored Taoist was the first to enter, and he looked around before frowning. He charged forward through the ruins toward the furnace. The ruins didn't react to him, and he disappeared into the furnace. Behind him, old ghost John also disappeared into the furnace. On the left and right sides of the furnace, the faces of the 7-colored Taoist and old ghost John appeared. Their faces were shrouded by black gas and looked a little terrifying. The third to enter was the sovereign. Just as he was about to step through the ruins, his expression changed and he stopped. His eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal. He turned invisible to hide himself. Behind him, Tao Master Blue Dream arrived, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at the ruins below. He suddenly smiled and walked forward until he entered the furnace. But the ruins below him didn't change at all. The sovereign, who was hidden on the side, couldn't help but frown. It wasn't long before the 4 generals and the disciples of the 7 Tao sect entered. The celestial imperial concubines entered as well. When they entered, they all had complicated expressions. One of the celestials that came from the immortal astral continent let out a sigh and moved forward. He didn't activate any of the restrictions here as he closed in on the furnace. Behind him, everyone else looked at the ruins below. Some of them narrowed their eyes and stopped. Several people followed the celestial and entered the ruins. However, just as they entered, their expressions changed. Red lines appeared, giving off a bright red light and trapping them inside. Thunderous rumbles rang out as blood lines appeared above the ruins, forming a blockade. The people inside let out miserable screams and quickly retreated. The sudden development startled the celestial that had passed safely. He turned around and saw the bloodlines blocking his vision. This gave him a lingering sense of fear. He hesitated and then quickly entered the furnace. The eyes of the sovereign, who was hidden, lit up, and he sneered. Forgetting the matter here for a moment, the 7 Tao sect disciple that had gone through the ruins by luck entered the furnace. He was an old man and his cultivation level wasn't very high. He saw the giant flower before him along with the 300 drops of dew. The 3 people that had entered before him had already disappeared. He hesitated and looked at the flower for a long time before he picked a dewdrop and slowly entered. Just as the old man entered the drop, Wang Lin, who was sitting on top of the mountain, suddenly looked up at the sky. The first one has arrived. Unfortunately, his cultivation level is not high. To come here with this low of a cultivation level, it looks like my warning before was ignored. He is courting death. Let's use him to experiment with the law I have established here. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His divine sense spread out and found the vortex that had appeared in the sky. The vortex continued to rotate as a blurry figure slowly appeared. The figure quickly formed, and the moment he appeared completely, the vortex disappeared. The figure was the lucky old man from the Seven Tao sect. Just as he appeared, he was vigilant and spread out his divine sense. However, with his cultivation level, he could not find Wang Lin. He frowned and hesitated for a bit. He took a step and was about to fly away. However, his expression changed when he took this step. His foot landed on nothing and he rapidly fell. This suddenly change caused the old man to become completely startled. A moment later, his face was filled with horror as he had lost the ability to fly. Even if his full cultivation erupted, he couldn't stop his body from falling. At the top of the mountain, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. It is indeed effective. The destroyed worlds are interesting. Unfortunately, after trying a lot of laws, only the one that stops flying worked. It can't affect treasures, and depending on the cultivation level of the target, the time it takes to affect them is different. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a flash of blood light appeared. The blood sword rushed forward and disappeared toward the old man. With the speed of the blood sword and the power of Wang Lin's spell, it had reached the speed of spatial bending. In flash, it appeared below the old man. The old man panicked. As he fell, the effect of falling through the atmosphere appeared and popping sounds came from his body. He suppressed the panic he had never felt before and waved his hand. A whisk appeared. It flew below his feet and lifted him up. The old man's face was deathly pale. Even now, he couldn't understand why he had lost the ability to fly. However, before he could think about it, a flash of blood light appeared. Just as the whisk held him up, the sword pierced him between the eyes. The old man coughed out a mouthful of blood, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from between his eyebrows. Then his body trembled and immediately collapsed. Even his origin soul was shattered by the sword, and he died on the spot. The moment he died, Wang Lin formed a seal and pointed at the sky. The third soul flew out and surrounded the seal formed by his hands. I sacrifice that flesh and soul to fuse into this body. As his words echoed, a black arm appeared beside the collapsed old man. The black arm was surrounded by black gas and reached toward the old man. It grabbed the flesh and soul of the old man and disappeared into the void. The blood sword returned next to Wang Lin and buzzed. Wang Lin lowered his hands and put the third soul back into his body. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. I sense that the restriction formation has only killed 3 people. Along with this person, it is far from enough. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and closed his eyes. His divine sense filled the sky, waiting for the next person to enter. If no one comes in within 7 days, I need to move on to a different world. At this moment, everyone had arrived at the first flower and the 300 drops of dew. Wang Lin was waiting for the next person to enter this world. Time slowly passed. In a flash, 5 days went by. During these 5 days, Wang Lin waited and spent his time immersed in the third soul, trying to absorb more memories. At the same time, he was always on guard. If the second person who came was the 7-colored Taoist or Old Ghost John, he would immediately leave. This was why he had set the law for no flying, because with this law here, he would have enough time to leave. Unfortunately, I can't set the law to restrict the celestial bloodline, or I could try to battle them, but I estimate none of the 300 destroyed worlds could do it. After all, they are just destroyed worlds. Wang Lin let out a sigh. After 5 days had passed, it was noon of the 6th day. Wang Lin suddenly looked up and saw a vortex appear in the eastern part of the star system. Here's someone. Who will it be? Wang Lin stood up and stepped forward. disappearing without a trace. Although there was a law that prevented flying, there was a time limit on it. Wang Lin had long passed this time limit, so he wasn't affected. Wang Lin stepped out from the vortex and the blood sword shook before him. It desired for blood, but it was smart, so it didn't make any sound. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he stared at the vortex and waved his right hand. He and the blood sword disappeared. Wang Lin was already prepared. If it was the seven-colored Taoist or old ghost John, he would leave without hesitation. The vortex rumbled and rapidly sped up. In an instant, it was impossible to see clearly, but only 3 blurry figures were appearing. These 3 figures couldn't be attacked inside the vortex. Only when the vortex disappeared was it the best moment to attack. However, Wang Lin was no in rush to attack, and only took a closer look. As the 3 figures appeared, Wang Lin had already made some judgments. It wasn't the seven-colored Taoist or old ghost John. However, he remained cautious and waited for the 3 of them to appear. Soon, the vortex disappeared and the 3 people inside became clear. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes when he got a good look at the 3. The 3 people wore clothes different from the people of the cave world. Their Taoist robes were the same as the old man from before was wearing. It was obvious they were members of the 7 Tao sect. Their cultivation levels were different. One of them was at the early stage of Nirvana Void and the other 2 were still at the second step at the 5th Heaven's Blight. The moment the vortex disappeared and the 3 appeared clearly, Wang Lin attacked. The blood sword flew forward and Wang Lin closed in. His timing was very good. Just as the 3 got a good look at the surroundings and hadn't spread out their divine senses yet, the head of one of the Celestials at the second step flew off from his body as the blood sword flew by. Another person was splashed by the blood of his fellow sect member. However, just as he was about to retreat in terror, his vision was covered by a white figure. Wang Lin's finger landed between his eyebrows and his body collapsed. All of this happened too fast. In a flash, 2 out of 3 people had died. The early-stage Nirvana Void cultivator didn't hesitate to retreat. At the same time, he reached behind him and grabbed an incense stick. He was about to ignite it. However, just at this moment, he let out a cry. Before he could light the incense stick, he suddenly began to fall. This caused his expression to change greatly. There was a flash of bloodlight. Then Wang Lin formed a seal and slammed down on this person. A thunderous rumble echoed. The Celestial was first pierced by the blood sword and then hit by Wang Lin's seal. He coughed out blood and then his body suddenly collapsed. It had taken him less than 3 breaths to kill 3 people. Wang Lin was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked behind him. The killing intent appeared in his eyes once more. Someone else came as well. A vortex appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away. This figure was blurry, but it didn't look like a man, it looked like it was the figure of a woman. "It's her!" Wang Lin sneered and killing intent filled his eyes. The vortex began to disappear a moment later, and the vague figure inside became clear. It was a woman wearing a long purple dress with blue hair. She was very beautiful. If a mortal saw her, they would definitely be charmed. Even cultivators would be tempted to have thoughts of marking her their cultivation furnace. This woman was Xianxia from the Summoned Revered, the 7th concubine. Unlike the rest of her sisters, this woman was extremely loyal to the 7-colored celestial sovereign and even had tried to order Wang Lin around. If not for the fact that she was worried about Wang Lin's Li Guangbao, she would have tried to kill him there. This woman was not weak. Before Wang Lin had comprehended the restriction essence, it would have been a difficult fight. She would only have his Li Guangbao to worry about. However, now that he had the restriction essence, his ancient Tao bloodline was stronger, and with Yi Mo's right arm, along with the law he had set, the situation was completely reversed. Even without the Li Guangbao, he had the power to kill the 7th concubine. Senior Qing Lin once said that the heaven-avoiding coffin belonged to her. This woman is a celestial imperial concubine, so she must know some secrets about this place. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. The blood sword flew forward, and with a step he disappeared. The blood sword was abnormal. It wasn't silent but let out a loud and sharp shrill sound as it pierced the air. It shot toward the figure that was gradually becoming clear from the disappearing vortex. This intense, violent howling could shock one's mind and make them subconsciously retreat a few steps. However, Xianxia didn't retreat. The moment her vision became clear, she felt a monstrous killing intent coming toward her. She heard the howl and saw the blood sword flying at her. Her expression immediately changed and killing intent appeared. So he is here. Her body remained there, motionless, and her right hand waved. A purple cloud appeared and turned into a purple phoenix that flew toward the blood sword. When the purple phoenix and blood sword collided, a thunderous rumble echoed. The star system trembled and large amounts of cracks appeared as space began to collapse. The purple phoenix collapsed, but the blood sword couldn't move forward and was pushed back. The dissipating vortex behind Xianxia began to rotate once more. She knew Wang Lin had used the Li Guang Bao several times, but she didn't know how many more times he could use it. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her right hand to take out a jade. She was going to leave and send out a message to get more people to come. She was aware of Wang Lin's stop spell. As a result, she decided to leave after taking out the jade. With the vortex helping block the spell, along with her cultivation, she could resist it. This woman was very cunning and very cautious. She would not carelessly take risks. However, just as she was about to crush the jade, Wang Lin's figure appeared in the distance. His voice echoed across the star system. "You're worthy of being the seven-colored celestial sovereign's favorite seventh concubine," Wang Lin slowly said. His words were sudden, but Xianxia understood him. Wang Lin saw that she hadn't taken another step and remained motionless. This strange action revealed that she not only knew about the 300 destroyed worlds, but she knew that the laws here were changed. However, none of the laws would apply if she didn't move. If she took that step, she would completely enter the world and would be affected by the laws. Wang Lin naturally understood this. Xianxia also knew. She understood it better than even the other concubines. She had gone to more than a dozen of the destroyed worlds and hadn't moved upon entering. She spread out her divine sense to lure people to come to her. "Since you want to leave, I won't send you off." When Wang Lin looked at the jade Xianxia had taken out, he turned around and left, but his heart was gloomy. He had watched the Seven Dao sect disciple taking out the incense, and now Xianxia had taken out the jade. It was clear that these people had made some kind of agreement before entering. This would make this whole ordeal a bit more difficult. This Xianxia is too cautious. If she chooses to leave, I won't be able to keep her here, given her cultivation level. However, it's unknown if the jade will send a message to the seven-colored Taoist or Old Ghost John. But from what she said before, she was very loyal to the seven-colored celestial sovereign and could communicate with the four generals. She may be sending a message to the four generals. However, even if it's the seven-colored Taoist or Old Ghost John, it doesn't matter. I was prepared for them to come. Only this Xianxia is too cautious. If I don't kill her this time, she will become even more on guard, and killing her will become even more difficult. As for the Li Guang Bao, it's not time to use it. Wang Lin's movement suddenly became hasty for a moment, but that was soon hidden by him. He waved his right hand and the blood sword silently arrived beside him, followed him into the distance. Seeing that Wang Lin was about to disappear, Xianxia, who was still inside the vortex, began to hesitate. She didn't know if she should send out the message. This Wang Lin has the Li Guang Bao, but he chose not to take it out when he clearly saw my jade. Instead, he chose to leave. He seemed a bit hasty there. Could it be that he was injured while fighting others before I arrived? Earlier, he only attacked with the sword and not in person. Most importantly, that sword was too loud, as if its shocking value is stronger than the attack. As if he was trying to scare people away. Could it be that he is seriously injured and can't use the Li Guang Bao? I might fall into his trap once I leave. If I send out the message and it is really as I guessed, the four generals would be able to take the third soul without effort. I refuse to allow that to happen. However, this person is very cunning. Is he really injured or faking his injury? Xianxia's expression constantly changed, and she was still uncertain. Wang Lin's figure was about to disappear when he revealed that trace of haste again. It was like a subconscious body reaction when one suppresses the injuries in their body. If he is really injured, this is a great opportunity. If I can kill him and take the third soul, whether I give it to the seven-colored Taoist or old Ghost John, it would be a great merit. In the future, I'll have a place even on the immortal astral continent. Xianxia clenched her teeth and was about to give up on leaving, but she still hesitated. She waved her right hand and purple mist appeared. A purple sword flew out from within and flew toward Wang Lin. I'll try once more. If his performance is too obvious, then there is something wrong. Xiaxia's eyes lit up and she stared ahead. The purple flying sword was very fast and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. It arrived within 1,000 feet of him. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he raised his right index finger. When the sword filled with her arcane void cultivation arrived, Wang Lin's finger touched the tip of the sword. The moment he pointed at the tip of the sword, Wang Lin's thoughts raced. He gave up on showing that he was injured and instead displayed his full cultivation. Aside from the seventh essence, his first 6 essences all erupted out of his body into his right index finger. A thunderous rumble echoed and the sword collapsed into a purple mist. Wang Lin's body trembled, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he stared at Xianxia in the distance and killing intent appeared in his eyes. His 6 essences surrounded his body and his momentum was powerful, as if he was not injured at all. He stared at Xianxia for a few breaths before sneering and turning away. Inside the vortex, Xianxia's eyes shined brightly. He is injured, and it is not a minor injury. If he was trying to trick me, he would have pretended to be more weak to make me follow. However, he didn't pretend to be injured, and instead displayed his full cultivation to try to cover up his injury to trick me. Only someone who is truly injured and is afraid of being seen through would act like this. In particular, she saw the vortex appear around Wang Lin's figure. It was a sign of him leaving this world. This made her even more certain. I can't be wrong. Wang Lin, you can't escape. They all say you're as cunning as a fox, but you still revealed your weakness. Xianxia put away the jade and gave up on sending the message. Greed appeared in her eyes, and she was worried that Wang Lin would escape. Without hesitation, she stepped out of the vortex. The moment she stepped forward and the vortex disappeared, she completely gave up the chance to leave. However, just as she took this step, her body suddenly began to fall. This sudden change caused her expression to change greatly. Not good. Just at this moment, Wang Lin turned around and killing intent appeared. He immediately charged at her, and a flash of blood light flew toward her as well. All of this happened in a flash. Xianxia didn't have any time to react. She didn't even have time to take out the jade as the blood sword closed in on her. Wang Lin's figure occupied her vision. An arrow of blood sprayed out from Xianxia's chest and stained her purple dress. It didn't look red but black. Her broken clothes revealed her skin. A sight that would make anyone's heart throb. The woman was wearing very little under her dress. Now that her dress was damaged, a lot of her skin was revealed. Wang Lin has cold-hearted to his enemies, even if they were female, and showed no compassion. If it was anyone else, they would have become lustful after taking a look. The blood sword pierced through Xianxia's chest. As blood sprayed everywhere, the blood sword buzzed in excitement. The blood sword was filled with killing intent. It flew out to drink blood and wouldn't return until it had. As the blood spread out from her chest, Xianxia's face was pale and she coughed out blood. As she fell, she was going to take out a treasure to support herself. But how could Wang Lin give her the chance? The moment the blood sword pierced her chest, Wang Lin appeared before Xianxia, filling her vision. His essences rushed out. Xianxia had no time to react at all. The fire essence turned into a giant vermilion bird and surrounded Xianxia. The power of the fire raged and its might was irresistible. After the fire, the thunder essence turned into a thunder dragon. It charged in after the vermilion bird toward Xianxia. Life and death, karma, and true and false appeared. Bloodlines appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and spread out. Bloodlines appeared around all Xianxia and blocked all paths of retreat. Finally, the slaughter essence entered Wang Lin's hand. This caused his hand to become something that could slaughter all life. The moment the slaughter essence appeared, the star system became cold. Red snowflakes appeared and began to fall. This happened in a flash as all 7 essences rushed out. Xianxia coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. And even now, she still hadn't managed to take out a treasure. She didn't even have time to form a seal. 6 essences rumbled as Xianxia watched a huge palm penetrate the essences and land between her eyebrows. There was a thunderous rumble and Xianxia coughed out blood once more. A large amount of bloodlines appeared on her body, making it seem like she was going to be torn apart. Intense pain came from her heart, and even her origin soul was seriously injured. Her face became pale and a sense of despair filled her body. However, just at this moment, her sinking body suddenly stopped as the law that stopped flying began to disappear. But this was part of Wang Lin's plan. Just as the law was about to disappear, Wang Lin closed in and pointed at Xianxia. Stop! 1 point to stop the body, the mind, the soul. Stop the heavens and earth. Xianxia's body was suddenly shrouded by the stop spell. Even though the law had dissipated, she continued to fall. She couldn't even take out her treasures, and even her thoughts were stopped. Wang Lin suppressed the rebound force and closed in on Xianxia. He quickly pointed at her 9 times. Each time, Xianxia would tremble as Wang Lin sent a sealing force into her. After all 9 points landed, the seal was complete. A spider web-like restriction appeared around Xianxia, sealing her completely. With a wave of his sleeve, Xianxia's body disappeared without a trace and was captured by Wang Lin. This battle was extremely clean. It had taken less than 10 breaths of time. Wang Lin hadn't killed Xianxia because she had many things he was interested in. With her captured, he could kill her at any moment. The blood light flashed and returned to Wang Lin. As it buzzed, Wang Lin walked forward. A large vortex appeared below him and he disappeared into it. 3 waves of people have entered this world. It will be difficult to deal with a 4th, so I might as well leave. Wang Lin knew that the 300 destroyed worlds were connected and that he could go from one to another. Although he didn't know the seal, he could break his way through. In one of the 300 destroyed worlds, a vortex appeared. The vortex rumbled loudly, immediately catching the attention of the people here. The White Tiger General was standing in the sky above a planet. Below him were millions of soldiers. They were fighting in a great battle. Blood flowed like a river and there were constant death. The millions of soldiers were spread across the plain as far as the eye could see. This kind of battle between mortals was rare to see. I didn't expect to encounter this much slaughter here. Kill more. The more you kill, the more killing intent I can absorb. Although I can't bring it out of here, I can use it in this world. I was the first person to enter this world, and all the laws were set by me. Unless it is the 7-color Taoist or old Ghost John. Whoever else comes here will be affected by my laws. The White Tiger General had followed the 7-colored Celestial Sovereign for a long time, so he naturally knew about the 300 destroyed worlds. At this moment he was very excited. On the earth, the 2 armies each had their own generals. On one side there was a general who rode white horse with tiger spots. He wore a set of white armor and his cape was made of tiger skin. His eyes were cold but also revealed excitement. In an instant, an invisible and mysterious connection between him and the White Tiger General appeared. Also in the sky, a middle-aged man was sitting before the White Tiger General. His expression was gloomy and his body fuzzy, as if he would disappear if the wind blew by. His eyes were closed and he looked panicked as sweat appeared on his forehead. He was an illusion like the White Tiger General. Aside from the 2 of them, no one else could see them. On the earth, there was a soldier in the army that was fighting against the White Tiger General's army. He looked panicked and let out a roar as he waved the lance in his hand. He killed the enemies around him, but his body trembled. He occasionally looked up at the sky with fear and anger. His appearance was the same as the middle-aged man in the sky. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize this person as the man from the 7th floor of the tower on planet 5 Elements. This world belonged to White Tiger, and he commanded the law. Just at this moment, the illusory White Tiger general looked up and his eyes revealed a strange light. On the earth, the general wearing the tiger cape looked up at the sky and sneered. Another came. Who could it be? The middle-aged man immediately looked up when he felt the vortex. He looked up and revealed a cruel expression. Come. More people means more chances to kill this White Tiger. This damn law. The vortex rotated and a vague figure appeared. This figure became clear and then the vortex around the figure began to disappear. Just as the vortex was about to completely disappear, there was a flash of blood light and the blood sword flew out, sweeping the area. The blood-colored light spread, causing the area to be covered in dense killing intense. Wang Lin stood there as he calmly looked ahead. His divine sense suddenly spread out. Just as he appeared and his divine sense spread out, the expression of the White Tiger General and the middle-aged man changed. The White Tiger General's eyes were filled with monstrous excitement, and he began laughing loudly at the sky. He actually came here. Heaven is on my side. The middle-aged man was also startled and silently pondered, but he revealed a sneer as if he was watching someone suffer. Wang Lin's divine sense spread across the star system. This world was much larger than the world Wang Lin had used earlier. It was the size of the brilliant void and all heaven combined, but there were still only 9 planets. After his divine sense swept by, Wang Lin found the aura of the White Tiger General and the middle-aged man. However, he couldn't find the figures of those two. Wang Lin frowned and carefully examined the star system. A law is already set here. I just don't know what the law is. Also, why I can't find White Tiger General and the other one. Wang Lin's divine sense gathered on the 3rd planet and locked onto the tens of thousands of soldiers killing each other. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and after a long time, Wang Lin understood. So it's like this. Wang Lin stood there and didn't even take half a step. This way he would be outside the effect of the laws. After he saw everything, he could decide to stay or leave. As for who set the law here and who the law benefits, I'll have to try it to see. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the vortex that was disappearing appeared once more. If anyone saw this, they would assume Wang Lin wanted to leave. Fellow cultivator Wang, why the rush to leave? This old man has set the law here. If you dare to enter, we can make a bet. The White Tiger General's voice echoed across the star system and entered Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he sneered in his heart. He got the answer he wanted. Bet what? Bet you will lose to this old man's law after you enter. Oh? What are you betting? Wang Lin slowly spread out his divine sense. If you lose, the 3rd soul belongs to this old man. If you win, then I'll give a celestial oath to become your slave for 10,000 years. This old man makes this promise on my celestial bloodline. The White Tiger General's voice echoed across the star system. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. Only an indiscernible smile appeared on his face. You set the law. So what if I enter? Wang Lin's divine sense had already spread out and gathered some clues from the planet. The law here was very likely something like chess, to separate a part of one's divine sense into the soldier below and use the body of a mortal to face this slaughter of millions of soldiers. Their cultivation would be completely suppressed and impossible to use. The White Tiger General became a general, and the person from Planet 5 Elements became a soldier. That is the advantage the White Tiger General thinks he has. The 300 destroyed worlds can't seal bloodlines, but if it's focused on just 2 or 3 people, it can suppress their bloodline. If the bloodline is suppressed, there is no need to talk about cultivation. The White Tiger General is not only a celestial but also has a powerful body. Although his celestial bloodline is suppressed, his body is still strong. Even though the suppression affects his body, it's still strong enough for him to be a general. As for the person from Planet 5 Elements, he doesn't cultivate his body and is like a scholar. As a result, the difference between a general and a soldier appears. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, which shined with wisdom. The law of this place suppresses cultivation, and the White Tiger General is a celestial. When he saw me use the Li Guang Bao, he should have deduced that I don't have the celestial bloodline. The reason I can use the Li Guang Bao is because of the blood from the immortal celestial body. As someone without the celestial bloodline, my cultivation could be completely suppressed. Even the divine sense I split off would only be like that of an ordinary soldier. However, for them, with their bloodline, they can still display some power. This is the advantage he thinks he has. Also, because he thinks I don't have the celestial bloodline, he doesn't think it would increase the load of the world to have to suppress another person with the bloodline. Perhaps he thinks I have an ancient Tao inheritance and the body of an ancient god, but he doesn't know that I have obtained the ancient Tao bloodline. Although my bloodline would be suppressed, thanks to my cultivation, not only will I not be weaker than the White Tiger General, I'll be even stronger. Wang Lin decisively took a step forward. With one step, he entered the realm and a thunderous rumble echoed across the destroyed world. At the same time, a powerful force entered as if it was going to rip the world apart and weaken the law set by the White Tiger General. Just as Wang Lin expected, with the entire world suppressing 2 people, the suppression would be about 90% effective. However, if a third person with a bloodline entered, the effect of the suppression could be spread out and reduced. The moment Wang Lin entered the world, the middle-aged man from Planet 5 Elements felt the suppression on his bloodline weaken. At the same time, the soldier formed by his divine sense down below shined brightly. This golden light was very dim, but it made the soldier become spirited. Even the lance in his hand seemed to have become more sharp. The enemy soldiers that arrived were immediately killed by him. The White Tiger General's expression changed and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It was just as Wang Lin thought. He didn't think Wang Lin had any bloodline power. However, the change in the law here caused his mind to tremble. He has bloodline power. Impossible. I definitely didn't feel any celestial blood from him. Even if he had any, it was fused into the Li Guang Bao. Wang Lin's body entered the destroyed world, became distorted, and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above the 3rd planet. He formed a triangle with the White Tiger General and the person from Planet 5 Elements. The moment Wang Lin arrived, a portion of his divine sense split off out of his control and flew down toward the planet. It fused with a soldier on the opposite side of the White Tiger General. This soldier held a blade and was slicing down on an enemy, but he didn't realize that the White Tiger General was charging at him on a horse. The White Tiger General let out a roar and threw his lance at the soldier Wang Lin's divine sense had fused with. This soldier paused for a moment when Wang Lin's divine sense entered. His eyes shined and his hair turned white. His face became blurry and turned into Wang Lin's face. He suddenly turned around and chopped down his blade with a roar. The blade collided with the incoming lance. The lance was cut in half by Wang Lin and flew past him, penetrating into the enemy soldier behind him. After splitting the lance, the soldier Wang Lin had fused with looked up. He stared at the general on the white horse in the distance. At this moment, Wang Lin's original body had already sat down in the sky. There was a sneer on his face. The law here was like chess, and the chessboard was the fight between the 2 armies. As for the chess pieces, they were the soldiers or generals that their divine senses would form. The White Tiger General's expression was gloomy as he looked at Wang Lin. He closed his eyes and focused on the general that was formed by his divine sense. The white-armored general's eyes were filled with coldness. He pointed at the Wang Lin in the distance and black gas appeared. The black gas turned into 10 black-armored soldiers and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin laughed. In this battlefield, the sound of slaughter filled the world. Screams, roars, and all these various sounds mixed together to form the most spectacular music in this world. In the presence of this music, one's blood would boil. Wang Lin added blood to this blade and charged forward. He was wearing the armor of an ordinary soldier, but as he moved forward, he chopped down the enemy soldiers with one strike. Every time he killed a person, they would turn into a strand of gas that would enter Wang Lin. Slowly, he was surrounded by stands of black gas, making him look like an evil god. Wang Lin knew that all the soldiers here were fake. created by the law the White Tiger General had set. They were all part of the chessboard for the game of chess between the three of them. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Lin charged forward, gripped the iron blade, and swept at the soldiers that came at him. Wang Lin let out a roar and jumped into the air over someone's head. He used the descending force to smash the blade down on the first black-armored soldier. The black-armored soldier was terrified and looked up. In his eyes, the blood moon was hanging behind Wang Lin, and Wang Lin had replaced the blood moon. The black-armored soldier quickly raised the shield in his hand to block Wang Lin's terrifying blade. The blade flashed and a miserable scream echoed. This caused everyone around to become startled and look over. Wang Lin's blade descended and cut into the shield, causing it to collapse. Then Wang Lin's blade cut the black-armored soldier in half. Large amounts of black gas came from the black-armored soldier and gathered around Wang Lin. After killing 100 people and one of the black soldiers armored created by the White Tiger General, the black gas around Wang Lin was monstrous. It was at this moment that crackling sounds rang out. The black gas around Wang Lin condensed to form a set of black armor. In contrast to Wang Lin's white hair, it was a shocking sight. The blade in his hand also became black and a bit longer, like a crescent moon. Wang Lin raised his blade and laughed. Wearing his black armor, he charged forward, waving his blade, killing more and more. In half an instance of time, the 10 black-armored soldiers were all killed by Wang Lin. After killing these 10, Wang Lin's armor almost wrapped around his entire body. He was only missing a helmet. He looked extremely powerful among the group of soldiers. The middle-aged man from the planet 5 Elements was able to kill several people after surrounding himself in the golden light. The golden light covered his body to form a golden suit of armor, except the armor was very simple and couldn't compare with Wang Lin's armor at all. This caused the White Tiger General in the sky to open his eyes and look extremely gloomy. The veins on his face were popping. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He focused back on the general his divine sense had formed, and another lance appeared. He retreated to gain distance from Wang Lin. But how could Wang Lin let him do as he wished? Wang Lin understood that his time was short. He had to finish this battle as soon as possible. Seeing the white-armored general retreat, Wang Lin let out a roar and his blade hit the ground. He borrowed the force to jump into the air and stepped on the head of soldiers as he chased after the white-armored general. Every step caused the person he stepped on to turn into black gas that surrounded him. After he took 100 steps, the black gas around him condensed and the sound of a horse cry could be heard. A black horse formed and Wang Lin rode the horse forward like a storm. No one was left alive as he charged forward. He charged at the white-armored general. The retreating white-armored general's expression changed greatly. He stared at Wang Lin closing in on the black horse and clenched the lance in his hand even tighter. At this moment, in the other destroyed world, the seven-colored Taoist was gloomy. He had gone through nearly 100 worlds and still hadn't found Wang Lin. He anxiously ripped a hole in space and walked through. His body suddenly trembled and his eyes were filled with joy. He had felt Wang Lin's aura. Although this aura was not in this world, it wasn't farm. He ripped open another hole and entered. Close. I feel that he is not far away. The seven-colored Taoist was filled with excitement. At this moment, the white-armored general could no longer retreat. This was not a real battle where one could retreat, but a game of chess where two armies were fighting. In the battle, if the general retreated, the morale of the army would decrease. Wang Lin charged at him with a powerful momentum, making it impossible to continue retreating. If he retreated, that meant he feared Wang Lin. If he retreated, he might never win. After all, the more Wang Lin killed, the more powerful he would become. Even though he could kill as well, if he retreated now, he could not compare to Wang Lin in terms of momentum. Kill! The white-armored general roared. The white horse below him charged at Wang Lin. In the eastern part of the endless battlefield, a black and a white storm separated by 10,000 feet closed in on each other. Both storms were slaughtering along the way to get themselves the biggest advantage. Miserable screams echoed and countless died. The black and white storms got closer and closer. The white tiger general in the sky was shocked and his expression became distorted. His mind echoed in the white-armored general, and a blurry white tiger appeared behind the white-armored general. This tiger roared at Wang Lin. Even the white horse below the general seemed to turn into a white tiger. It let out a thunderous roar as it galloped. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by black gas that shrouded the black horse and his entire body. His white hair fluttered and the black blade in his hand looked like a butcher's knife. Fresh blood dripped from the tip of the blade. So what if you're a tiger? Today, I'm going to slaughter a tiger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and were filled with coldness. The black gas surrounded him as if they formed the shadow of a giant. This giant wasn't ancient Dao Yimo but ancient Dao Wang Lin. 5,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet. In an instant, there was only 1,000 feet between the two of them. This was a distance that could be crossed in an instant. In a moment, the two closed in on each other. Kill! The white-armored general raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Wang Lin was different. He didn't let out a roar, and his black horse jumped into the air while he pondered. He raised his blade and swung in an arc filled with death. The light from the blade seemed to blend with the night itself and intersected with the blood moon behind him. One slice caused the sky to change color and the clouds to scatter. The sky itself seemed to collapse and gather in Wang Lin's blade. The white-armored general's lance gave off a dazzling white light and stabbed forward. The white tiger shadow behind him became blurry and fused with the lance. From a distance, this no longer looked like a lance but a pouncing white tiger. As the black and white collided, a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. It shook the earth, shocked the sky, and spread across the star system. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin's blade collided with the lance. The lance collapsed and the white tiger let out a miserable howl. Wang Lin's blade also shattered into countless fragments. Their horses collided and both let out roars. Their heads exploded and they both disintegrated. They turned into black and white gas that scattered in all directions. The weapons had shattered and the horses had died. The two jumped off at the same time, and when they collided, they began a slaughter. Thunderous rumbles echoed, seeming to last forever. A moment later, an even more violent rumble echoed as if the world was going to be split in half. The white tiger general in the sky trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his face was still fierce. The general's face was fierce, and like the white tiger general, his killing intent was monstrous. However, after he coughed out blood, he looked at Wang Lin with fear in his eyes. How could he have such a powerful killing intent? How many people has he killed in his life? In the sky, Wang Lin's original body also trembled, and his face turned slightly pale. However, his eyes became even brighter. He looked at the white tiger general and his voice echoed. You're going to lose. I, white tiger, will never lose. This is the law I set. I'll never lose. The white tiger general hit his chest with his right palm and coughed out another mouthful of blood. As his blood scattered around the ground, the white-armored general's armor collapsed and he fell to the ground as blood flew out of his body. At this moment, the blood from the white tiger general landed and fused with the white-armored general. He let out a roar as he got up and ignored Wang Lin. He began slaughtering the soldiers near him. For every person he killed, his injuries would recover a bit, and the collapsed armor would reform. Wang Lin was also knocked back due to the collision, and the armor around his body collapsed. He retreated more than 10,000 feet. At this moment, the white-armored general was killing soldiers with no regard to who they were. The soldiers turned into white gas and fused with his body. The white-armored general felt that it wasn't enough. His body trembled and 1,000 drops of blood flew out from his pores. The drops of blood turned into mist, and any soldier surrounded by it would melt. Then the blood mist would go to the next target. As a result, in just a moment, a large amount of soldiers died. They died faster and faster. In the end, nearly 100,000 were killed. The white-armored general jumped up, and as his arms opened, the auras of 100,000 dead soldiers gathered on him. His armor reformed and the white horse appeared once more. However, this wasn't the end. The 1,000 drops of blood were still killing. Wang Lin didn't use the same method, but his eyes lit up and locked on to the Golden General formed by the middle-aged man from Planet 5 Elements. When the Golden General met Wang Lin's gaze, the hairs on his body stood up. He retreated without hesitation, but Wang Lin charged at him. Wang Lin's right hand smashed down without hesitation. The middle-aged man was the weakest one among the three, and the general he formed was the weakest as well. If the law wasn't here, it would have taken Wang Lin some effort to kill this person, but right now he wasn't killing the main body. He was merely killing a mortal avatar formed by the law, so it was fairly simple. Terrified, the middle-aged man didn't have a chance to fight back at all. As Wang Lin's hand descended, the Golden General let out a miserable scream and his golden armor collapsed. The moment it collapsed, Wang Lin opened his mouth and devoured. Wang Lin's soul was a soul devourer, so his avatar naturally also had his ability. Although his cultivation was suppressed, this soul-related ability was still there. He couldn't devour the white armored general, but he could devour the weakest Golden General. The Golden General let out a miserable scream, but that didn't set off a wave in this war. After being devoured by Wang Lin, his body was surrounded by black gas. His collapsed armor reformed and was several times more powerful than before. This time, even the helmet formed and shrouded Wang Lin's head. This only left the white hair, which formed a sharp contrast with the black armor. A dragon cry echoed across the sky. What formed below Wang Lin this time was not a horse but a black dragon. Its body was made of fog and it circled around Wang Lin as it let out a roar at the white armored general. The white armored general heard this roar and suddenly looked up. His hand reached at the sky and the lance reformed, and the 1,000 drops of blood gathered into his body. In a flash, the white horse below him distorted and turned into a giant white tiger. He stood on the back of the white tiger and held the lance with crazed killing intent in his eyes. The white tiger jumped into the air and pounced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand raised and a large blade appeared. Holding the blade, he silently pondered as the black dragon charged at the white tiger. This battle would decide the victor. The two sides instantly closed in and collided. The tiger and dragon roared as they fought. The entire planet trembled as if it was going to collapse. Wang Lin's blade descended and collided with the white armored general's lance. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin let out a roar. As he roared, the ancient Tao shadow appeared behind him and descended with the blade. The white tiger general let out a roar of despair as his lance collapsed, his armor collapsed, and the white tiger below him collapsed. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows as Wang Lin's blade descended, and his body collapsed. In the sky, the white tiger general's face became deathly pale. He coughed out blood and his expression became dim. "From now on, you're my slave." Wang Lin suddenly stood up and his pupils shrank. He felt a powerful sense of danger coming. Without hesitating, he stepped forward and overlapped with the body formed by his divine sense. He opened his mouth and devoured the aura form, the collapsed white armored general. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by black gas, and it formed into a long blade in his hand. He raised the blade and stared at the sky. His pupils had shrunk until they were only dots as he focused all his power and the power of the law into the blade. This blade would contain the strongest power of this world. This blade would break the law the white tiger general had set here. This blade would be a world-destroying blade created with the help of the law of this world. He was waiting for the person who had given him this sense of crisis to appear. At the same time, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and fire appeared to form a small umbrella of fire. It disappeared from his hand. Wang Lin raised the blade and the black gas turned into a storm that connected to the sky. From afar, the storm looked like a shocking black dragon. The blade in Wang Lin's hand didn't move at all, as if it was frozen in place. As a result, Wang Lin's body and the black dragon storm formed a stark contrast. In this blend of static and movement, a shocking pressure came from Wang Lin's body. Due to the white tiger general's divine sense avatar being devoured, and his oath, this pressure caused him to tremble. The pressure was like a mountain, causing the white tiger general to yield. He trembled as he lowered his head. The middle-aged man from Planet 5 Elements was even worse off. Although he hadn't made a blood oath, his divine sense avatar had been devoured by Wang Lin. As the pressure spread out, he felt a sense of awe washing over him like an ocean wave. Wang Lin had no time to pay attention to the two of them. He focused all his attention on the blade. He slowly closed his eyes and no longer looked at the sky. He put his everything into the blade. The moment he closed his eyes, he could no longer hear any sounds. The only thing he could feel was this blade. This blade replaced his eyes and divine sense. As his cultivation gathered on it, it became a shockingly powerful blade. In the western part of this star system, a rumble echoed and a giant vortex appeared. As soon as the vortex appeared and hadn't even fully formed, it trembled violently before collapsing. Looking at how it collapsed, it was as if someone had torn it apart from within. The thunderous rumble echoed and the sharp, seven-colored light shined. Inside the light, the seven-colored Taoist stepped forward and entered this destroyed world. The moment he entered, the seven-colored Taoist clearly sensed Wang Lin's aura. His eyes revealed killing intent and coldness, and he also began to laugh. Wang Lin, this lord has found you. I want to see how you will escape this time. Just at this instant, on the third planet, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and the blade in his hand gave off a monstrous light. He let out a roar as he jumped into the sky and slashed with the most powerful blade. After slashing, he rapidly retreated. A giant blade energy appeared in the sky. It absorbed the storm around Wang Lin, his armor, and all the soldiers formed by the law. This blade energy immediately destroyed the law White Tiger had created. The White Tiger general coughed out blood and his expression became dim. The blade energy rushed into the sky and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was where the seven-colored Taoist was. Everything had happened too fast. The moment the seven-colored Taoist had arrived, Wang Lin had slashed down. The blade energy broke through the void and expanded to more than 100,000 feet. It no longer looked corporeal but solid as it flew toward the seven-colored Taoist. The blade energy was formed by the law here and was fused with Wang Lin's full cultivation. Swinging this blade was the same as using the full power of one of the destroyed worlds to kill someone. It was impossible to describe the power of this blade. The blade energy was bright as it flew toward the seven-colored Taoist. The seven-colored Taoist's pupils shrank. Even with his cultivation level, he felt a sense of danger. This kind of thing was extremely rare. He had only felt it 3 times in his life. However, out of those 3 times, 2 happened while chasing Wang Lin. The first time was in the crack in the cloud sea, and the second time was now in this destroyed world. Borrowing the law here to form this blade, this Wang Lin was able to think of this in such a short period of time. This kind of wisdom is rare. However, the smarter he is, the more he needs to die. The seven-colored Taoist knew that with old Ghost John around he couldn't afford to get injured. He waved his sleeve and seven-colored light began to flash. The light condensed into a 7-colored lotus with 7 petals, each petal with one of the 7 colors. It bloomed before the 7-colored Taoist. 7-colored Tao Lotus. Lotus gathers the soldiers. The moment the 7-colored Taoist spoke, he stepped into the lotus. The petals of the lotus shrank and surrounded his body. From a distance, this no longer looked like a lotus, just a flower bud. The blade closed in and landed on the 7-colored lotus bud. Thunderous rumbles echoed, causing the star system to tremble. The star system was torn in many places as the blade shattered into countless fragments. At the same time, the 7-colored lotus bud trembled. The 7 colors flashed and 2 of the petals shattered. However, the collapse of the blade and 2 petals created a destructive force. This destructive force spread out like crazy with the 7-colored lotus at the center. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star system. The star system began to collapse inch by inch as if it was being torn apart by force. The star system trembled and continued to collapse. As the destructive wave spread, everything in its path collapsed. Even the 9 planets trembled, and 7 of them exploded. They turned into black holes that devoured everything. This world would no longer exist. The third planet rumbled. Large ravines appeared on its surface, and the sky changed colors. As the earth trembled, it began to collapse. The earth rumbled and large amounts of rocks flew into the air. It looked like the end of the world. Blood flowed out of the corner of Wang Lin's mouth and he revealed a helpless expression. The seven-colored Taoist was too strong. He didn't hesitate to retreat, and a vortex appeared behind him. As he stepped into the vortex, there was a roar that echoed across the star system. The lotus bud suddenly appeared above the collapsing third planet and opened up, revealing the seven-colored Taoist sitting inside. Seven-colored Tao Lotus. Lotus opens to welcome death. The seven-colored Taoist suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Although the seven-colored Taoist looked normal, he was very gloomy. That blade from before was far more powerful than what he imagined Wang Lin could do. It didn't feel like it was Wang Lin that had attacked him. It was more like the entire destroyed world had attacked him. Even he was shocked by the power of that blow. Also, the seven-colored lotus platform had actually lost 2 petals, which made his heart ache. Killing intent filled his body. As the seven-colored Taoist pointed, the remaining 5 petals of the seven-colored lotus platform flew off. They were going to seal and kill Wang Lin. The seven-colored Taoist jumped into the air and chased after Wang Lin, following the 5 colors. At this moment, Wang Lin's body had fused with the vortex and he was about to leave. However, the seven-colored Taoist was attacking and had combined his attack with the collapse of the third planet. The 5 lotus petals closed in and a sense of life and death filled Wang Lin's heart. However, since Wang Lin had dared to stay here to attack with that blade, he obviously had come prepared. Although he acted on impulse sometimes, every move he made had a purpose. As the petals closed in on him, his left hand reached at the void and a sea of fire surrounded him, turned into a huge flaming umbrella. Realm-burning umbrella. The umbrella didn't cover the sky but was held in Wang Lin's hand like a normal-sized umbrella. The realm-burning umbrella required a lot of restrictions and took some time to prepare, so it was not good to use at a moment of danger. However, Wang Lin had already thought of a path of retreat. His left hand secretly created the umbrella while he waited. Although this would burn a bit more life force, it was worth it. At this moment, the umbrella was inside his left hand, and it suddenly opened to cover up his body. The moment the umbrella opened, fire rushed out. The 5 petals closed in and were blocked by the fire. Every petal that landed on the umbrella caused a tremble that shook Wang Lin's heart. However, he used this force to retreat 3 steps. After 3 steps, his body completely fused with the vortex. As the fire blocked any view of him, Wang Lin left this world. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, he heard an angry roar. The seven-colored Taoist followed the petals and rushed into the vortex. He raised his right hand and a 7-colored hand clawed at Wang Lin. However, this claw missed as Wang Lin had left. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape this lord. The 7-colored Taoist didn't even look at the white tiger general and the person from Planet 5 Elements. He rushed into the vortex after Wang Lin. After Wang Lin and the 7-colored Taoist left, the third planet collapsed and was destroyed along with this world. The white tiger general looked up with a complicated gaze. His vow was already in effect, and Wang Lin had even had time to give him an order. He had to obey it. He struggled to get up and charged at the pale-faced Planet 5 Elements cultivator. Capture him. I have great use for him. This was the first order Wang Lin had given the white tiger general before leaving. Perhaps there were now less than 300 destroyed worlds. After all, countless years had passed, so some may have been destroyed as time passed, and some might have already been destroyed a long time ago. At this moment, in one world, a vortex appeared and a ray of light charged out without waiting for the vortex to completely appear. The figure inside the light had white clothes. It was Wang Lin. The moment after he walked out of the vortex, he turned around and raised his right hand. Emo's right arm appeared and ripped the void behind him. The void was ripped open and split the vortex in half, causing it to collapse. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin walked into the rift that was created by the heaven rippling spell and disappeared. The moment after he disappeared, A cold snort came from the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the seven-colored Taoist walked out of the collapsed vortex. His eyes were filled with coldness and he was very gloomy. If Wang Lin hadn't reacted so quickly and used the destruction of the vortex to slow him down, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to leave so calmly. He would have been caught by the seven-colored Taoist. The hunt continued. Wang Lin used his various spells to travel between the worlds. The seven-colored Taoist followed closely behind. If Wang Lin made one mistake, he would be caught. As he moved through the worlds again and again, it caught the attention of the rest of the people in the 300 destroyed worlds. Their divine senses slowly gathered and followed after the seven-colored Taoist. I need to lose him quickly. Otherwise, if I continue to move through the worlds, it will attract more attention. Once old Ghost John appears and both of them are chasing at me, it will be hard to lose them. Wang Lin appeared from a vortex and entered another destroyed world. Just as he was about to leave, his expression changed. This world was different from the other worlds. Contained a shocking aura that appeared and disappeared. This aura seemed to belong to a fierce beast. The reason it was appearing and disappearing was likely because the beast sleeping. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and it was as if thunder had flashed through his mind. He didn't stay but remembered this place and quickly left. The seven-colored Taoist looked gloomy as he also sensed the beast's aura. This aura even alarmed him, and he thought Wang Lin would awaken the best to cause chaos in order to escape. But Wang Lin hadn't done this. At this moment, the seven-colored Taoist couldn't think too much. He stepped into the vortex and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved very fast. Although he had moved through dozens of worlds, he had only gone in one direction. The star systems were like many mirrors, and Wang Lin was just moving in and out of one mirror. Although he would go into a different world each time, his location didn't change. As he moved through the worlds by force, and with the seven-colored Taoist following him, even a powerful barrier would show signs of collapsing. Wang Lin understood the 300 destroyed worlds. The reason the 300 destroyed worlds could exist for so long was because of the yellow flower. The 300 destroyed worlds absorbed nutrients from the flower to be able to become eternal. The flower was a treasure the seven-colored celestial sovereign had obtained on the immortal astral continent. It had no offensive power, but it contained amazing life force. Using it to heal would cut the time required by half. If it wasn't for the fact that Lien Daofei had appeared too suddenly, the seven-colored celestial sovereign wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The seven-colored Taoist, who didn't have any of the memories, didn't know of this. Even the 4 generals and concubines didn't know this much. They only knew about the 300 destroyed worlds. As Wang Lin continued to move, the barrier between the worlds became unstable and thunderous rumbles echoed. Every time he moved from one world to another, a heaven-shattering rumble would echo. This change immediately caught the attention of the seven-colored Taoist. His eyes narrowed and he sneered. You dare to use this kind of small trick on this lord? This Wang Lin simply wants to use the collapse of the barriers to block my pursuit and even use this power to injure me. It is indeed a good idea, but since I've seen through him, there is no chance of success. The seven-colored Taoist's eyes lit up and seven-colored light shined. It began to reinforce the barrier between the worlds. With his cultivation reinforcing the barrier, the effect was good. However, his expression remained gloomy and he only reinforced it in secret, so only a flash of seven-colored light could be seen. This child is cunning. If he finds out that I've already seen through his plan, he could change and cause unnecessary trouble. I'll let him think it's working, and then capture him once he thinks he has succeeded. The seven-colored Taoist smiled and casually gave chase. As the two people followed, Grand Emperor Xianluo was still observing all of this. He thought about helping Wang Lin resolve this problem, but this idea only appeared for a moment before it disappeared. This child needs to rely on himself for this test. If he can notice my presence, I'll help him. This is my last test for him. Wang Lin, don't disappoint me. Xianluo pondered and naturally saw Wang Lin and the seven-colored Taoist's behavior. After pondering for a moment, he naturally saw through their thoughts. If the barrier in the worlds collapses, he could escape, But now his plan has been seen through. How will he adapt? Shen Luo slowly followed. Wang Lin moved between the worlds, and he was aware that the barrier was about to collapse. His eyes shined, and as he disappeared into a vortex, he took out the ghostly sail without anyone noticing. In a flash, the ghostly sail covered his body, and when he appeared, the sail was gone. All of this happened when he was moving between worlds, so no one had noticed. The seven-colored Taoist's full attention was focused on the barrier that was about to collapse. He believed he had seen through Wang Lin and that Wang Lin could not escape. Following his lock on Wang Lin, the seven-colored Taoist's pursuit took almost the exact same path as Wang Lin. Time slowly passed. In a flash, one incense stick of time went by. After doing it over 100 times, Wang Lin stepped out of the vortex and entered a star system. This was the first time he didn't immediately enter another world. He moved very fast, flew more than 100,000 feet, and curled up. Light shined and slowly became distorted. A moment later, an illusion appeared around Wang Lin. He had disappeared and was replaced by an ordinary-looking planet. Just as he turned into a planet, seven-colored light filled the vortex he had come out of. The seven-colored Taoist didn't hesitate and immediately went back inside the vortex. Grand Emperor Shen Luo saw all of this, causing his pupils to shrink. He took a profound look at the planet Wang Lin had formed, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Such a cunning mind! This child is a dragon amongst men. Shen Luo silently pondered, and his eyes revealed a sense of admiration he had never shown before. After the seven-colored Taoist left, several more people came and quickly left. Even after they left, the planet Wang Lin had turned into still didn't change. Shortly after, old Ghost John appeared where the vortex disappeared. His body didn't reveal any aura at all, as if he was dead. He revealed a sneer as he stepped forward and disappeared from this world. It wasn't until this moment that the planet Wang Lin had turned into move and dissipated, revealing Wang Lin. He looked at where everyone gone, and his expression remained the same. A vortex appeared beside him and he stepped inside. He went in the opposite direction of where everyone had gone, and because he was very cautious, no one knew where he was going. After moving through 4 destroyed worlds, he stopped into the 5th destroyed world. This was the place he had passed through before with the aura of a fierce beast, and he carefully moved forward. Wang Lin came to the planet in this world. This was a desert planet with no mountains or basins. It was just yellow sand plains everywhere. Wang Lin sat here and let out a deep breath. His eyes revealed killing intent. Now it is time for my first counterattack. Even if I use one of my 3 lives, I'll give these people pursuing me a lesson they will never forget. It should be a while before the seven-colored Taoist notices that something is wrong. Enough time for me to set up an ambush. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he pressed down on the earth beside him. Wang Lin was very smart, and it was very difficult for others to outsmart him. The moment he entered the 300 destroyed worlds, he was already thinking of a plan to escape people hunting him. In the end, he thought of this scheme within a scheme. The barrier connecting the worlds was the first scheme. Wang Lin deduced that this first scheme couldn't fool the seven-colored Taoist or old Ghost John, and he wanted them to find out. Once they really found the place, they would unknowingly fall into the second scheme. Once they thought they had seen through Wang Lin's scheme, they would relax. Using this moment, and the fact that the pursuit had formed a cycle, Wang Lin would use the ghostly sail to place them in an illusion. The main point wasn't the collapse of the barrier or the illusion, but the fact that Wang Lin had repeated this action over 100 times. This made the people chasing him have subconscious habits and tendencies. These were the conditions for putting them inside an illusion.